对，看到我那个名字会录其他的，也还好啊，这边就只有87。不过印度他们因为会在哔哩哔哩那边录。不是，我想去排会排。
Happening right now. Cambridge Forum Sounding G started at 9 a.m.
他那边统一控制的我也。
他完全自己。
没事，听他的吧。
但是底下是可以听的。
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Wherever you are in this world, we welcome you to the first Cambridge International Young Scientists Forum, the emerging technology for the next decade. My name is Zhuge Yunjian. I am a PhD student of chemical engineering at the University of Cambridge, and I'm also the vice president of the Cambridge Chinese Students and Scholars Association, and I will be your host today. Before we get started, I would like to sincerely express my gratitude to the following institutions and companies for making this event a reality. I would also like to thank the following student organizations for helping us advertise the event. The last 10 years have witnessed many scientific breakthroughs. The successful launch of the Curiosity rover to the Mars and discovering evidence of liquid water on the planet, the detection of Higgs boson, aka the God particle, the observation of gravitational waves for the first time, and the first image of a black hole, AI program beating human world champion of Go for the first time, the development of CRISPR technology enabling scientists to perform precise gene editing, and advancement of cancer immunotherapy, making us one step closer to curing cancers, just to name a few. Now, the real question becomes, what is the world would look like in 2030? I think it's only beyond our wildest imagination. However, we'll try to go there today. With the help of 22 top scientists in the field, we will try to take a peek of what science and technology will enable us to do in 10 years' time. It is very important for us young scientists and graduate students because we will be the driving force to make those changes happen. With that being said, here's the agenda of today's event. The event will consist of two halves. Within each half, there will be two keynote speeches, which will happen here in this conference room. They will then be followed by 4 symposiums of specific topics simultaneously. And the details about the room links will be posted here. Now, please allow me to introduce our first guest speaker of the day, Mr. Wang Yongli, the Minister Counselor of Education Section, Embassy of the People's Republic of China in the UK, to deliver his welcome speech. Mr. Wang, please take away. Mr. Wang, can you unmute yourself?
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Professor David Caldwell, Pro-Vice Chancellor, University of Cambridge. Professor Xu Tian, Vice President of Westlake University. Professor Liu Huiyun, University College London. Dr. Xia Junfei, President of CSSA Cambridge. Fellow scholars, students, good morning. 大家上午好. It is a real delight to attend this forum today. As an organization that provides support and services to Chinese students and scholars community in the UK, particularly considering the context of the current epidemic situation, it really gives me a great pleasure. And in fact, I'm very much encouraged to be able to witness the opening of this online academic forum organized by Chinese Students and Scholars Association in the UK. So first and foremost, please allow me to give a sum up to the CSSA Cambridge and the CSSA UK for your excellent organizational work, and also please allow me to express our great gratitude to all the respected university leaders, scholars, and academics who are present today. To be honest, I'm not an academic, and I don't understand the academic topics that you are going to discuss about today. However, I do know that the development and the progress of human society cannot be achieved without scientific research and international academic exchange and cooperation. At a time when the world is facing a great threat from the new coronavirus, success can only be achieved through global cooperation, especially cooperation among the scientific community. As China is a country with a large population, we support young people to study abroad, to learn about the world, learn about the excellent cultures of different nations, and promote friendly relationship between China and other countries. To integrate into the world is our original aspiration and mission. Regardless of the epidemic prospect, the Chinese government will not change its determination to further expand education and continue to support our young people to study abroad. This will be no change in the policy of building the community with a shared future for mankind. 3 days ago, the Chinese government unveiled its policy report titled Guidelines on Accelerating and Expanding the Opening of Education to the Outside World, the New Era. These guidelines are issued against the backdrops of China's decisive battle to complete the building the moderately prosperous society in all aspects and the fight against poverty. Education opening to the outside world aims to effectively prevent and diffuse risks through optimizing the overall layout, vigorously cultivating talents, breaking institutional barriers, and participating in global education collaborations, and enhancing the contribution of Chinese education to the world education development. The guidelines once again demonstrated to the world that China has been adhering to the concept of win-win cooperation and is committed to deepening and expanding mutually beneficial cooperation and exchanges in the field of education with countries around the world, and to making contribution to the building of a community of shared future for mankind. I wish the forum every success. Thank you. 谢谢.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wong. And coming up next, we're honored We're honored to have Professor David Cotwell of Superconducting Engineering, Pro-Vice Chancellor for Strategy and Planning, University of Cambridge. He is a Fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering. And let's welcome Professor Cotwell to deliver his welcome speech. Professor Cotwell, please take away. Go.
Okay, well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. As we heard from our organizer, I'd just like to thank the organizers for inviting me to present at this very important forum, which is my pleasure to do so. So I'll be speaking mainly on behalf of the University of Cambridge today in my capacity as Pro-Vice Chancellor, but I will also share some personal reflections, which I hope you'll find important, and I'll indicate where they are. It's very nice to see that we have a very broad range of technical topics on today's agenda. We have a very wide range of universities and industries involved, in fact, from 3 continents. And timing is extremely important given the unprecedented challenges we face globally. Obviously, we have COVID-19 and we're all working out how to cope and exist, and in some cases even survive. But the implications for the future are very different in the way we conduct our work, our teaching, our research, and how we interact with one another. I think the notion that we would be having major successful conferences that run largely very well, completely remotely, that we've developed over a period of 3 months, would have been unthinkable a year ago. The fact that entire university curricula can be put online, and previously universities with no online provision are now completely online, all within 6 months. We have academics and researchers all around the world fundamentally changing how they operate. And what we need as a community is a ray of hope. We need something to look forward to. We need to believe that in the future, life won't just be as good as it was before, but in terms of our professionalism and our different areas of study and research, things can even be better. So we have a huge learning opportunity here, and we have to take it. We shouldn't underestimate the challenge, but we need to remain optimistic and confident, and that's what scientists do. Scientists don't look for problems, they look for solutions to problems, and that's what we're going to have to do globally as a result of the challenges we face. I'd also add that we have a recent global concern about issues to do with racism. And these have been unaddressed for decades, even centuries. And again, this gives us yet another opportunity to do actually what I think most people in academia always do. And that is to make appointments, to judge people on their technical output. Race doesn't come into it when you're choosing the best postdoc for your project. The candidate, the student, the graduate who is most qualified and most suitable for that work gets the job. And that has to continue. So what I wanted to do was to begin by giving you some context of my background and why I was particularly pleased to give this presentation today. So back in 1999, I was appointed admissions tutor at Fitzwilliam College, a position I held for 13 years. And like all new admissions tutors, I needed an initiative, and my initiative was to bring in more international students at undergraduate level to the University of Cambridge via Fitzwilliam College. So in 2001, I made my first visit to China. I've now visited China more than 100 times. I initiated a scheme to recruit undergraduates directly from mainland China, and this was the first scheme of its nature in the UK. At that time, Cambridge recruited from Singapore and Malaysia, but we extended that scheme to China. And now we send a team of 9 senior professorial interviewers, including me. So every year I travel to China, and we spend a week interviewing students who are studying in mainland China. So rather than make them come to Cambridge, we go to them. And we get many hundreds of applications each year from mainland China, which generates some extraordinary students. So we've worked hard at this scheme, but we're absolutely committed to developing opportunities for Chinese students. At graduate level, the Department of Engineering, when I was head of engineering, in 2014 had more Chinese graduate students than it had UK students. So the University of Cambridge, the technical subjects within Cambridge in particular, have a very well established track record with taking Chinese students. And that really underpins a really important culture in Cambridge. So very bright students from overseas make everybody work harder and better. We raise standards, we are more eclectic, and the message that goes out to the world is that we're open for everybody. And I know there are many concerns within China at the moment that Britain and other leading Western universities are not welcoming to international students. That is not true. We're making as much effort as we can to reinforce the message that Chinese students are extremely welcome at UK universities, but from my point of view, Cambridge in particular, so they understand there is a future, there is a career, there is an educational route for them. As part of my role as head of engineering, I also initiated the first formal overseas collaborative research centre between the University of Cambridge and another organisation, and that's the Cambridge Nanjing Research Centre, which is currently under construction and is due to open next year. And that offers a number of exciting opportunities. So over the years, I've also taken many Chinese research students. So 80% of my research students have all been Chinese. So what I'm trying to say is that I think I've got a very good background and I'm well qualified to speak to this forum. And I'm absolutely committed personally to developing opportunities, mainly for young people, but generally between China and the UK, wherever I can. So I think we should talk a little bit more now about opportunities and how we might manage them. We have a real opportunity to coordinate activity and to support one another more than we've had before, as I mentioned. But one thing I would like to say is that everything has to be funded. So I don't think funding should be the main driver. I think academic output and technical input should be the main driver. But we have to acknowledge there are actual costs for what we do. And one particular concern I've had for many years is that there are very significant differences between the UK and the Chinese education system, particularly at school level and undergraduate level. And although there are many funding opportunities for Chinese graduate students in the UK, there are virtually no funding opportunities for undergraduates. And it's very important to realise that Chinese undergraduates form a very important feeder line for Chinese graduates. And until we can get the funding sorted out for Chinese undergraduates, we are going to have a big problem. And many times I make this appeal when I'm speaking to mayors, deputy mayors, ministers, funding organisations in China, and the outcome is usually more funding for graduates. So there is a real need to fund undergraduate education of overseas students within the UK. And I think that is something that needs to be generated from within China. Okay, so how are we going to take all this forward? Well, in my view, it's pretty clear. It's organised, coherent collaboration. And emerging technologies really rely fundamentally on collaboration. Individuals working on their own will always be limited in terms of their output, and we're better and we're stronger together. So I agree entirely with the comments of Minister Wang, actually. Collaboration is key to success, but my personal opinion is that we need to think differently. This is not just about engaging in research where we have specific bits of funding, which we then give out to individuals, we do the work and we walk away. I think we need better, more defined drivers than that. I think in terms of universities, academic drivers have to come first. And if you look at what universities are good at, it's taking an area at a relatively low level of technological readiness and developing that area to a point that it can be developed by commerce and industry across the world. But the key thing is in that early period of development, universities and industry need to collaborate carefully. We don't have a job and industry has another job. We have a collective job and we need to work together each stage of the process. We need senior leadership to actually get behind this and to back this and to be creative and to encourage and provide an environment for effective collaboration. But again, in my view, old people like me won't determine the outcome of this. This is a young person's game. And senior leadership may facilitate, but it will be the young people that deliver. The bright young brains, the individuals across the world, but particularly in the UK and China, who don't believe that they're going to fail, but they believe they will come up with solutions. And it's that energy, it's that drive, it's that commitment that will take us through. So this is a young person's problem. Senior leadership needs to facilitate, but it's the young people that will deliver ultimately. We can think a bit about how the models of collaboration have worked so far. And again, these are just my personal views, but I always find it really frustrating that industry has a fairly narrow view of what they want to fund and what they don't want to fund. And quite often industry will say, we will give you X amount of money, go and solve this problem. And I don't think that's the way to do it. I think industry should meet academia and say, we have a problem, we're interested in your views on the solution. And together, the solution is worked on. And universities are a huge resource. But quite often, industry insists on having constraining intellectual property rules, which actually choke work in a university. So it's very rare, if you're working on something of low technological readiness, that it's going to produce a huge amount of income in the short term. So my advice is, don't tie universities up with long contracts that prevent them communicating virtually anything they're doing. Do the opposite. Tell universities what you want to tell them that won't harm your business, but let them run with it. Let them communicate it widely. And that way you'll fund one project and you'll have many other academics involved with it. You'll get the benefit of an institution, not just one individual. And at the end of the day, when we start to develop things that are commercially sensitive, that's when you have fair agreements with universities that restrict the communication of key results. But quite often these collaborations are stifled at the beginning because you can't get them running because there are ridiculous IPR constraints placed on universities which choke output. So I think we need to look forward in a different way to the way we've been looking so far. Obviously, the rest of the world is extremely important to China as it moves forward, and China is extremely important to the rest of the world. We have this mutual interest. We need to fully take advantage of it, and we need to move forward in a way that benefits the world in general, but specifically the countries and the continents that are involved in that collaboration. This is not just about China providing students to universities for which we can charge increased fees. This is about something much more than that. This is about a culture change. This is about observing that the cultural way of life in China is different to that in other countries, and that where we have these collaborations, we need to observe both cultures. This is about thinking more broadly. It's about being more tolerant, and it's about taking opportunities as they arise. But most of all, it's about transparency. It's about nucleating projects, nurturing them, and providing a resource to see them thrive. And that's really important. So I think the best way forward when it comes to academic collaborations or industrial collaborations is to have key contacts in either academia or in industry. And those key contacts then drive the project. So I have a program at the moment with Shanghai Jiaotong University on superconductivity. There's a professor of superconductivity in Shanghai Jiaotong. He leads his side, I lead my side. He engages his group, I engages my group, and we have transfer of information and students. I go over there and supervise his students. He comes over to the UK and supervises my students. We've got complete openness and transparency. And the result is a series of academic papers that have been cited many tens of times, all because we collaborate. We don't give them money, they don't give us money, but it's absolutely a mutual interest to develop these projects. And I think it's a similar kind of ethos that we have to develop if we're going to take these collaborations forward. Okay, so I think I'll come to an end there, just to say that I hope you have a really good day. Unfortunately, I've got another commitment, so I can't stay for the rest of the forum, but the program looks extremely interesting. Hopefully it will be productive. I'd like to thank the organisers as well for this initiative. I think we need more of these types of initiatives that we need to engage with, and we need to publicise better where the opportunities are moving forward, because we get one go at this, we get one opportunity, and if we don't take it, I suspect it will be a long time before it comes around again. So we need to get going, we need to work together, we need to collaborate, and we need to be understanding. So thanks again for the application, for the invitation to speak, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Cardwell, for the very inspiring speech and your efforts to in promoting diversities and pursuing excellence globally at the University of Cambridge. Thank you. So coming up next, we have our third welcome speech of the day from our host, Ms. Xia Junfei, the 36th President of Cambridge Chinese Students and Scholars Association.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister Councillors Wang Yongli and Professor David Cardwell, for all your inspiration. The distinguished speakers, professors, researchers, scientists, ladies and gentlemen, and all the students from all around the world. Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, or night, no matter what time it is, or where you are from. Please allow me to extend my warmest welcome and gratitude to all our invited guests and audience. My name is Junfei Xia, who is the director of the forum and also the 36th president of Cambridge Chinese Students and Scholars Association. First, I would like to really appreciate all the fellows and professors and young scientists from the world-leading research institutions and high-tech companies. We know that it is really hard for you to make decisions during this special time to share your experience and research ideas, especially on this complicated international situation. We know that it became more difficult for our international students and scholars to exchange our thoughts and ideas. However, as one of the young researchers, I sincerely hope that this forum can really encourage our young scientists to exchange their academic experience and collaborate with each other to build a better world for all our human beings. Today, we're going to look at the future of our technology and what is the emerging technologies for our next few decades. If we look back to the great discovery in history, our human really made huge efforts to understand this world, such as the discovery of the gravity, the atomic model, electronic and magnetic relations, biological inheritance, the uncertainty principle. And based on our experience, we created and innovated many useful applications, such as computers, genetic modifications, automobiles, telephones, solar cells, and rockets. Our technologies developed exponentially and are with significant discoveries, but still we know little about this universe. The discoveries of the last decades also reached an amount of achievements in many aspects. We detected the first gravitational waves, shake up the human family tree, took pictures for black holes of the cosmos as never before, tried to make interstellar first, tracked down the God particles, the Higgs boson. And we also made great contributions to the world and people's life by using technologies. We tried to build up a simple virtual online world for good trading, tax calling, food delivery ordering with the smartphone app ecosystem. We started to implement genomics and precision medicines by gene editing. We stored our data to the cloud by large bandwidth network connections. We let the machine understand us by natural language and vision, applied artificial intelligence in many aspects. We tried to break through the physical limitations of electronic devices to follow up the Moore's law. Thought about photonics. We tried hard to find vaccines and solutions to defeat the pandemic. We started to think the world with quantum mechanism, so using its feature for communication and computing. I believe that our technology for next decade will be much more advanced than present. It's predictable that more intelligent automatic devices and robotics come to us. Faster, higher bandwidth communication network will emerge to change our life by using VR, AR to provide immersive experience. We may use gene editing techniques to treat some diseases. But please, when we look up to the future sky, don't forget to look down at your current feed. I appeal our young talents to be wisdom, open-minded, for embracing the changes, challenges, and disruptive ideas, to be rigorous for fully and deeply understanding your research project. Let us be collaborative towards a borderless world for science and innovation. And our humans will step further and never stop to make the world better. The year of 2020 is just the beginning of the next 10 years. Although we've met the challenges and disappointments during the past 6 months, chances are that the world and our lives changed rapidly. You can leave yourself within a cyber world to learn what you want, to solve the problems you met. I believe a number of great ideas and thoughts are on the way. So please be confident, optimistic, and enthusiastic to fit yourself to this new life rather than to make the world suit you. Finally, I would express my thanks to those associations and societies to support for us. We will hold more online academic seminars and talks for you in the near future during this special time. And thanks for all to attend this event. Hope we really have a good time to travel around the state of the art in the following areas of interest and to envision the emerging technologies for the next decade. Enjoy it and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Xia Junfei. Now we'll have the first keynote speech of today, but before that, I would like to encourage our audience to type your questions in the chat, so we will pick most representative ones during the Q&A session. Now, please allow me to welcome Professor Xu Tian, the Chair Professor of Genetics and Vice President of Westlake University. Before joining Westlake University, Professor Xu Tian was the CNH Long Chair Professor of Genetics at Yale University, where he also served as the Vice Chair of the Department of Genetics and the Special Advisor to the President of Yale University. He is a Fellow of the American Association for Advancement of Science. Professor Xu's work mainly focuses on the mechanism of growth control and new genetic and biotech methods. He served as the president of Chinese Biological Investigator Society and the chairman of the U.S.-China Frontiers of Science Committee. He served as editorial board member of multiple journals, including Cell, Annual Review of Genetics, Molecular Cancer Research, Integrative Biology, and International Journal of Biological Sciences, and is the founding editor and editorial board member of Disease Models and Mechanisms. And now I'll give the stage to Professor Xu. Please take away. Professor Xu, you are muted right now.
Okay, all right.
There we go.
Okay. Hi, everyone. It is absolutely delighted to participate in the event. And thank you for the organizers. And also thank you everyone participating in the event. And it is absolutely delighted to be able to talk to you and to meet with you online and from Hangzhou, the city, and where Westlake University is located. And let me see that. Do you guys able to see my slide? Hello? Do you able to see my slide?
Not yet. Are you sharing screens? Okay.
I
I'll give you the permission. Sorry.
Allow it, yeah.
Yes, it should be fine now. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Let me share this.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, great. You can see it, right? Okay, so fantastic. So I thought that you know, this is a very interesting topic, and what are going to happen in the next 10 years, and it's very difficult to predict into the future. But I thought I will spend the time to tell you a little bit about what we have been doing and what we have done, and hopefully that will give you some insight of you know, what I thought maybe what are going to be happening in the future. And so as our organizer introduced, that I have been teaching and doing research at Yale University for 25 years. And in 2018, I returned to China and work with Professor Yi Gongxi to start Westlake University. So I'm now full-time at Westlake University. And in addition to doing basic research in my lab, and I have also been working on translation research. And today, what I'm doing is that I'm going to mostly spend time tell you about our translational research, and then to also at the end give you a glimpse of what we're doing in basic research and in the lab at Westlake University. And hopefully this will give you a flavor of both type of things that we're doing in China, and hopefully that will get you excited. So let me actually first go into and introduce a problem to you. So drug development. And the drug development is a big deal. And the big deal is because it takes a long time, and on average 14 years and 28 billion now to develop a new drug. But a drug saves people's life. However, it takes enormous time that actually to incredible resource to really to able to successfully develop a drug. So this slide actually shows you the pipeline how to develop a drug. And in the traditional, not traditional way, I would say in the way that the FDA of the United States has been pushing for the last 50 years. And what you see is that basically you need to have a target. And then after target, then you basically to really screen through a compound library to get a small molecules that hit the target. And then you validating that in tissue culture cells. And then after that, you validating animals. And once you validating animals, now you can put in trials in humans, clinical trials. However, the success rate is extremely low. And actually, indeed, when at the first half of the process, from a target to testing in animals, the success rate is 1 in 1,000. That's extremely low. And after it succeeded in animals, now you're testing in humans. Actually, the success rate is reasonable. It is actually more than 1 in 10. So the reason that actually the first part of the process is not that successful, it is because we think we know the mechanism and by molecular mechanism, but the in vivo mechanism is extremely complicated. In vivo, a lot more complicated than we think. And that's why many of the mechanism based on target based, molecular based, and then when you test in vivo in animals, they fail, and 1 in 1,000. So what we have been doing in China and in the last several years is that we actually develop in vivo system. And indeed, if you look at it, and right now, the Western medicines, more than 50% of the Western medicines, Western drugs, are not developed in this way. Actually, more than 50% of the Western medicines are developed initially by directly giving drugs to humans and to show that it works. And indeed, many of those are developed by herb medicines, and then identify the active ingredients and to become Western medicine. So we cannot directly testing these drugs in humans now for ethical reasons, but we can actually using animals. So what we are doing is really looking into what are the successful approaches that in other research and in other biological research. For example, in the successful researches that successfully dissect developmental biology, dissect the signaling mechanism, dissecting cell cycle regulation, apoptosis, growth control, etc. So what we have been doing is that the field have been choosing a biological phenomena and then choose model organisms, animals that exhibit that phenomena. Then you basically systematically mutating genes to see which genes mutated. Now you can disrupt the process that you're interested in. This way, you identify the genes involving the biological process. Then by studying those identified genes, you can understand the underlying mechanism. So using that approach, and my lab in the past 2 decades basically identified all the key regulators for growth controls. And these are actually multiple and signaling pathways regulating growth, size control. And these things determine how big the animals are, determines how big our organs are, and why our organs are proportional. And furthermore, we discovered that these genes, when they mutated, they actually cause diseases in humans, and more frequently, they cause cancers, because cancer indeed deregulation of growth control. And so majority of the pathways and almost all the pathways and their components regulating growth control are initially identified in my lab. And we're very glad that actually more than dozens of drugs are developed based on the pathways we elucidated. So what we try to do is they say, aha, now you can dissect biological mechanism this way. Why can we develop drug this way? Why can we identify novel drug target this way? That is, by choosing a mammalian models, and then choosing conserved disease processes, then use systematic mutating genes in animals to see which genes, when you mutated, it disrupted, you can stop the disease. This way, you identify novel drug targets that could develop drug to stop the disease. And indeed, we are very successful and develop this. And now by mutating genes, there are multiple approaches have been previously developed. And for example, genome-wide actually knockout approach. And these are developed by America Packy and Martin Evans and Oliver Smitty. And they actually win Nobel Prize for knockout approach. They are mutating genes in mammalian cells and then in animal. More recently, CRISPR-Cas9 can mutating genes in mammalian cells. However, both approach, you needed to actually inject fertilized eggs, then surgically putting the fertilized eggs into foster mothers and then to produce animals. And these methods are very successfully mutating individual genes that you're interested in, but it's too expensive, too costly, and take too long to do genetic screen. You cannot do that in live animals and to do the genetic screen, because it's going to cost, I showed here, and $17 billion to $20 billion, 20 years, and to just go through the one genome, and you cannot do that. So we developed a new method, and the method is really based on concept of transposon that initially discovered by Barbara McClintock and is shown in maize. And she won Nobel Prize for finding these mobile genetic elements. And in the 70s, Boston using transposons dissected bacterial genetics. In the 80s, Joe Rubin and Spreading and using P-element transposons revolutionized Drosophila genetics. Eric Meyerowitz using tDNA doing insertion mutagenesis in plant in the 90s. However, systematic dissecting and genetic and transposons in mammals in human cell was never successfully developed. So we actually successfully developed, the technology in Fudan University that allow us to systematically mutating genes in mice. Not only that, these are actually can be powerful tools during gene therapy, and which I will mention a little bit later. So basically, after done that, these transposons can mobilize and in animal germline by themselves without any other injection manipulation. So this way, we can just breed animals and mutating genes and look for genes that actually can stop diseases. And indeed, so what we did is actually we using and to look for actually diseases cause inflammations, and this is show that actually we identify novel target that can stop actually inflammations and caused by this colitis, this inflammation of the gut. And we actually successfully identify novel target and develop drugs, and to really show that actually you can suppress and the development of inflammations. And indeed, these we also develop drugs to actually for immune oncology, and this shows that actually treating different cancers in mouse models, and we are launching clinical trials and this year. So also want to now move a little bit to some other things that we developed. When we actually map a growth control pathway and suggest that one of the drugs, rapamycin, potentially could be treating for cancers, and physicians in the United States actually using rapamycin to treat bladder cancers. And what happened is that, interestingly, 1 out of 35 patients worked. And people are puzzled why this one patient worked, why others did not work. At that time, and we developed sequencing machine. So physicians actually sequenced the individuals that actually worked and discovered that indeed the individuals have genes that are in the pathway we deciphered that are mutated. And so indeed, NIH launched 2014 Miracle Responder Program, looking for individuals that respond for drugs and to see whether the genetic alterations corresponding to these drug responses. And that indeed to show it working. And in 2015, Obama launched Precision Medicine Program. And we're very glad that our research contributed to the launch of the program. So precision medicine, the individuals, the patients that mostly could benefit from that is indeed actually genetically inherited disease patients. There are more than 7,000 hereditary diseases. Each individuals have these diseases because individual genes are mutated. Now, with the ability able to sequence the human genome, we can identify which gene mutated, and we can put the normal Y-type gene back for gene therapy. And indeed, that's why we developed a new company, and GeCell. And with our technology, the transposon, we can actually put normal genes back into patients, and indeed can actually treat this disease. And the piggyback transposon we developed has now been used for multiple diseases in gene therapy. And we also started clinical trials this year, and in a different company called GeCell Therapeutics. So also want to tell you about another area of translation, and we actually are one of the first company in the world and to using AI for drug development. And we actually initially started AI for biomedical research in 2013, and then we developed novel AIs to actually match drugs to different clinical indications, and the success rates are very high. And in 5 years, we have 4 drugs in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials. And so I'm not going to go into the detail of how we did it. And it really, I think it's to show the power of combining traditional drug development program with AI, and this to show the drug. And I want to particularly mention this drug because we have worked with the Zhejiang University #1 hospital to show that this drug works for coronavirus, suppress coronavirus. And clinical trials will be launched this month at Yale, simultaneously at Harvard, and for treating coronavirus and using our drug. And I'm very proud. Hopefully they will all have good outcomes. So I want to also tell you about another areas that we develop. And this is in the area of natural products. And natural products are actually everywhere in our life. In the drinks we have, in the fragrance we use, and as well in medicines. And the bottom two, I show one if artesunate. And artesunate is Qinghao and the Qinghao Su. And Tu Youyou originally discovered that actually her group discovered that Qinghao could actually suppress malaria. But it took 30 years to identify the molecule, Qinghao Su, artesunate, and then synthesize and halfway synthesize the molecule to make it develop into a drug to give to patient. And 30 years is too long, take too long to do that. So, my friend, Professor Jinke Wang, and of MIT and I, we start a new company. And basically using AI, genetics, and the synthetic biology to identify the active ingredient in herbs that actually have the biological activity. And this is a very complicated process because each herb has thousands of different compounds. And how do you know which compound is active? This is a complicated biological process. And indeed, this is perfect for AI to solve. And we combine with AI system biology, genetics, and to identify the compound, as well as the enzyme that synthesize the compound in plants. Then we can actually clone the genes into yeast and to fermentating produce the compound. And we're very exciting. And multiple actually drugs have been now under development. And we already have several of these compounds that are already produced and nutraceuticals and are ready to release this year. And we also very excited that actually work with Jonathan Rothberg. Actually, we actually have an incubator, the Rothberg Institute next to Yale. And in the last 20 years, the incubator have successfully developed more than 10 companies. And 3 of those are sequencing companies. And the 454 Life Technology is the first sequencing machine of the world. And actually the first human individual sequence, Jim Watson sequence, and the first cancer genome, the first microorganism genome, and many firsts are done in our machine. And we also developed the first sequencing on chip, iTorrent. And right now, we're actually developed the first home use sequencing machine. When you get up in the morning, you don't feel comfortable, and after you brush your teeth, you can actually sequence to see whether actually you have an infection. If you do have an infection, you should go to hospital. Otherwise, you should take a day break. And the key to solve that on 2 fronts. One is that to home use, you need to avoiding vibration because the vibration not allow you to develop sequencing easily. And the second, home using, you cannot send your data for informatic individuals to analyzing. That's too much, too costly. So we combine with AI, with new technology, and we actually have the first home using sequencing machine. And in addition, we are developing the first protein sequencing machine in the world because the majority of the human diseases are diagnosed because of protein, not DNA, not gene expression. And we have now are developing the first protein sequencing machine in the world. This just showed what happens of the sequencing machine. And the sequencing machine basically dramatically changes cost structure. And the cost structures, for example, when you buy a expensive sports car, it costs you 100K. Now the costs have been reduced so much, you can get it with 1 penny. That's how much the cost structure changed for sequencing. And that's why you see dramatic applications of the sequencing technology. And we're very proud. We sequenced Jim Watson's genome, the discovery of DNA. We also sequenced Gordon Moore's genome because he's actually the founder of Intel. We also sequenced Townsend's genome. He's the inventor of laser. We, using laser, code Townsend's genome sequence and beaming out of the outer space. Hopefully one day, intelligent beings in the universe will receive the signals and from Earth and about a human genome. We also developed a new mobile NMR machine because NMR machine is too expensive and too costly. And also you need to unplug everything before you can examine. And that's really too costly. So we have developed Hyperfine, and we developed the first world mobile NMR machine. And in February of this year, and FDA just approved the mobile machine, and it can be moved next to patient's bed, and it can be also put on ambulance and to check on patient at the accident sites. We have also developed another thing. And when you go into hospitals right now, people are using stethoscopes and to listen to your heart to see whether your heart beat normally, to listen to whether you have infection. This technology is 200 years old. We think that's actually too old. So we have developed the world's first handheld AI ultrasound device. And in the past, all the ultrasounds are using pressure crystals. We have developed a CMOS chip and allow us to minimize the device and handhold and then directly see on your cell phone. And this actually changed everything. And this is a whole body and ultrasound device and approved for all different parts of the body. You just need one. You don't need a different crystal, different detect heads for different parts of your body, like the old ultrasound machine. And this really shows that you can actually, more than 10,000 physicians have been ordered this machine. And we're very proud because in a year or two, when you go to hospital, and it doesn't matter where you're in the United States, in Britain, in other part of the world, and you will see physicians on the neck is our device, not the stethoscope anymore. We are very proud because we changed the world. So all these things actually developed under one kind of thinking. In 2014, when we discovered the future development of the incubator, and we have developed the thought that in the past, what really changed the world is the cell phone, is a smartphone. Really, basically, I control my own information. All my connections, friends, contacts in the cell phone. And you want to search information, use a cell phone. You want to buy something, use a cell phone. And what I believe is that in the future, in the next decade or so, what we need to focus on is that I control my own health. That's what is going to drive everything. Imagine you can actually have this thing that control at your home. The handheld ultrasound device is only $2,000. It's like a blood pressure machine you can put at home. And we actually have saved people's life, because when you have a heart problem, you go to the hospital and check it. Maybe it's already over, the episode, and difficult to know. And when you have an episode, you should check at home. If you have a problem, you beam the information to the hospital. And indeed, this is what actually we have been in the last year's board meeting, and a physician and his father thanks us. And this video we played because it actually saved the life. And this could completely change how medicine is practiced. And just like similar to home sequencing machine, and all these things going to change people's life because it can happen at your home and you can know what happened. And before the disease develops into a serious condition, you can already know. And this saves life and reduces the cost. So what we're doing is really look at it on this graph. It really dictates that in the last 200 years, and the human society are moved by waves of technologies. And from 1771, and Richard Arkwright in England that are using hydropowers and for fabrication, and to actually 1825, George Stephenson's steam machine for railroad transportation, and to Carl Benz engines, and 1886 to right now the current waves and the 1939 and the computer science. Right now, if you look at it, and the biotechnology has just passed the 30-year incubation period and into 10 years production period. And the next wave, of course, is artificial intelligence that actually based on neural network and has just passed the 30-year incubation period. And what we're doing is combining these two ways of technology to drive forward. So I'm gonna very briefly touch on the basic research we're doing in the lab, in the Westlake University lab. This is initiated and in a discussion between Kevin Kelly and myself in 2018. And we discussed whether AI robots will terminate mankind. And KK's idea is that it will not be, as long as we can educate AI similar to the way we educate our kids. And he thinks that this is not gonna be, because he reasoned that actually we educate our kids does not kill parents, does not just go out to terminate human beings. And however, I thought this is not that simple, because what happened is that humans, like other mammals, we have consciousness. We aware our existence. Only when you aware our own existence, you know the values of our own life, you can appreciate other people's life. If you do not even have the concept of consciousness, you will never able to appreciate others' life. That's why I thought it is absolutely important to understand consciousness or self-awareness. And this way, and in the future, when we have robots, and maybe the robots can also have consciousness and understand what are the importance of consciousness, therefore, they will appreciate others' life and will not go out to terminate others' life. So we actually launched a research program at Westlake University to really dissect consciousness. Now, this is extremely difficult, of course, because this is the most miserable phenomenon in our life or in the universe, or most unknown. And although we every day we experience consciousness, without consciousness we're not functioning. However, if you describe what is consciousness, nobody can describe what is consciousness. We know nothing basically. So what we're doing is that we are actually really using animals and a patient and actually robotics and try to dissect and self-awareness. We are trying to work on really several fronts, and we try to understand the biological basis of self-awareness. Of course, and mammals have self-awareness, and humans. But we are also interested in the material basis of consciousness. We think these consciousness are fundamental features, fundamental sort of phenomena of systems of the universe. And these systems are most stable system in the universe, because when you have consciousness, you are taking energy, you are taking molecule to maintain the system. And therefore, those systems are the most stable ones in the universe. And therefore, ultimately, they will be evolved in the universe. And there's a reason to believe that not only a biological system like ourselves have consciousness, and maybe the Milky Way also have consciousness as well. It's just because we have no way to observe and to dissect. And therefore, we are, in addition to dissect biological system, we are also using other systems, computer systems, AI systems, to develop to dissection for consciousness. Okay, at the end, and I would like to say a few words about Westlake University. Westlake University is a new kind of university. It is the first private and non-for-profit university in China, and for mainland China. And it is very exciting because it is the board of the Westlake Education Foundation accept donations around the world, and mostly from Chinese entrepreneurs and also from ordinary citizens. And then to form the board of trustees. Then the board of trustees selects president and the vice president to run the university. But the university is a special kind of university. It is also supported by local and also national government. For example, the campus is built by the local government and to really, because this is an incredible opportunity that in the history, because not only individuals of the society wants to have this type of university, but also ordinary citizens wants it, and the government officials also wants it. It's a unique time of history that all sectors of the society actually want to world-class university in China. And we are very, very proud to have peoples in all sectors of society, and from private companies to ordinary citizens to government officials, all support Westlake University. Now, the university that whether going to be successful is mostly relying on whether they have first class and professors. And I can tell you that we have now signed on 125 professors and 13 endowed chair professors. And endowed chair professors have the standards that they actually have themselves either created a new field in the past, or they are actually the current leaders of the field. And with this standard, majority of the tenured professors at Yale University are not qualified, because you want to create a field that's not easy. And you are the one leading the field, not easy. And we're very proud. We have 13 endowed chair professors already. And our 3 deans, I can tell you a little bit about 3 deans. The deans of a School of Science, Li Deng, who is endowed chair professors from Brandeis University and the chairman of the chemistry department before joining Westlake University. He actually invented asymmetrical organic synthesis, and he's the Arthur Cooper awardee of this year. And the dean of School of Engineering, Yang Yang, is an endowed chair professor from UCLA, and who invented the transparent solar battery. And he's actually one of the 19 professors selected by Thomson Reuters in 2016 as the most influential professors in the world, one of the 19. And also, end of last year, we have Professor Hongtao Yu, and become the Dean of School of Life Sciences. And Hongtao is endowed chair professor at UT Southwest in the United States. And he's also an investigator of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. And Howard Hughes Medical Institute, there are around less than 300 Howard Hughes Medical Institute investigators. They contribute roughly 1/4 of the most important discoveries in the biomedical field in the world. And we're very proud to have Hongtao and join us. But we're even more proud of our junior faculties, because senior faculties, they are succeeded, they made it, they can go anywhere in the world. But our junior faculties, we have now more than 90 junior faculty join us. And every year, the quality of junior faculty had been dramatically increased. In 2017, when we made offers to the junior faculties, some of the offerees actually not join us. They actually joined Tsinghua and Beida. What that means is that at the 2017, the faculty we recruited at Westlake University are similar level at Tsinghua and Beida. I can tell you that we made 57 offers in 2018. None of those actually joined any of the universities in Asia, including Tokyo universities or Hong Kong University. We're very proud. But I did not tell you, say, hey, they did not join any of the other universities in the West. Some of them still joined, the best university in the West in 2018. In 2019, our recruits actually went another level, because we have junior faculties give up University of Pennsylvania's offer, give up Duke University's offer, give up NYU's offer, give up Cornell's offer, give up MIT's offer to join Westlake University. We're very proud, because for junior faculty, their next career stage, the next 5 to 6 years, is going to determine their career path. This is the most critical period. When they give up MIT's offer to join Westlake University, this means they believe that Westlake University is the best place for their career development in the next 5 to 6 years. And that's why we are extremely appreciate that these individuals that give up those offers to join Westlake University. Now, many of you may ask a question, what Westlake University could offer that other places are not offering? I can tell you a little bit. And in 2018, when I returned to Yale, and Yale's president, Peter Salovey, and joked with me, say, hey, Ken, how can you desert us? Because I received my PhD at Yale, and then I was on the faculty for 25 years. And he even joked, say, hey, I heard that you guys try to pass Yale. Now, this is a very difficult question, okay? Because indeed, if Professor Yigong Shi and myself and others, if we do not want to build a world-class university, we're not going to come to Hangzhou. Absolutely, we want a world-class university. But how do you able to do a university in a relatively short period of time can surpass, areas that are Yale, for example. Yale has 300 years, and Cambridge and Oxford have 500 years, right? And if we can do the same, it's going to take too long to do it. I can tell you some of the things of what we're doing. For example, what do you see? This picture is our new campus. And the 3 schools, School of Engineering, School of Science, and the School of Life Sciences, they're all connected by academic ring, physically connected. So professors, students of biological science can actually meet professor of chemistry during lunch. And a student, actually postdoc of mathematics, actually could walk into seminars that actually computer science is running. This way, physically can bring different principles together, cross-discipline interaction. And we actually have offer grants that if 2 professors actually they propose a cross-discipline research, we give money. We actually have a student could have 2 different professors that actually from different field to co-advisor. Things like that, very difficult for older university to do, because older university and they building one building at one place, one department at one location. It's difficult to have people at different principles and come together. That's what we can do, and that's what we're doing. And I hopefully that we hope that when we doing this, and then new ideas and new theories will come from this cross-disciplinary interaction. That actually will be a fertile ground that actually other places that cannot happening. And we also every other weeks, all professors come together to discuss new discoveries and the new ideas of different fields. And that's not happening at Yale, and not happening actually anywhere in any other place in the world. And indeed, we have a Cambridge professor came visiting us, give a seminar afterwards, and he actually insists want to join our news and idea program to discuss different ideas when you have professors in different fields presenting these ideas. And I also want to tell you that this is actually happening in Westlake University because we not only have system that actually works for world-class university, board of trustee that appointed president and vice president runs the university, but we also have the support of government. And for this new campus, without government support, will not happening. And that's indeed, we are combining the best of the world and to actually to develop a university of a unique kind, and hopefully that it will be in select areas and going in front of the world in a small number of years. And I will end here and thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Professor Shi, for sharing your very extensive academic and industry experience, and also telling us all about the Westlake University. And I hope the clinical trial of your new drug against the COVID-19 will be a success, so we can fight off this pandemic sooner. Now, yeah. So now, while we're waiting for the questions to kick in, I actually have a question about drug development myself. So I'll just go ahead and ask anyway. So Professor Xu, I would like to know what is your opinion on closing the gap between animal models and clinical trials. I know animal model is probably the best or the closest we get away from clinical trials, but many times they don't really predict what's going to happen in human body. Do we have any better alternatives? Maybe will allow us to bypass the ethic issue with animal models as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so great question. First, you need to choose conserved biological processes when you use animal models to predict whether drugs will work or not, because humans are indeed very different from animals. So if you choose a biological system that are different, then they have very low predictability outcomes. But also, their new technology continue evolving. For example, and these new technology organelles, and I don't know whether you know that. And these organelles are actually not tissue culture, not individual cells that are growing in a medium, but they actually organize in a tissue, similar in a tissue fashions like in the human. And they, although these are in vitro systems, they are able to offer some of the features that are similar in tissues in human. And we believe these will have good predictable powers and for drug development. And there are other individual technologies that have been on the emerging, and I think that we are getting better and better. But still, you're absolutely right. This drug development business are still very, very inefficient, incredibly inefficient, I would say. Takes 14 years just to develop one drug. Takes too long for everybody, too long for investors, too long for scientists, mostly too long for patients. And so we urgently need people in different fields and to join together to improve those drug development programs. And I was impressed when AI people join us to develop drug, and this actually we develop much faster and when predict. So I think people from different disciplines come together can really make a big difference.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. It seems like AI is going to be the next game changer. Okay, let's see if there's any other questions we have. Okay, can you also comment on the consciousness point you just mentioned? Do you think there's a molecular imprint associated with, consciousness? To be more specific, for example, if, like, say 2 days later, we're both thinking about this conference, are our brain pattern going to be the same, or are we going to generate the same kind of molecule to kind of think about this event? Thank you.
Great question, and I must say I have no clue. Okay, so this is the most mystery sort of phenomenon in our universe, and it is probably the ultimate phenomenon. And to have a consciousness and to have self-awareness is an incredible thing, and we literally will know nothing. And that's why. And you'll be surprised why Westlake University would want individuals like myself to study that. And that's indeed Westlake University is. And we are trying to work on very difficult questions and have our professors, and hopefully that once a breakthrough that will have a significant impact. And as Professor Yigong Shi said, what will be successful for Westlake University in the future? Of course, the students and the postdocs that we train, and if they go out and have a very successful career, that's our success. But also, how do we measure other aspects? And we think 2 areas. If in the next 10 years, if there's 10 most important fundamental discoveries, for example, relativity, and we think if one of them come out of Westlake University, that will mean that we're succeeded. Okay, and also we also try to work on key technologies, and similarly, if one of the 10 most influential technologies developed in the next 10 years, and if one of them that come from Westlake University, that means we're successful. And we're very, we do not know whether we're going to be successful, but we're working very hard. We have started gathering the best people in the world here. And you can see, for example, there's only 40, life science professors in Westlake University when this coronavirus outbreaks. And, if you look at how many, life science technologies in the rest of China, and there's a huge number, right? But if you look at the most important discovery so far, come from Westlake University. And the structure of the receptor from lab of Zhou Qiang. And more recently, and the biomarkers that potentially could predict the severeness of the development of the infection are actually from Guo Tiannan's lab and publishing Cell. And actually, indeed, and in the United States, NIH's report and recently really say, not only in the past say the structure of the receptor for important for developed drug, but also for this biomarker and being raised in the highest level to able to to use the indication for how to actually predict the patient so we can treat the patient differently. And this is, we're very proud because you see, this is everybody on the same level, right? When this virus hit, but the individual could make a difference, means that they are the people that can bite the bullet at a difficult time when you have high quality people. And that's why, and Westlake University is just launched is the Emerging Infectious Disease Center. And this is actually with the support of the government as well as the society. This is going to be the second safety haven and for after the government CDC, because we hope that if next infection disease come out, and in addition to the government's CDC, there's going to be Westlake University. We'll be there, we're ready, and we can actually make sure that actually the society that will be best take care of. And the key is really to recruit the best top people. And these top people, not by numbers. The huge numbers of people are not going to make a difference, but the quality of those individuals going to make a difference when you have the best people. And at a critical time, these people is going to make a difference.
Okay, thank you, Professor Shi. I'm very looking forward to the potential impact that Westlake is going to make in the near future. So another question from Spark Sun. He asked, can the efficacy of Chinese medicine be quantified, such as double-blind testing? Thank you.
Oh, fantastic question. And indeed. So the Chinese herb medicine is really accumulation of thousands of years of experience. And it has a lot of, it's a golden mine. However, in the recent years, and because the field actually refused to combine and accept the modern science, and it had been left behind. And in the turn of the century, in the 1920s, and when Western medicine first actually come to China, and because the Chinese medicine is very powerful at the time, so they refused to accept the new scientific concepts. And at old time, actually, the Western traditional medicine and from Greek and from Greece or other places, they're much less sophisticated than Chinese medicine. They're much more rudimentary. But the Chinese medicine is a lot more sophisticated. However, what happened is that the Western medicine, traditional medicine, they combine the element of science and then they move forward. And when dissection happens, when people saw brain, when people saw the heart, and they know the heart is not for thoughts. But the Chinese traditional medicine, Chinese philosophy believe the heart is for thoughts. And at the time in the 1930s, there's a huge debate and whether Chinese medicine should combine with science. But the conclusion is that it refused. They still insist that the heart is hold the thoughts, not the brain. And so many of the things actually since then, and when anything, any area, when you refuse to 与时俱进, refuse to combine the new knowledge and the new and the world, and they're going to be behind. And so Chinese traditional medicine still has a lot of the incredible things. It's a gold mine. And however, need to actually combine with modern science. And that's what I move forward. And indeed, my lab is working on that. And we are actually using Chinese traditional medicine and with, with genomics and with AI and to giving traditional medicine a scientific measurements and that allow to able to measure quantitative measurements for efficacy. And this way, I believe that actually Chinese medicine could do a lot and for the mankind. And but I think the solution has to be combined with modern science and technologies. Any other questions?
Thank you. Yeah, we can have one more. So there's one question asked about gene therapy. The question is how the so-called normal gene can be created and what the artificial made gene lead to some unexpected problems when it is integrated into humans.
Great question. So gene therapy and has been doing a lot of good. And gene therapy is the simplest way to develop drug. Because imagine, right, if you have 7,000 kinds of diseases are caused by a gene's defect. So if now you can just put a normal gene back, you should be able to cure the disease. This conceptually very simple, right? And you don't need to develop a drug. Drugs are very difficult to do. However, this simple said and done. It is because safety concern. When you put the gene back, how do you put the gene back? And so initially people putting gene back by a virus, carry the gene going back, but a virus have unexpected side effect. And 20 years ago, and UPenn gene therapy and an individual killed. That's what set the gene therapy back for many, many years. But now gene therapy are coming back. And most recently, coming back because they put a gene back in the eye. Because in the eye, there's no immune system. So no attack on the virus vector. So the hereditary eye diseases have been now treated using gene therapy. But we have now developed other technologies and not using virus to deliver genes. And so this way you can also, have the safety issues and to be at a different level. And but also very true. And the normal human genes are huge. Normal human genes are about 250 kilobases. And the traditional virus therapy way cannot carry those genes. So right now, most of the gene therapy are using abbreviated version of the human gene. And those genes, abbreviated agent versions, in some of the diseases are okay, but other diseases may still have safety issues. And we have now recently developed technologies allow us to put the normal human gene back. That is a huge piece, and put back. But these are still need a clinical trial to demonstrate safety and for individual diseases, and it's still under the way. But it has shown great potentials, and human gene therapies and cell therapies, and in the therapeutic field, and the small molecules are most mature, and later on, and large molecules, antibodies, and proteins have now been treating more and more diseases, about 50-50 now compared to small molecule. But the new waves are coming, and the gene therapy and the cell therapy, and of course, and efficacy and ethical issue and safety are the three big pillars that actually really need to be on solid foundation before these therapies can move forward. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. So that should conclude Professor Xu's talk, and thank you very much for coming. We hope to see you again in the near future.
Yeah, and I just want to put one ad out that for potential students that are interested in our PhD program, you're welcome to apply. We actually have a huge number of students that actually did their undergraduate studies abroad and now coming back to Westlake universities and for PhD. And last year we recruited 18, and this year we probably will be recruiting 40 and students that actually train undergraduate students abroad. And also for young scientists, you're welcome to apply postdocs and research scientists as well as faculty positions at Westlake University. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shi. We're now moving on to our next keynote speaker. We'll have Professor Liu Huiyun join us, the chair of Semiconductor Photonics at University College London. Professor Liu received his PhD from the Institute of Semiconductor, Chinese Academy of Sciences. After receiving his PhD, he joined the EPSRC National Center for 3-5 Technologies at University of Sheffield. He was responsible for development of molecular beam epitaxy growth of semiconductor materials for the UK academic and industrial research community. In 2007, he was awarded Royal Society University Research Fellow and started his academic career in the Department of Electronic and Electrical Engineering at UCL as a senior lecturer. In 2012, he was promoted as chair of semiconductor photonics. Professor Liu's general interest concentrates on the nanometer scale engineering of low-dimensional semiconductor structures, such as quantum dot, quantum wires, and quantum wells. By using molecular beam epitaxy and development of novel optoelectronic devices, including laser detectors and modulators, by developing novel device process techniques. He has co-authored over 120 peer-reviewed journal papers in the area of semiconductor materials and devices. Now let's welcome Professor Liu. Professor Liu, you're muted. Professor Liu, can you hear me? You're on mute.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairman. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to let me in this forum and to show some overall thought and some overall recent results. My name is Huiyun Liu. That's my Chinese name. And I want to talk something about build up the bridge between photonics and electronics. So that's my outline. I'll first give a brief introduction in my group and what is molecular beam epitaxy. After that, I will talk why we need photonics in silicon microelectronics. After that, I will review the history in last 50 years, the whole world did with group 4 lasers, and also recent overall results in the area, finally give some predictions. The first thing, guys, what is molecular beam epitaxy or MBE? Actually, epitaxy is a Greek word that means build up on. So this facility is in the world for 40, 50 years now. Mainly is build up crystal on crystal. So for the crystal build up, actually we can control the growth like materials in atomic layer, a fraction atomic layer. We can grow very accurately the materials. This machine we first invent like 1980s, 1970s. we never have the terminology about nanotechnology. Actually, this machine can make something much smaller than nanotechnology in astron level. So that's the model of this kind of machine. So you can see, guys, it's more like a spaceship. So it uses ultra high vacuum in the machine and all the size and mass pressure. With ultra high vacuum, we can build up anything very pure materials, very high quality device. Actually, high quality device is critical for any semiconductor device applications like lasers, telecom lasers, modulators, detectors. So I brief history of my lab. I joined UCL at 2007 October. At that time, I got the Royal Society Unit Research Fellow. And I'm very grateful for UCL offered 2.5 million pounds and set a lab. At that time, just after my postdoc, I was really excited. But unfortunately, the reality is very hard. When getting UCL, I do find building up a semiconductor larger facility is very difficult in central London. You can see until 2008 September, almost 12 months for me to find a lab where I can put my lab there. And the lab is a workshop or storage shop for some other department. Take a lot of political game or initiations and get space. Once we get space, and build up lab is pretty quick. We get a clean room done in 6 months. I have to say, guys, you can see this is a very basic clean room, and it costs 1.4 million pounds to build up a simple clean room to be used. Once we get the clean room done, so we get our facility delivered from US, Vico, the company. We have to block the street because London street is pretty narrow. And also London buildings is not allowed to knock the wall off, take the window off. We have to put the facility through a corridor, a small corridor in a very old building. So this kind of facility is a very high vacuum. You can see here, the vacuum is about 10 to minus 11 torr. It's very high. Because it's ultra high vacuum machine, actually it does need a lot of running costs. Even piece of metal with the capability for ultra high vacuum will cost over a couple of £1,000. So at 2010 January, Her Royal Highness Princess Anne opened our lab. Actually, she's a very kind lady. She asked a lot of interesting questions. The only question I still remember is she asked me where I was lived. I told her I live outside London. She cannot understand it because she has no idea how much is the professor salary in UCL and how much is a flat price in central London. So after that, actually, we slowly build up my lab. So that's the first mission, 35 MB, costs us 2.5 million pounds. After 5 years, we get another machine. It's Group 4, mainly for silicon germanium tin, cost UCL another 2 million. And in the meantime, we also extend our lab, you can see here. And 5 years later, we get the third MB. So that's another MB. We mainly focus on commercial applications or high stand device. So the third MB only cost MB is about 1.2 million pounds. So that's roughly the step we followed with my lab. Now we talked about why we need the laser on silicon. So first thing, guys, is a very short-term challenge. The challenge is for data centers. So you can see the data center, guys, the global data increased dramatically. So the problem, guys, silicon technology is very good for calculation, for dealing with the data, but it's not very good for transport the information between each chips. So nowadays we call coupled light in. So basically we want the communication from lasers, waveguides, or fibers, but use chips to do the calculation. That's a very short term. So recently, guys, 5G is very hot. Actually, 5G is one of these area. Another area is automobile or auto driver cars. So they need a lot of data and need a lot of sensors. That normally is photonic detectors, lasers, and dealing with the data. So this area at the moment is extremely hot. Another one is a long-term challenge. Actually, this challenge is for silicon microelectronics. So in 1965, Gordon Moore, he predicted the number of chips, number of transistors in the chips is the number is doubled in every 12 or 24 or months, later become 18 months. The problem, guys, with this reduction, the size of silicon chips, the CMOS is getting much smaller. I think most guys work with photonics or electronics should know at 2018 August, GlobalFoundries announced this stop develop 7 nanometer below silicon CMOS. The reason, guys, is a big challenge to how to produce so smaller electronics. And in other sense, the usage actually is not a huge market. At the moment, only company focused on that is TSMC. I think Samsung also try to focus the area, but the market is not that big because the cost is huge. And most of the company work on how to manage the chips, different structures, get faster. But one thing, guys, we can understand, doesn't matter the 7 nanometer or TSMC claim, they will have a 5 or 3 nanometer in the next few years. But the bigger challenge is close the physical limitation of a 2-atom space. That's some physical limitation we cannot overcome. So if it's near the end of silicon microelectronics, what's the future? Basically, guys, the commercial solution is you have multi-core chips. What do you mean multi-core chips? So basically, you cannot reduce the size to get the number of CMOS high. What we do, we put few chips together. So like your mobile phones, your computer nowadays, they have like a 8-core, 4-core, or 16-core. But the problem, guys, between the cores, use a copper connector. Copper connector is very thin and produce a lot of heat, and in the meantime, is a limitation for the data transportation. We all know this, guys. For your home, we use fiber optics. So basically, we need photonics to communicate each other, but use a computer to do the calculation. So that's a new era come out called silicon photonics. I don't think we can say it's new. The reason is for this side, this figure is from Intel. Intel worked in the area for a long time ago. That got 30, 40 years ago. Their idea is photonics layer, memory layer, and process layer. This picture is from European network website. So this also put the photonics with other stuff together. But I have to say it's a big challenge. So far, we still don't have a mature solution. The reason is, guys, silicon. Silicon is very good for waveguide and also for the modulators, get very high speed, and also for very high speed for detectors. Also, we can get a multi-channel, different channel communication, and also we have a coupler between different devices. But what is missing? So the missing part is electrically pumped laser. So basically, guys, it's more like you have a pipe, but you need a pump. If you don't have a pump, so it will be no water in your pipe. So that's a critical part. So what's the challenge for silicon photonics? Why we cannot make lasers, the pump in silicon network? Guys, that's a nature. Actually, we get the God will. The reason is simple physics. So for compound semiconductor, like in phosphide, you have direct band gap. So you have photons, electrons, communicating each other. So you produce light. But for silicon or group 4 materials, you have indirect band materials to form this interaction. So we need have a balance of momentum. So for any reaction, doesn't matter. The physical law is doesn't matter what kind of materials, you need a balance of momentum and a balance of energy. So for this one, you don't need to consider momentum because it's easily balanced. It don't need to consider, but this one you do need to consider. So when you consider momentum, you need phonon help. When phonon is a very lazy particle, it's very slow. Give example like for compound semiconductor, for carrier lifetime is in picosecond, even slow one is in nanosecond. But for phonons is in millisecond. It's very slow, make difficult to make any emitters. So it's a challenge, but doesn't mean we will give up. Actually, we are academic, we always try about that. So this one is about 15 years ago. Actually, the first a CW laser made by Intel at 2005, use some silicon Roma properties. I don't want to go through the details of physics, but what they did is they use laser pump material to get laser. The bigger problem for this one, guys, is we need electronically pump the laser, but it's an optical pump. That's need a big step. So far, this still don't achieve that. But even like this, guys, actually the paper was published 2005 in Nature, and they make big news. So another big news recently is at 2012, is from MIT. So they use germanium and other group of materials, they made a laser. So when this will published, guys, also big news. For first year, the citation over 100 times. It's very unusual for photonics area, especially for traditional photonics areas, have so high citation. The bigger problem for this one, guys, is this you have very high threshold and the power is too low. Still long way to go to achieve any practical laser. Another new material that come out, this one also is from 2015, and this year they published another new paper. So this one also optically pumped laser and use tin. Tin is a new kind of metal, put in germanium, you potentially get direct band gap, and you can get optical laser. This laser, guys, only laser at 90 Kelvin, optically pumped. Because of fundamental limitation, they even published in Nature Photonics. So if group of 4 materials cannot do it, what we can do with other materials? So basically, we have a compound semiconductor. We can put the 2 materials together, and somehow, like a glue, if we can bond together, we will make it work. So I have to say, I admire the Japanese colleagues. They try very hard from 1980s until now. So they get the room temperature, electric pump laser, but their lifetime is only 200 hours. That means if you have a device, only have 10 days to be used. Another result come out of this year, actually from Montpellier, a friend group, they use antimony. Gallium antimony is a very soft materials. You potentially can put on silicon, you produce some dislocation majority in the interface, but you still have some defects across the whole wafer. So somehow the group managed their problem. They get laser up to 80 degrees, but you still need a lifetime. I will talk about it later. But in the meantime, you still need get the telecom wavelengths. So another approach, if we cannot get gross materials, can we just like a glue bonding on that? So the more successful group is from Santa Barbara, and they work in the area for more than 20 years. And also Intel or even Huawei, a lot of companies claim they have this technology matured. But the bigger problem for this one is the bonding technology, the yield is very low, and they do have problem for massive production. So what's our technology? So our technology called 3-5 quantum dots. So we have a 3-5 quantum dots. That means you have a direct function of density states. If you have a direct density states, you have very low threshold current density, and also you have stable room temperature application. So I have a video here. I show you see how do we do this quantum dot growth. So basically, grow indium arsenide, gallium arsenide, you have form 3D confinement like a yellow beans on the surface. After that, you grow layer by layer and cover it. Eventually, you will get a quantum dots. After that, you put it on gallium arsenide, you put in device. So that's some nice picture I made in last 20 years with different size quantum dots. It's more like a yellow beans put on surface, but use a MB ultra high vacuum facility. So why we need the quantum dots? So a summary last few years results. First thing is temperature independent operation. That's a conventional indium phosphide laser. You can see from -40 to 85 degrees, the drawer current need to get bigger and big. But for quantum dots, the drawer current from -40 to 100 almost the same. Another thing is high temperature operation. So for quantum dots, because of quantum confinement, the property of quantum dots, they can get 220 degrees. That's way high than conventional device, and also you get a very good lifetime. It's 5,000 hours, almost no degradation. Another thing is our recent results. We compare the quantum dots and quantum well device. You can see for quantum dots work very well with good wavelengths and with laser up to 100 5 degree and CW to 865. But for quantum well, we pump very high narrow gas laser. We work with Cambridge University colleagues there. So we use model to predict for quantum dot laser, if you have a defect density 310 to 8 per centimeter squared, you still get a possible laser. But for quantum well, if you get a 710 to 17, 7 multiplied 10 to 6 per centimeter squared, you almost no possible get a laser. So the reason is, for putting in simple term, for quantum well, if you have a carriers, easy to move into defects because it's more like you work on flat surface. But for quantum dots, because of quantum confinement, you carry need to jump out between is nothing there. So it's more like from the first floor to second floor. So the carry in the first floor, the defects in second floor. So you need a carry jump from the second floor, first floor to second floor, but there's no stairs. So that's means limited the carrier to the defects to make it more efficient. In other things, we predict a long time ago at the 2008, if you have a defect cross quantum well, that means carry easily to be there and generate the heat and generate more defects and get the device to be killed. But if you cross one quantum dots here, so you will only kill 1 or 2 of you, the majority quantum dots still work. That's why if you have working quantum dots, you will have much longer lifetime, have potential applications. So simple summary here, for quantum dots, you can easily get a laser with a defect environment, and you get a much longer lifetime, produce practical device. So I simply summarize the last few years, what we did with the roadmap. At the 2007, I joined UCL. And actually my first paper after set up the lab taken me like more than 3 years. The first paper came out in 2011. So we predict, using the simple model predict quantum dot laser can be much easier laser at group 4 materials. So the first thing is we do the growth. I don't want to go through details, but we get the first CW laser on germanium in other group 4 materials, and also the CW laser over 60 degree in very important telecom laser 1.3 micron, terminal wavelength 1.3 micron. So this paper actually, we claim we can build up the bridge between group 4 and the 3-5 materials, make a silicon photonics laser work. So after that, the next year, guys, actually we use the materials from, in same year, we also grow gallium arsenide on silicon, actually directly, not on germanium. We also get a quantum dot laser at 1.3 micron, but it's only a post condition. So at the 2012, we built up on first over germanium idea. We put the germanium on silicon. We put the 3-5 on germanium again with a laser. We get the first CW laser in the world, and we get a laser up to 84 degrees. Actually, at that time, every time I give UI talk around the world, actually I get a lot of challenge. They claim why, is anybody believe the dead area, why you achieve it, what's the reason you get it. I really appreciate Professor John Barber's group at the Santa Barbara. The first thing I got to say, Professor Barber's group is the leading group in wafer bonding on silicon photonic lasers. And also they use our method, use on ground germanium silicon substrate. They get better results than us. They get 110 degree CW, and the yield is much higher. In their paper, they claim their laser with our method is much better than their bonding results. So at 2016, that's another biggest breakthrough in the area. So basically, we get CW laser, the working laser, no problem. Do you have any lifetime? For any electronic or photonic device, if you don't have a lifetime, that be meaningless. So what the results we got is we produce the growth, better quality, get very low defects, and we get over 100 milliwatt room temperature power, and also we get a CW at the same 75 degree. I have to say, guys, because our fabrication is limited by our measurement setup, and we measure the lifetime the device at 3,100 hours. So when it's finished, we use the model and predict this laser will over 100,000 hour lifetime. So that means, so this device, even with a very basic, UCL very basic fabrication lab, we can make a laser over 2 years. That means, guys, this laser is good enough for your mobile phones. Because if you continue working for 2 years, for you use your mobile phones or this kind of consumer electronics, you need 2 or 3 years lifetime, more than enough. So this device is more than enough. It's a big step for the area. The paper made a feature article for Nature Photonics, and in the last 4 years, entered the paper every year starting over 100 times, and also is the third in the 2016 rank Nature Photonics papers. I got to say it's a conventional device. We work in engineering. It's not very common. We have a high citation paper in very high impact journals. So after that, actually Professor Drumbarger, who made another good progress, they make their device much longer lifetime. So they claim they have a mini-hour lifetime. That means their laser on silicon, they have over 342 years lifetime. That means there's no problem for any potential application with this method. But also they made a very high speed. They get 12.5 gigabits. And we work with the Chinese colleague in Zhongshan University. We made the first laser bar array over 100 nanometer range. That means our laser, we don't need the individual laser bar, but we can have one laser array from one wafer and cover all the broad multi-wavelength communication channels. And also we did the first time with narrow range, also with Zhongshan University and the Semiconductor Institute. And we get the narrow bar device. We get a laser over 125 degrees, and we get a very low noise. The noise is about 156 dB per hertz. And all the threshold guys following the the history, that double hedge structure, that's a quantum well laser. So that's a quantum dots and the quantum dots laser on silicon. You can see according to the trade, quantum dots laser is close to the commercial application, is compared to the best results in the commercial market. Another important results I think is from Professor Drumbarger group. So what they did is basically to say if you use a quantum dot laser for optical connectors, you don't need an optical isolator. Actually, optical isolator is a big part of photonic integral circuits that will reduce the cost dramatically. So for this year and last year, we work with the Chinese University, Chinese Hong Kong University in Shenzhen. We get small lasers because guys, I told the second challenge, we do need work with the CMOS, you need the nano lasers. So we get a very small lasers, micro disc, and we also get a photon crystal laser on all materials. The results is pretty good and initial step, but it have a very promising future. So basically guys, I think my time almost finished. A summary what we did. So 2011, we made the idea, we proposed the idea, we made for the laser. 2012, we make the first CW laser. 2014, Santa Barbara follow a step. And 2016, we make the first practical laser. And 18, Santa Barbara also follow step. They push for the step. I have to say, at 2018 also made a very broad laser range and also high gain. At 2018, Santa Barbara realized we don't need the optical oscillator with the silicon quantum dot laser. And in the meantime, at last year, Santa Barbara spin off their companies. So I put here, that's the two results from us. And so from photonic laser and the microdisc laser. So I predict we will get our commercial laser for quantum dot laser at this year, as last year. Unfortunately, guys, we all know we want 2020 to be restart because most time this year I have to stay at home so far. I don't think we can make any progress on commercialization. In the meantime, so also we get a big round for integration with the Cambridge, Southampton, and Cardiff for photonic integral circuits. I predict 7 years later, we roughly will get the IPC interphotonic circuits ready for silicon chips. Finally, I would thank you and thank my group for their hard work to do at UCL to support this activity. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Professor Liu, for your talk. And I think we all agree we want to, if we have the chance, we will try to start the year. But since we're here now, we'll just try our best and cope with the situation. Now let's move on to the Q&A session. So I have a question here. So which heterogeneous integration techniques we can commercialize used to fabricate large-scale active photonic components in the next decade? By epitaxy or transfer printing or wafer bonding?
I think it's a still argument there. I think all the technology have their purpose, but for massive production, you depend which technology you go. Let's say wafer or transfer printing or wafer bonding. Guys, you can understand one thing. So even for laser, indium phosphide telecom laser, the yield is less than 40%. So even you put a whole wafer in your silicon wafer, but you have a 60% laser doesn't work properly. So that's a very limit. Your after bonding, the yield gets much smaller. So that's a very limited any potential application because indium phosphide material self for on silicon. So I don't think, in my opinion, wafer bonding or transfer printing can be massive production for laser, especially for high density laser we need for data centers or telecom communications. Having said that, but I do think the technology can be used for solar cells, because for solar cells, you don't need high density device, or you can just easily bonding. The bonding can easily, even somehow not very strong, so you can work. I wouldn't say any technology not useful, but I think for laser, especially high density laser for telecom or data center application has to be epitaxy growth.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. And another question here from Zichen. He asked, so you mentioned the 3.5 laser of your work and the germanium/silicon laser. Could you please compare them? He said he knows that the epitaxial 3.5 laser on silicon is still the mainstream. What is the reason behind it?
The reason is, guys, if you grow gallium arsenide directly on silicon, you have two challenges. One challenge is the lattice mismatch between different lattice. Another challenge is the phase difference, because the silicon is a next neighbor, the silicon. For compact semiconductor, say gallium arsenide, next neighbor, gallium next neighbor is arsenic. So when you grow gallium arsenide on silicon, you have a problem with a mismatch and phase difference. But if you grow germanium on silicon first, you are dealing with the lattice mismatch problem. When you grow 3.5 on silicon again, actually you're only dealing with the phase problem. So you just step by step make your life much easier. That's so far germanium on silicon device still better than direct ground silicon. But for long term, maybe it doesn't matter with developed technology, but these two, I wouldn't think get rid of any one of them. But I do think germanium ground silicon can be very, can be very promising, because they can get the defect very, very small, because it grows much easier. And also for the long-term application, for the yield can be much higher to produce the laser.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Due to time constraint, we'll have one last question. This is from Xiao Boyu. His question is, for data center applications, will the 1.3 micron work okay, or wavelength conversion is needed?
Oh, I don't think you need a wavelength conversion, guys. The reason is for 1.55 micron is for long haul applications, like from China to UK, China to US, because then the loss is lower. But for 1.3 micron, mainly is for application called local area, like in city, like in London. So that will be used 1.3 micron laser. So for data center, your diameter is about 3 kilometers. So the way smaller than big city, like a 10 kilometer range. Another thing I got to say, even nowadays for the data center use wavelength communication, they even use 850 nanometer laser, because the loss not a big problem. So 1.3 micron for data center is more than enough.
Actually, we might be able to have one last question. So the question is, Professor, do you think carbon-based semiconductor materials can challenge silicon-based semiconductors in the long term? For example, in physical limitation.
Guys, I'm an engineer, guys. I'm not a physics guys. I would like, from an engineer point of view, anything, if you want to put a silicon, you need a compatible with silicon. Even 3.5, we still cannot put a 4 line in the second line, will become the bank line. So for carbon, we have a lot of study. I personally believe it's very difficult. You think all the 3 nanometer, 5 nanometer, or even 7 nanometer CMOS line, how much it costs? It's not about the science, It's about the company. Do they want to change? If the company wants to change, you need a way cheaper, way better technology. So far, guys, we need a silicon substrate. Silicon substrate is massive. Nowadays, we have a 13-inch capacity. But for carbon, it's very challenging to get that kind of wafer. In other things, for silicon technology, you have very good oxide layer, silicon dioxide. The reason is, guys, for 3.5, I give you tell a story, right? When I did my PhD, I believe gallium arsenide and compound semiconductor will replace silicon in 10 years' time. But actually, silicon technology march on, keep get better and better. I personally believe anything you want to have a commercial price, you got to build up on silicon, got to be compatible with silicon. If not, it's very difficult to have any meaningful application. Actually, carbon, oxygen, somehow is the bigger contamination for silicon fab. That's something we definitely avoid. So I have my doubt on this, but it's science. I'm an academic. I'm open for this.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Liu, for your time. And that should conclude our morning session. And hopefully we'll see you again in the near future.
Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, guys.
Okay. So, hey guys, that concludes the morning keynote session of our event today. And we'll proceed to the symposium, and details are here. And see you guys there. Thank you for joining us.
Professor Zhang, could I please share my screen first to introduce you, and then you can share your screen. Okay.
Yeah. Right, is this the sharing or?
Yeah, your PowerPoint is now sharing.
Okay, I will stop the.
Can you see the sharing background? Okay. Okay, we will begin in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay, more people come here now. Okay, I think we can start now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm pleased to welcome you to the first Cambridge International Young Scientist Conference. Here's the Symposium of Sustainable Energy and Related Materials. I'm the host of this symposium. My name is Wenyan Shi from the University of Cambridge, Department of Chemical Engineering. I'm a second-year PhD student. I'm so glad to invite these excellent academic scholars to be here. Yeah, it's high time that such an event took place online during the pandemic of coronavirus. We gathered here to spread ideas of emerging technologies in next decades. So this symposium is designed to highlight the remarkable contributions for sustainable energy generation and storage approaches. All speakers come from top universities and are excellent in their research area. So a glance through the list of presentations planned for the next few hours reveals the amazing diversity of these mechanisms and applications. They will summarize the problems that we are still facing in the sustainable energy area from different perspectives. So we are so happy to see your questions through the chat area in Zoom and in Bilibili live broadcast channel. So you are free to raise any questions in Chinese or in English, and we will have 5 minutes Q and answer question after the presentation. So let's move to the first speaker. Professor Qiang Zhang from the Tsinghua University, Department of Chemical Engineering. He was rewarded of 2018 Ministry of Education Youth Scientist Award, 2018 National Outstanding Youth Science Fund. He's also rewarded as the highly cited researchers from 2017 to 2019. He took the responsibilities of the executive editor J Energy Chem and as a guest editor for Energy Storage Material. So let's welcome Professor Zhang for his speech of lithium metal anode protection in sieve batteries. And Professor Zhang, you can share your screen right now.
So thanks, Chairman, for kind introduction. I'm Qiang Zhang from Tsinghua University. I'm at the Tsinghua Yuan now. And good morning and for the attendance in UK, and also good evening for the attendance in China. It's my great pleasure to give a talk on lithium metal anode protection in sieve batteries. And also, I'm very happy to be the first speaker in the energy storage session. So why energy storage was so important and selected as one topic in this symposium? If one checks the energy consumption worldwide, it is found that it highly depends on the economics. In the developed country, and more energy was consumed, especially in the north parts. If we track the energy consumption year by year, it is found that at the beginning, the biofuel was selected as the main energy source. However, with development of the current industry, the introduction of energy from coal, oil, and other other results such as natural gas, and also for nuclearization is increased year by year. And with the development of the solar cell and also for wind energy, this is a picture I take near London. You can find a lot of wind energy near sea. So the renewable energy harvest and storage was strongly considered worldwide, and also the development of battery provides a wireless and mobile society. If one check our current life, it is found that the lithium-ion battery was not only employed in the cell phone or laptops. If you drive the electric vehicle, the selection of battery was also considered. And if we want our battery improve significantly, the battery with high energy density was strongly considered. So if you want pair the cathode and anode, it is found that the introduction of lithium metal was a good choice because the related system can get very high gravimetric or volumetric energy densities. So that's the credits given by the Nobel Prize in Chemistry last year, and these three famous scientists like Stalin, John, and Aquila win the Nobel Prize. In fact, Stalin proposed the concept of lithium metal pairs with the titanium sulfide. The cathode was not stable, and John proposed the cathode of lithium cobalt oxide. It's working well for high energy density. However, the lithium metal can produce dendrites, which introduce the system is not safe. Aquila provides the solution of coke as anode, and this introduced a safe system and employed worldwide. However, the current carbon anode can provide high energy density, so the lithium metal anode was reconsidered recently. The reason is that once we pair lithium metal anodes with other cathode, we can get the system in high energy densities. However, we still meet challenge in the following aspects. First, during the repeat plating stripping, the lithium metal can't be uniform deposits, which attribute from non-uniform current density as well as non-uniform SEI. So in this case, the material related to the low Coulombic efficiency, and with large current densities, lithium dendrites can be available between cathodes and anodes, and this will introduce safety issue. So how to employ lithium metal anodes but with good safety is a challenge. In fact, most labs in the worldwide employ lithium metal anodes in cone cell. In a cone cell, the lithium foil with large thickness around 500 micrometer, which can responding to 100 milliampere-hour per square meter. In this case, it provides good condition for material evaluation. It can show the potential our working electrodes with best performance evaluation. However, if you want to build full cell, we have to reduce the thickness of lithium metal anodes, and it's beneficial for the building of high energy density cell. For example, we employ lithium sulfur system, in which we employ 50 micrometer lithium metal anodes in the punch cell. In this case, the loading of sulfur cathode was improved significantly. And also, we introduced very small amounts of electrolytes. And once we taking the cycling, we found the life was reduced significantly. We try to plot the charge profiles, and it is found that our potential increases significantly. The reason is that the lithium metal disappeared and a lot of lithium particle attached on the separator, and a lot of detached from current collector. The reason is that lithium metal anode was so active, so the behavior of lithium metal anode in punch cell is quite different from that happens in cone cell. So we want to demonstrate what's the challenge of the most potential material of lithium metal anodes for batteries, and what's the feeding mechanism in a working cell. In this case, we try to employ punch cell, which with a size of 4 by 7 centimeter. In this case, we employ very thin lithium metal around 50 micrometer. And we apply the current density in large range and also corresponding to high capacity for charging, discharging. So in this case, it is found that at mild condition, for example, 3 milliampere hour per square centimeters, and also corresponding to 3 milliampere hour per square centimeter. In this case, the polarization was strong cycle by cycle. So that's corresponding to the unstable interface between lithium metal and the lithium electrolyte. And if we try to compare the second and the 50 charging behavior, we found the profile changed significantly. In contrast, we try to increase the current density and the capacity to both double 10. So in this case, the first cycling corresponding to very large ore potentials. However, it's become uniform for the following cycle, and no obvious change observed on the second and on the seventh cycle, which corresponding to stable cycling. However, the voltage is quite small, corresponding to short circuits in a working cell. So in this case, the dendrites already penetrate the separator and introduce the short circuits of a cell. We try to test this battery in a transition state. We employ 777 in this case. We found the result is highly depends on punch cell. In some cases, it's corresponding to unstable interface, which introduce a lot of dead lithium. In other cases, we found it becomes stable, but corresponding to a very small voltage window, which indicating dendrites observed through the separator. So we try to open the cell and found what's happened in the punch cell. It is found that it's quite different from that happens in cone cell. In 3 case, polarization was observed. The lithium become powders, it turned blacks, and a lot of that lithium detached from current collectors. In the case of 10, we found some dead lithium detached from lithium metal, but a lot of shiny lithium metal corresponding to fresh lithium anodes in the cell. It didn't participate in the reaction, and the short circuits introduced very low utilization of lithium metal. The 777 case, which found some shining area corresponding to fresh lithium metal, but we still observe a lot of lithium dendrites attached on the lithium metal anode. We try to change the cycling condition. For example, large current density, small capacity. We found the lithium metal corresponding to more fresh lithium metal preserved. Well, for the case of small current density, very harsh cycling condition. In this case, very few fresh lithium metal can be observed, but corresponding to a lot of that lithium in this case. We also try to observe the other components in a working battery. For example, in the separator, we found a lot of lithium metal penetrates through the separator, and the cell will be died in this case. And also, the separator was broke, and try to remove the lithium metal. So in this case, we can summarize an electrochemical diagram, in which case we can judge the failure of a punch cell. It depends on the failure mechanism is highly depends on the current density and also the capacity. At mild condition, polarization was the dominant reason. While at very harsh condition, short circuit was widely observed. So in this case, is it possible to render the composite lithium metal anodes with different electrodiagram and also broad the window? So we will show that later. And also we found the diagram is not only depends on the cycling condition, but it also highly depends on how many lithium metal anode participated in the electrochemical reaction. For example, we try to set a cycling capacity of around 3 milliampere hour per square meter. We found with increase of current density, the cycling life was reduced at each case. If we try to increase utilization from 3 to 5, that's corresponding to 5 milliampere-hour per square meter, we found the cycling life was reduced significantly. And also, if we try to plot the figure by utilization, we found high utilization corresponding to very short cycling life. So that's the reason why we're working on lithium metal anodes. We have to introduce accessory lithium metal anodes. We should, due to the unstable interface, we have to introduce more lithium metal anodes to provide long cycling life. And also, we try to record the behavior of lithium metal anode at different capacities. For example, we apply 3 milliampere-hour per square meters. We found with the rising of capacity, the diameter of dendrites increased obviously. That's corresponding to more lithium metal anode deposits on the surface, and also that's corresponding to strong lithium dendrites with a large capacity. And also, if we want working on lithium metal anodes, for example, if you try to pair with sulfur cathodes, so the first cycling was stripping, and then the second step is plating. Well, if you are working on solid-state batteries with solid electrolytes, in this case, if we try to pair NCM cathodes with lithium metal anodes, it is found that the first cycling corresponding to plating first and then to stripping. You know, in lithium sulfur cells, if we try to stripping, if the SEI is non-uniform deposit on the surface, some area will be provide more lithium ice. So in this case, some holes can be observed on the surface, and during the plating, some dendrites will be deposits. Well, for the plating, it will be dendrites first, and then for the shrinking of the lithium deposits. So we try to record what's happened for each case. For example, if we try to do the plating first, we found some hole on the surface. With the increase of the capacity gradually, the hole size will be increased gradually. If we try to do the plating, we found it's no deposit at the bottom. It will be deposit at the edge, like this area. The lithium deposits prefer to deposits not in the lowest size. It will absorb on the area where the electric field was most strong. So the edge will be provide the strongest electric field to absorb lithium ion. So in this case, it's an irreversible process for the stripping plating process. If we try to observe what's happened in the solid-state battery, when we do plating first, the SEI is non-uniform, so some error growing very quickly. So it's provide lithium dendrites formation like this. However, when we do the stripping, we found even some lithium deposits can be disappear as the roots. So the protect layer will be destroyed in this case. So the electrochemical behavior of lithium metal anodes, it highly depends on how to utilize the lithium metal in a cell. We also try to record the electrochemical polarization in the plating stripping process. So in this case, we try to introduce references. It's lithium metal. We lay the references in the separator, and in this case, we can record the voltage of the counter electrode and working electrode. And in this case, we can get the voltage gap between the stripping started anodes or the plating started anodes. It is found that the plating one corresponding to a small potential window. That's indicating the plating force is more mild for working batteries. We also try to demonstrate the differences of stripping force or plating force. The electric behavior is quite different once we pair with same lithium ion phosphorus cathode. It is found that the stripping force is corresponding to low short cycling life. And also, if we try to judge that from the polarization profiles, we found it's decayed quickly in this case. So that's indicating the history of lithium metal anodes was quite important in a working cell. If we want the lithium metal anode to participate in electrochemical reactions, we have to consider the history of this metal anode, what happened on the surface. So in this case, we try to answer under the challenge of practical condition, this metal phase one challenge for the stability of the interface. As you know, once we touch this metal anodes with electrolytes by the liquid phase or the solid phase, there always interfacial reaction here. So in this case, the initial product we call the misconductive interface, in which it provides channels not only for electron transfer, it also provides lithium ion for diffusion. Once the reaction will be stopped, if we can introduce a layer called the solid electrolyte interface, in this case, only lithium ion can be penetrated through the layers, but it rejects the electron transfer. So in this case, it provides a relatively stable interface. And the concept of solid electrolyte interface was proposed around 51 years ago by Perlot. However, there are always arguments on the exactly composition and function of the SEI. For example, if we try to observe the composition of SEI by electron microscopy, so in this case, it's easy to find the inorganic phase, rather not organic one. If you try to test the SEI by the IR or Raman, for example, you use laser or use some light to get the interaction, the bonding information can be easily collected. So in this case, organic components can be confirmed. And it is found that the composition of SEI is highly depends on the degree of discharge and the charge of the cell. So in this case, can we regulate the composition and the behavior of this layer? So as you know, when we working on punch cell, we have to, after we inject the electrolyte, there always interfacial reaction and some exhaust gas can be observed. So in this case, we can, if you're working on lithium sulfur or the lithium metal batteries, organic electrolytes. For example, in our group, we're working on lithium sulfur. We found the gas composition constitute of hydrogen, methane, ethylene. All of them are flammable gas, so that's why the lithium metal anode was very dangerous at the initial stage. And also, if we try to record the morphology of the interface, it's very easy to observe the dangerous formation. So in this case, we try to probe what happens in the interface between the electrolytes and lithium metal anode. To get more differences, we use very active sodium and also the most active PC solvents. So in the electrolytes, it's very easy to get a lot of bubble formation. However, in the pure electrolytes, the gas evolution rate was quite small. So what's happened here? We try to calculate the LUMO HOMO orbital of pure electrolytes or the ion solvent complex. We found once the formation of ion solvent complex, the reduction of LUMO was observed. And such phenomena can be available in each case, whether it's sodium or lithium metal anodes, whether it's carbonates or ester electrolytes. So what's happened for the very low LUMO stage? So in this case, they are very eager to receive electron, while our alkaline metal is rich of electrons. So in this case, we try to employ the DOL, or ring electrolytes, for as an example. The lithium ion attacks oxygen first, and the ion solvent complex can be achieved. And if the electron can be transferred from alkaline metal, from lithium metal to the ion solvent complex, the lithium will receive the electron, and then the ring open reaction will happen with a very small energy barrier. It is found that it's just around 0.5 voltage. That which is much smaller than the step 2 for the direct ring open reaction of 3. So by this reaction route, it provides a very small barrier for the following decomposition. It is observed that energy always reduces gradually which can responding to lithium-ion attack another oxygen, and also the detach of ethylene from the molecule. So in this case, we also take the molecular dynamic simulation, and it is found that around 2,000 femtoseconds was observed for the break of carbon-oxygen bonding. So with help of the through the unsolved complex routes, the electrolyte can be easily decomposed into gas into the SEI. So if we can introduce a barrier which can reject the electron transfer, then we can provide a barrier for the electron transfer. So in this case, we found that lithium fluoride was a very good choice. It can provide a large barrier for electron transfer, and also lithium ion can transfer on the surface of the lithium fluoride. So in this case, we try to achieve as much as lithium fluoride on the surface. So in this case, we also try to regulate the interfacial reaction, in which we try to regulate the composition of the shell structure around lithium ion. In this case, we try to introduce some fluoride-containing precursor, FEC, in the electrolytes. So once introduction of FEC molecules, the FEC can surrounding lithium ions. Once it touches the lithium metal, and lithium fluoride can be decomposed, which is much higher than the direct composition from ions. So in this case, we can achieve lithium fluoride-rich surface. You know, with protection of lithium fluoride, it's found that uniform deposition, no dendrites formation in the routine carbonate electrolytes. We also try to measure the activation energy. In this case, it is found that it's much smaller than the routine case. So in this route, the lithium ion can through the separator very easily. And also, once we do the cycling life, we found the lithium the cycling was very stable in punch cell. So that's the reason why we regulate the interface of SEI. And also, there are several methods to achieve lithium fluoride-rich SEI. For example, the lithium ion can be, the fluoride precursor can be contributed by electrolyte actives. We can also introduce from the solvents. For example, if we replace the carbonates by ionic liquids, the ionic liquid contain fluorides. So in this case, it can provide the lithium fluoride-rich surface. And with such protection of lithium fluoride-rich layer, we found the cycling was much improved, and also is corresponding to a large exchange current density, that's indicating lithium ion can penetrate through the SEI more easily. We also try to introduce other strategy because you know it's a trial and error process. And in this case, we try to introduce inorganic fluoride precursor. We found a copper fluoride is rich of fluoride precursor. And in this case, by the replacement reactions, we found the lithium fluoride can be packed on the surface in high density. So in this case, when you try to tap the surface, it will be found it's very strong, corresponding to a 12.9 gigapascal on the surface, like armor layers. Well, for the case of routine one, it's very soft. So in this case, we can protect the surface by lithium fluoride surface. And also, you know, if we try to get the practical cells, we will introduce host to get uniform deposition. By trial and error, it's impossible to get the optimized one. So we try to borrow concept from the modeling work, in which we try to introduce field model. In this case, we employ the diffusive interface, not sharp interface. So in this case, it provides continuous variables of this as the interface, and then the related numerical equation can be solved. For example, once we describe the phase evolution, we found it is depends on the interfacial reaction, as well as the chemical and the electrical potential. And also, if we consider lithium ion concentration, we found it depends on the diffusion driven by the concentration or driven by the electric field. And also the interfacial electron deposition can be confirmed. And also the electric field can obey the Paulson equation. So in this case, we can simulate what's happened when we get a fixed nuclearization. It is found that the lithium ion consumed and corresponding to lithium metal deposits. And in this case, it provides a strategy to probe what happened during lithium metal deposition. Especially when we introduce three-dimensional holes, especially we can try to see how to nuclearization on the surface. So in this case, we try to observe what's happened when we introduce three-dimensional conductive host. We can introduce some nuclearization sites on the surface, and it is found that current density, which corresponding to lithium metal deposits amounts on the surface, we found it depends on the exposed surface area on the per square meter current collectors. Well, during long-term deposition, we found the current density depends on how many conductor surface per volume. So that's indicating at the beginning the conductive interface is very limited. So it's blocked by the electron transfer. Well, at the later stage, it mainly depends on the lithium ion transfer. And also the introduction of the phase field model provides a direct way to describe what's happened for the plating, and also a method to describe for stripping process. So in this case, we found it's not a reversible process. The reason is that the boundary condition is quite different from plating. So in this case, we can observe the formation of that lithium as air. So for example, it is found some lithium metal detached from the lithium deposits. So that's indicating it's can't participate in the following reaction. So this provides a method to estimate how many that lithium can be available on the surface. And also, if one try to introduce the stress strain model of the SEI on the surface, in this case, you can get the stress distribution in the SEI. For example, we try to define a thickness of SEI in this layer, and also this corresponding defects on surface. We found very soft SEI, the stress prefer to accumulate in the electrolytes. Well, for the case of very hard SEI, the stress prefer to distribute in the SEI. So in this case, we can get the Fourier term to the max term. So the ratio indicating the cycling life of this metal anode. We found once we get very hard SEI, so that's corresponding to very strong, very long cycling life. So in this case, we can get a phase diagram of elastic modulus and also defect on the surface, how long this metal can be survived. It is found that the strong one is necessary step. So the current one in contrast to the soft SEI achieved in organic electrolytes, the solid state one was a good choice, and also the composites was a good choice. And also we try to build some composites like lithium metal anodes by cutting down lithium metal anodes with a carbon paper. In this case, we can get a large piece of composite lithium metal anodes, and then we further treat it with a precursor. And so in this case, it is found that lithium metal anode can be well protected. And in this case, we can assemble punch cell, and we confirm the lithium sulfur system, and also some solid state one can indeed provide the better system with very high energy densities. And also the lithium metal, the safety problem was gradually improved. And also I want to show some take-home message. In the lithium metal anode is quite challenging because under harsh conditions, the damages will be available and the SEI is not stable. So with the introduction of three-dimensional holes, we can reduce the local current densities. We can also provide a wire protection layer on the surface In this case, we can stop the reaction in a working cell. So how to build a very stable ICI is very necessary steps. And also recently I write a book on lithium sulfur batteries. If you are interested in this topic, you can find this. And also related review paper in this field. And also in contrast to 30 years ago, the commercial of lithium-ion battery give up the lithium metal anodes. The current lithium anode for a lot of opportunities. For example, if you introduce some lithium philic sites, it provides eigensites sites for lithium-ion deposition. So in this case, one can get lithium metal to euclidation at the right size. And also you can manipulate the three-dimensional distribution in a working host. And also the introduction of three-dimensional hosts indeed improve both the physical and also the chemical properties of a working cell. So there's still a lot of opportunity to improve the full battery system. So there's still a lot of opportunity with the in-field of Orlando characterization, and also we can understand what happens the chemistry and also physics there. And finally, I'd like to thank my colleagues, my students, and also my collaborators worldwide. And also, this is my research group in Tsinghua Universities. And also, I'd like to answer any questions or comments from all the things here. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Zhang. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to answer some questions if you have.
Sure. The first question is that, so do you think what's the conductive composition of MCR layer? Like, what's the composition that you think conduct electrons in the MCI layer?
Yeah, the MCI layer is a quite complex. It highly depends on the individual reaction. In our case, we try to demonstrate the feasibility of MCI formation by replacement reaction of copper fluoride and lithium metal. So in this case, it's mainly corresponding to lithium fluoride and also some copper atom near the interface, and also some inorganic composites of lithium carbonates or lithium oxide distributed in the lithium fluoride matrix.
Okay, thank you so much. And here we have the second question. So which way do you think is better to deal with the lithium dendrite deposition?
Yeah, in my opinion, the most important to get a very stable ICI on the surface. You know, if the interface is not stable, like this finger, this cover show, if the interface is not stable, there always new ICI formation, and you will lose a lot of lithium gradually. So in my opinion, how to build a very stable interface, and this interface can be expansion or shrink, like this lithium metal was necessary. So in this case, a very tough ICI can be expanded and also can shrink. It's not broke. This is quite important.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Professor Zhang. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, thank you. Hope to see you in the next film.
If you have any further questions, you can write email.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. If anyone has questions, please, please ask Professor Zhang through the email. Thank you so much, Professor Zhang. Thank you. Okay. Then next to. Okay, let's move to our second speaker, Professor George Chen. Professor George Chen is has the Li Dawson Chair Professor of Electrochemical Technologies in the University of Nottingham in Ningbo, China since 2017, and he was the official fellow of Darwin College in the University of Cambridge in 2003. He has earned the Royal Society Brun Mercer Feasibility Award in 2007 and the EON International Research Award in 2008, the Inman Medal in 2014, and the specially invited expert of Zhejiang Province in 2015. Yeah, and let's welcome his next speech. Melting salts enable electrochemical approaches to regenerative fuels for energy storage. And you can share your screen right now, Professor Chen. Professor Chen, you can share your screen right now.
Yeah, I think I did. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Wenyan, and for a nice introduction. And I should say I have been working in Cambridge University for quite a few years, a long time. I started my work in Cambridge in 1996, and then I left in 2003. Of course, I was working in the material science and the metallurgy department, and I was also a fellow in Darwin College. And since then, I joined the Nottingham University. Now, what I'd like to talk today is in a quite new area of energy storage, which is actually come together with the theme of this forum, sustainability. We heard just Professor Zhang talking about lithium sulfur batteries, which is quite a promising area for energy storage. Now, what I'd like to do today is in a quite different thinking in terms of for storage strategy. As I've shown in this little diagram here, we're talking about something called regenerative fuels. We know fuels at the moment, we have coal, we have petrol, we have gas. These are usually what we call fuels. This is of course for combustion. So when we combust fuels, we generate heat, and the heat is actually used to drive the turbine and to do work. Now, what I would like to do is instead of considering the conventional fuel, we're looking into something like silicon, right? Carbon as well, solid carbon. Now, I tried to show you this YouTube video, and it's only 1 minute. See whether I can get it soon or not. Can you see? All right, and that is the video. I don't know whether you've seen it or not. Hello? Hello? Right, okay, I assume you have heard it, you've watched it. And so now what's the issue we are facing now in terms of talking about a sustainable energy supply. And this is one of the pictures we have seen many places. You have wind turbines in the highland areas, and of course, this generates electricity. Now, the issue is, for example, I'm talking about this in China, quite a serious issue. It's actually when we have a very good supply of wind, and the wind is converting to electricity, and we are not able to use the electricity produced. Now, when we have not able to use the energy, so the wind turbine has to be stopped, and this is what we call it abandonment of the power. Now, the same situation happened to other renewable technologies, so I wouldn't mention that too much. I'm showing the data here, and if you look at this, and you can see that we have hydropower, we have a solar power, that's PV photovoltaic, and we look at the wind here, we have 18% wind power being lost. So this is a lot in China. This is 33 billion kilowatt hours abandoned. So it's quite a serious issue. It's a lot of waste. Now the reason for this is actually these three major reasons. One is the production area is in highland, so where there's a very low population, so consumption of energy is very small, and also the national grid. This is another issue. It requires the power grid requires very stable power supply, but the wind power generation is very unstable. So this is actually coming to the second issue. But most importantly, is that we don't have enough the energy storage capacity to make sure the energy you produce by the wind turbine is stored and used, or smoothed and used properly. Now, in terms of energy storage, we just heard Professor Zhang's talk on in terms of using batteries, but the other electrochemical energy storage devices like supercapacitor and the supercapacitor, and these are the currently very hot areas in energy storage, but they are very expensive to install, and their durability is an issue, and that cause safety concerns, and also batteries are very heavy. And so for transport, it's not sort of an option. And this slide shows how the wind power generation is like shown in this diagram here. And it's very unstable, as I mentioned. And you can build a battery bank, as shown here. And this is actually taken from one of the planned projects in China. And then you have issues, again, the short stage cycle life. And batteries typically can only cycle about 1,000 cycles, and that's too expensive to use if you only can do that short cycles. Very expensive, and also hazardous. We know that lithium batteries can explode. So you have such a big bank of lithium batteries, you can imagine the potential of hazards in there. And so let's go back to the basics, coming to energy storage. Now, what can we do? What do we use the energy coming from nature? And mostly we use work and heat. These are two major forms of energy we use. Now, work is the most important part because that is responsible for how we use the power to drive our cars, to do other transport and many things for production, for example. Now, this is all coming from chemical energies. Giving some conventional fuels like carbon, which is in the coal, the methane is in natural gas, and this is actually octane, which is actually in petrol. Now we look at the what do we call maximum specific work, which is this gives energy change, which is actually maximum available work energy you can do work, and these are the values. And now we look into the some of the metals or the pure element. We have lithium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, and iron. We look at the amount of energy you can use to work. They are very similar, very similar. Of course, the carbon is slightly higher, but not higher, much higher. And so, if we look at the efficiency issues here, this is actually what you come to efficiency, the work, and this is the enthalpy change. That's the total energy you can extract from the chemicals we're talking about. And of course, delta G is the work you're going to do. So this is the efficiency for normal case, for older case. if we come to the electrochemical issues, we assume you have a very high charge efficiency, which means how much charge you put in and you get how much charge you get out. But charge is not what we use to do work. The energy is what we use to do work. So we need to convert it into energy. So charge multiplied by the voltage will give you the energy. So we have the output energy, the input energy. So this is the efficiency here. Now what happens in the electrochemical case, instead of having a loss or delta G or delta H, we're actually having something called the overpotential. I think Professor Zhang mentioned that briefly. And this is actually the difficulty for the electrochemical reactions to proceed. Okay, now let's compare the numbers here. We have this is actually in kilojoules per gram. And we look into, we compare the energy capacity here with what do we know, the lithium batteries with the state of the art in the common market. So this is actually typical about 0.9 kilojoules per gram, which is equivalent to about 250 watt-hours per kilogram. So this is actually, if you look at the minimum, which even with iron powder, with iron, the metal iron, and this is actually a full 0.38. So this is actually, you're talking about a full 50 times, almost 50 times more energy stored in metal iron. And if you think about the magnesium, aluminum, silicon, this is even higher. So we have the prospect from the fundamental thermodynamics showing that if we consider the elemental source as the energy carrier, we will have a much better return in terms of energy efficiency, energy capacity. I think what Professor Zhang talked about with the lithium, with sulfur, so that's what happens, you replace the oxygen by sulfur. But the issue is this, even you do that, you can make it a battery, but the total amount of energy you can store and output is too small. Now, the idea was that if we don't do this way, okay, if we still come to think about using renewables, we convert the renewables to the fuels. We can use that then to generate the heat or generate electricity, depending on what method you use. And we can then achieve something called a seasonal storage or regional storage. Basically, where you got the energy, for example, in the seasonal storage, you got energy in the summer, you use in the winter, that's for sunlight. Or you get the wind in the winter from the highland, cold areas, and then you use it in the summer for air conditioning, for example. Now, regional storage is actually in terms of transport. But for batteries, all the electrochemical methods so far available, they are having self-discharge, they have a high potential for hazards for explosion, and they're also very low energy density, as I mentioned just a moment ago. So if we use the what we call regenerative fuels, and these are very safe to store, and they can also transport, and they have most important, they are very high in terms of energy density. Now, if we look in the possibilities of how we do this, how we achieve this. For example, you said, George, you said you can burn silicon, you can burn iron. Where we got this from? Of course, this don't exist in the natural world, so we need to produce them. Now, how to produce this is an important part. But in principle, if we do the cycle, for example, with carbon, we produce the combustion produce carbon dioxide. If you reduce carbon dioxide to carbon, then you can make the regenerative fuels. Similarly, you can do methane, and when this is combusted, you produce water and the carbon dioxide. And if we can reduce them back to the methane and the oxygen, and then that becomes a good idea, similar to magnesium. Now, I will change a little bit of my topic from some work I did in Cambridge, because this is in Cambridge, and so I specifically mentioned what I did. This is a paper we published in Nature back in 2000. It was aiming to making metal titanium from titanium dioxide. Now, this was proven very effective. It uses the molten salt. So this is the experimental reactors we build in the laboratory. You have this is the furnace outside. It will have a reactor in the center. Then in the side of this, we'll have electrochemical cells here for doing electrolysis. And it's not difficult to make, but it's not available everywhere. So we realized later, once we've made the titanium out of titanium dioxide, we realized we can do this for almost all the metal oxide to the metals, as I've shown here. So this is the process called the FFC Cambridge process, which is well known in the metallurgical industry now. So you start from the metal oxide and do the electrolysis. They can produce the conventional metallurgy, making metal slab, for example, but it can also, most importantly, it can make metal powders. Now, the company who is doing this is based in York. It was started in Cambridge, but it is now existing in York and doing quite well. Now, coming back to the topic, so we use the FFC Cambridge process to making silicon and also making iron powders, which is quite easily done by one of my PhD students, former PhD student in Nottingham, back in the 2010, 2009. And so we made quite nice powders. You can see that the iron powder can be attracted by the magnet. So it shows that the purity here. We did some tests, and this is actually not the ideal case, but we're trying to demonstrate you can indeed combust the powders, the silicon powder and iron powders. Now we achieved, this is the theoretical value we've shown here for silicon powder, for example. This is about 32,000, but we only achieved about 80,000. So this is actually far smaller than that. The reason is because we have using the reactor, which is not really ideal. We'll put this powder in a crucible, then we're trying to combust it. What happens is that when the combustion happened, and you form the silicon, the metal oxide on the top, and this is actually to stop the further combustion here. But the important issue is not the device we're using, because we're not using the proper combustor here. The important issue, I'll show you a proper one later. And the importance that we demonstrate that the electrolytic powder can indeed be combusted. So this is one of the designs now that's more popular in terms of combustion metal powders. So you can see that you have the metal powder supply, and this is actually you can produce the flame out of the metal powders, and the heat is transferred into driving your turbine. But then the product from the combustion is the metal oxide. It's actually collected. So I should have mentioned here, very importantly, for all the metal fields, we're talking about silicon, iron, or magnesium, aluminium, you don't produce any emission except for the heat you want to use. Then what you produce is the metal oxide powder. But this is quite easy to collect in principle. This is another design of, this is an earlier design actually in the 70s. And you can see that this is quite similar to the internal combustion engine here. And you have the metal powder being injected into the cylinders, and that can generate heat. There's a carrier gas, of course, and it can do the work. Now that was the combustion, of course, but ideally you can also do this in the electrochemical ways. For example, you can use something called iron oxygen batteries. Now this is quite a challenge for the normal battery in room temperature. The reason is because of the electrokinetics at room temperature is quite a challenge. And you're also suffering a lot of issues, as mentioned by Professor Zhang, in terms of using lithium. Right? Lithium in the negative electrode, he said it's anode, I call it a negative electrode. On the negative electrode can have a lot of complications if you're trying to deposit and dissolve it. But if you do this in a molten salt, all the problem disappeared. The only issue here, you think about the issue, is the high temperature. But the temperature itself is beneficial because the temperature making all the kinetics easier. Or the kinetics is easier. So this is actually trying to utilize the metal ion and the air for making a battery. And this is actually the laboratory design. You have the tube containing this is supplied with the oxygen. Then you have the molten salts. Oh, sorry, this containing the molten salt. You have an oxygen supply from the bottom. So we have the oxide ion conductor. And that is quite important for the battery to work. And once we've done some basic electrochemistry, shows that this is actually feasible. Now we'll do the battery cycling. You can see that this is the 50 cycles. We actually did 3,000 cycles. It just shows that it's very stable, very stable. And you can see the specific capacity doesn't change. This is specific capacity, the Coulombic efficiency, this is charge efficiency, close to 100%. Now we can compare the molten salt iron oxygen batteries with the conventional lithium ion, nickel metal hydride, lead acid, and the supercapacitors. You can see that this is coming to a much better performance than the older existing battery systems. And you can talk about the specific energy, specific power, or in terms of energy density and the power density, right? The specific energy is actually normalized by mass, and the energy density is normalized by the volume. Now, coming to my final topic is actually using carbon. And the carbon is actually, you can't ignore this because we have a lot of supply of fossil fuels. So you wasted is not what we're trying to achieve, but make sure the process is actually neutral, and that's most important, the carbon neutral. So we look at the carbon dioxide reductions. We can see this chemical reactions. You can do carbon to carbon dioxide to carbon dioxide to methane, and carbon dioxide to carbon monoxide. You can see that they have a very high energy density. All right, this is 7.21, and it's far higher than all the batteries we have available. So the idea of using carbon as the fuel in electrochemical device, electrochemical cell, is not new. This is actually a patent filed in the 1896. So we're talking about nearly 200 years ago. And this is actually 100 years, not 200 years. And this is actually a demonstrator here. It's not very big. It's 1 kilowatt direct carbon fuel cells, but we have modern versions. For example, you can utilize the fluidized bed to make sure the combustion or the access to the electrical surface is better. So they have a lot of progress in this area. So what we're trying to do is demonstrate that you can indeed reduce carbon dioxide to carbon. And in fact, this is actually very hot areas. You can see that we have many publications from other groups and from our own groups. But basically, the overall reaction is that you actually reduce carbon dioxide to carbon. Now, this is done by electrochemical way, so which means it consumes electricity. So where the electricity is coming from, this is coming from renewables, of course. Now, we have done some basic reactions studies. We've done a circular thermogram, shows that there's a catalytic effect, and it also shows that there's a potential effect, and then we can produce a lot of deposition of carbon. And this is actually, the bubbles from here is actually due to the formation of carbon monoxide. Now, we've done the analysis. This is a very pure carbon. This is before the purification. We have 83% of carbon. And if we work down purification using a dilute hydrofluoric acid, we can produce more than 90% of carbon. This is a very high purity. Now, we do the combustions here, and look at the TGA. You can see that, or DSC, you can see that the combustion of the electrolytic carbon has a lower combustion temperature than the conventional carbon. Here, this is graphite powder. The red line is our process produced the carbon. We've done this test as well, just to ignite the carbon using a pellet. The pellet size is about 5 pence pellet coins, the same size. You can see that it can sustain the combustion by itself. And this is quite challenging because many of the fuels cannot do this. Now, we've done, this is actually the combustion. We've done the electrochemical oxidation as well, trying to make sure this can fit into the direct carbon fuel cells. We've done this very well. So we can see that this is the before the discharge, and this is after discharge, after this reaction here. So we can see that all the carbon been combusted electrochemically. So this shows that you can indeed easily to make this into electrochemical cells for power generation, electricity generation. And finally, I mentioned about this is very new work we have just published recently. It was actually in June, actually, and in the Journal of Carbon Dioxide Utilization, done by my students. We can produce carbon dioxide mixed with steam. This is a high temperature, so this is steam here. You can produce methane, ethane, and the propane quite easily in a good yield. Yeah, the temperature is quite low; it's only 400 degrees C. So this allows us to utilize the solar energies. Now, to summarize here, what we can do with this, with carbon dioxide, if we compare the cost for the process, we're looking about a final product. Coal will cost about 10 to 30 cents per kilogram carbon. But if you look at the carbon from carbon dioxide, we do this. This is actually 10 times more than, or 20 times more than the coal. But think about it, we are not using this for materials, we're using it for fuels, and this can be reused, well, can be produced by renewables, so this is quite reasonable. So this is the scheme shows what we can achieve if we will come to commercialize this concept of regenerative fuels. In the summer, we can reduce carbon dioxide to the carbon, and in the highland, we can reduce the carbon dioxide by the power generated from wind turbine to produce carbon. And the wind turbine can discharge this for our heating, or in the summer, we can use this to cool our houses in the city, all right? And that's all my talk today. And I should thank my colleagues in the past in Cambridge, mostly in Nottingham, and this is actually in Ningbo, which happened in the past 5 years. And I thank you all for your attention, and I'm ready for your questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Chen. Thank you for your talk. It's very interesting. Yeah. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, there is a question like, what are the major disadvantages of molten salt compared to redox flow batteries or sodium-ion batteries at great level energy storage?
Okay, it's a good question, because molten salt is something not many people know or get accounted in their normal life. In fact, molten salt is a very well established electrochemical media in the industry. For example, the aluminium, which is the second largest metal produced, the first one is steel, of course. The second largest amount of metal produced is aluminium. Aluminium is actually produced by molten salt electrolysis. So molten salt is not something unfamiliar in the industry. Talking about, if you think about the advantage, disadvantage of using molten salt is, of course, you can do, a lot of people think about if you don't deal with high temperature, it's safer. But that's not necessarily the case, because if we do chemical engineering, we know that safety is a concern, is a key element for preparation. If you have a safety measure applied, there's no such a thing called a danger. And the same happens to the molten salt. So it does need the work. It does work in the high temperature area. So as I said again, people feel that, oh, high temperature is something scary, but in fact it's not. And the advantage of using molten salt, as I mentioned, is actually making all the kinetics much easier. The room temperature application with electrochemical energy storage is suffering a lot from the kinetic issues, which Professor Zhang mentioned. But this is not the case in molten salt, and the kinetic issue is much better. And also the thermodynamic reversibility is also higher in molten salt when in terms of high temperatures, right? And there's other issues. For example, what about the portability? So portable use of the molten salt. Yes, the room temperature device, of course, is very easy for use for in your pocket, for example, in your mobile phones. I don't know whether you'll be able to think in using molten salt in your pocket. It's too high a temperature for you. Right? But if in terms of using cars, we know the car engine is working at about 400 or 500 degrees C. So this is quite an ideal environment for using molten salt. So the temperature-wise, as long as you don't put your in person, at the moment, I think you can resolve this issue if you want to. But for larger application in transport or in stationary storage, and this is not an issue.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I also have a question.
Please, yes.
Yeah, because there are so many kinds of like high temperature batteries, such as the like high temperature sodium sulfur batteries and other kinds of aluminum batteries. So why do you choose the ion oxygen batteries as this kind of, for this kind of?
That's another good question. Thank you, Yan. That's a very good one. One of the important issues you want to produce energy capacity in comparison with fossil fuels. You can't use another element like sulfur. You want to utilize air, right? So that's why the advantage or the prospect of advantage for all the metal air batteries, either in low temperature or high temperature. If you're using sulfur, you're going to deal with sulfur itself. So this will make the principle simpler. So you obtain the air. So the air is not taking any volume or mass of your device, and also supplies everywhere. You don't need to transport it. So this is the advantage of using air as the what we call positive electrode materials. And we don't use sulfur, but you can use sulfur, of course, as Professor Zhang said, which has a prospect in terms of small scale applications. But if you want to think about the large scale applications, air is certainly more preferred.
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much. And we also have one more question from Tianjin University. And
Yes.
He asks, can you comment on the energy efficiency of the combustion or electrochemical way of utilize the regenerative fuels? Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's very general question. That's been known for ages. And the advantage of electrochemical energy storage is, in comparison with combustion, is the energy efficiency. If I give you a broad number, you can find this in the literature. The energy efficiency for fuel combustion, for example, internal combustion engine, is only about 20% or 10 to 20%. It's very poor. It's very poor. You can have the Carnot cycle to do the calculation. If you're using Carnot cycle, you might achieve something like 30 to 40% in terms of energy efficiency. But then you need to think about other processes involved. So the whole process using internal combustion engine, have the energy efficiency is only about 20%. But if you're using the electrochemical approach, fuel cells, it's very well known, very well studied, has an energy efficiency coming to about 50 to 60%. So this is what I'm talking about today as well. If you think about other devices with electrochemical energy storage, like supercapacitors, the supercapacitor have an energy efficiency coming to about over 90%. So this is actually what the advantage of using electrochemical method for energy storage, very high efficiency. The reason is because they don't have very much heat loss in the electrochemical terms, right? It's all the Gibbs energy conversions. So this is the biggest advantage of using electrochemical energy storage. Molten salt, in particular, making this even better. I just said the loss of energy in room temperature and ambient conditions storage is the electrokinetics. The electrokinetics for the chemical reactions is quite complicated at room temperature, because think about if you want to make let's think about electron conduction in ceramics. Is in most ceramics, even you think that there was a question by someone asked for the MCI, it's actually SEI, right? So what is the conduction mechanism? I answered it. It's not electrons, it's ions. Now ion conduction definitely get higher when you get a higher temperature. So if you're talking about any conduction which is related with ions, which is inevitable in electrochemical storage, you always have ion conduction, electron conduction. So ion conduction become much facilitated at a higher temperature. So this way making the high efficiencies for molten salt-based batteries, and the energy efficiency much higher. It should be much higher than the ambient temperature electrochemical energy storage. I hope that answered the question.
It's more clear to us. And here we also have a last question.
Please, yes.
Yeah. So thank you, Professor George Chen. And she wants to ask, comparing with the conventional core fuels, will metal-powered fuel engine release harmful tear gas?
No. In principle, oil produces metal oxide and heat. That's from the chemical process itself. And then particularly this is the case when you have oxygen as the oxidant in the process, right? You don't have anything else to produce. So there's no harmful emissions coming from this process. So it's a solid product you produce from the combustion. However, if we do think about using air as the supply for oxygen, and we supply to the system nitrogen as well. Now, this is coming to an important technical issues, is that we know that the combustion, the internal combustion engine in car, they work at a temperature below 800 degrees C. Even though when the combustion happens, the temperature can be very high. But then it's because expansion of the gas, so the temperature dropped quite quickly. So the working temperature is still below 800 degrees C. And that's vitally important. So if you, the reason I'm saying this because we do have the nitrogen in the system if you're using air to replace oxygen, right? Now, nitrogen can combust with oxygen to produce NOx, nitrogen oxide, basically. There's various forms, nitrogen dioxide, nitrogen monoxide, and nitrogen pentoxide. And this is all bad things coming to air. This is causing acidic rain, right? Nowadays, this is being under control. The mechanisms are understood very well. This will produce only at a temperature higher than 1,000 degrees C or 1,100 degrees C. You can produce NOx. If your working temperature is below 800 degrees C, this can be eliminated almost to nothing. And that's why current cars emission test does not include NOx. Well, they don't produce NOx anymore. They all produce actually carbon monoxide, which is quite bad as well. That's carbon dioxide. Now, if you're using the metal powders or using silicon, which is actually, the reason I should mention, the reason I typically mention about silicon is that silicon is the second largest amount of elements in Earth. The first one is oxygen. So that's why then they come to aluminum and iron. So this is actually very cheap in terms of resources. So instead of looking at lithium, we possibly don't realize the lithium supply. There's a lot of people say, oh, lithium has a plenty of supply. That's not necessarily correct. There's two reasons. One, lithium abundance in the Earth's crust is limited. It's nothing comparable with silicon or iron or aluminum. And secondly, these are also highly concentrated ores. For example, in Chile, in South America, or you find very little in the Qinghai, in the Salt Lake areas, but the extraction of lithium from this process is extremely expensive. So if you look at the sustainable process, I don't think lithium is a bigger problem, but certainly it's not the best choice. If you're trying to go to sustainability, you should choose the most abundant element in the Earth, so we don't suffer from the supply issues. Now, even carbon is not very highly available in the Earth's crust. Even though we think all carbon dioxide is everywhere, but you think about carbon dioxide concentration in air. Even when we're talking about the carbon dioxide issues impact, it's still about 400 ppm in air. So it's a very small amount of carbon available on the Earth. But silicon and iron, aluminum are very abundant. So this is quite important to talk about this silicon. Now coming back again, combustion of silicon does not produce anything. It's only produces silicon dioxide, and silicon dioxide silicon dioxide, if you have a high purity, it's a very good material use if you really want to use it, right? But if you don't want to use it for material purposes, you can still feed it back to the process, as I just mentioned, to regenerate the silicon, pure silicon. This is in principle, and in practice we will have demonstrated as well.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. Yeah,
you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, and we also have one more question in the chat area. So if you have time, you can reply to us.
Yes, I will. It seems like when I share the screen, I can't see the chart. So I just stopped sharing. I should be able to see the chart. Yeah, I can see that now. All right. Yeah. To the question, everyone. Yes, I'll do that next. Okay. Thank you very much, Ian, for hosting this segment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, hope to see you later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So, okay. So, I think that's the end for the morning section in the symposium of sustainable energy, and we will have begin our afternoon section. Yeah, in half hour, because the morning and afternoon is in UK time. So, so we will have Professor Zhonglin Wang in the main symposium, which will begin in half hour, and we are hope to see all of the audience in half hour later. Thank you so much.
Professor Wang?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. So should be no problem, right? Let me, when should I share the screen?
Give me one
Still have
second.
20 minutes. I'll be online. You can call me. I just in and out to get some water. So
Yeah, I'll do the introduction first, and then I'll
okay,
allow you.
okay.
Yeah, I'll give you.
So I'll mute the voice and all the audio and also stop the video. So okay. So I'm online.
Okay, thank you. See you in a bit.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, the second half of our event will be started in 5 minutes. Yes, Professor Yang, can you talk now? Oh.
Okay.
Okay, Professor Yang?
Yeah, online.
Oh, sorry, I'm talking to our second
The other one.
speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do the testing later. Let's see. Okay, let's get started. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning again, depending on where you're tuning in from the world. Welcome to the second half of the first Cambridge International Young Scientists Forum, the Emerging Technologies for the Next Decade. We're very honored to have the first keynote speaker of the second half here with us, Professor Wang Zhongling, who is a Haidt Tower Chair in Material Science and Technology, Material Science and Engineering and Regents Professor at Georgia Tech, and the founding director of the Beijing Institute of Nano Energy and Nanosystems. Dr. Wang pioneered nano generators from fundamental science to technological applications. His research on self-powered nanosystem studies has inspired the worldwide effort in academia and industry for studying energy for micro nanosystems. He coined and pioneered the fields of piezotronics and piezophototronics for the third generation semiconductors. Dr. Wang is ranked number 15 among 100,000 scientists across all fields worldwide. His Google Scholar citation is over 235,000 with an H index over 239. Dr. Wang has received the Celsius Lecture Laureate of Uppsala University, Sweden, the Albert Einstein World Award of Science, Niels Planck Lecture Award, BNI Award in Energy Frontiers, Global Nano Energy Prize from the NASMAT Society UK, Distinguished Research Award from Pan Wenyuan Foundation, Distinguished Scientist Award from the US Southeastern Universities Research Association, the Thomas Rauter Citation Laureate in Physics, World Technology Award in Materials, Distinguished Professor Award, which is the highest faculty honor at Georgia Tech. And he's also received NanoSmat Prize UK, the James C. McGrody Prize in New Materials from American Physical Society, and MRS Medal from the Materials Research Society. Dr. Wang was also elected as a foreign member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a member of European Academy of Sciences, academician of Academia of Sinica, international fellow of Canadian Academy of Engineering, foreign member of Korean Academy of Science and Technology, a fellow of American Physical Society, a fellow of AAAS, fellow of Material Research Society, a fellow of Microscopy Society of America. And he's also elected as fellow of World Innovation Foundation and fellow of Royal Society of Chemistry. And Dr. Wang is also the founding editor and chief editor of the international journal Nano Energy, which has an impact factor of 15.5. Ooh, that was a long introduction. Now, without further ado, I'll give the stage to Dr. Wang. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Let me share the screen first. Okay, share. Okay.
Okay, good.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, first, I'm very pleased to give this talk to the Cambridge International Young Scientists Forum. And I was a research fellow at Cambridge back to 1988 to 1989. So I spent 1 year at Cambridge as a young research fellow. So I'm very happy to talk here about our recent research on energy and sensors. Okay, so in the last 20 years, we devoted a lot of effort for smaller energy. What do we mean by smaller energy? So in our energies driving our society advances, many key technology rely on energy, from the traditional coal to the oil, and which is the driving force for all the technology we use today. As we move on to the future, we enter to the different stage of our life, our society's life. For example, like Internet of Things, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence. We face new challenges. So what are the new challenges for energy? Not only the energy, total amount of energy available, but also the way the energy being utilized. In our traditional society, use the energy, for example, is use the power grid. You can deliver powers to a variety of utilities, homes, factory, etc. We also use the storage units for portable electronics. Those are the two main forms of how the energy being delivered. But can this solve all of the problem? Well, most of the problem, not all the problem. So the new future we face in is based on a cell phone platform. We have a lot of gadgets. For example, we have a lot of handheld electronics. We want to monitor a lot of things. So we have the data, big data. We want to know the positioning, velocity, speed, at whatever, the weight, everything. We are moving around us, so we want to be tracking. So as the world advances, we face new challenges. Distributed, smaller, large number of units, which requires mobile power. So it changed the way we look at the power. For example, traditionally look at the power plant, we deliver the home, use cables for power. But now we face the new challenge is that smaller units, but huge number. So our energy utilization from ordered or constant energy to distributed and disordered energy, from cable wired to wireless. So therefore, the energy we talk about is not only just how much power generated, it's about the way the energy being utilized in our near future. So we call this like the entropy in energy distribution, is to get more and more random, wider distributed and smaller units, but the number is very huge. So how do we solve this problem in near our society? And but this is about 2005, 15 years ago, we raised the idea called solar power system. Can we use the energy harvested from our environment to solve the energy which we require for Internet of Things, for many technologies? So when I phrase this one, for the last 15 years, we developed a lot of effort to develop this kind of technology. So I'll present you some of the research we have done in recent years. The technology I introduced today is called triboelectric nanogenerator. So how does it work? The way it works is two dielectric medium physical contact. You have the surface charges here. So when you have the surface charge, you build an electric field across two medium. So you change the gap distance, or you change the capacitance. There's a current flow from one electrode to the other one. So this is the way we be utilized for generate power. So let me, as a demonstration, this here. Tapping here, okay, tapping here, and generate a little power over here. So this is called triboelectric nanogenerator, and there's fundamentals related to this one, and how the power being delivered, how the charge being created, and how much we can get from here. So what's the advantage compared to what we have? So let me show you this one. Okay, the first one, this is the traditional electromagnetic generator, very powerful, very is the key technology for power today. And this is our TENG, triboelectric nanogenerator. You can see two have different modes and work in different ways. Let me show you the difference of the two. Okay, it's maybe a little noisy. You can see this one. This is the electromagnetic generator. It runs at a faster pace. This is the TENG. Okay, it can run slow pace and still let me cut it off a little bit. You see, this has run a fast pace, but the output voltage is still low, can drive a couple of lights. But this one run at low pace, the output voltage is so high, you can drive many lights simultaneously. So the key difference is here. The traditional technology at low frequency have very low efficiency. So it's only be utilized at a higher frequency. So when the frequency is so low, it is almost useless for power generation. But our technology at low frequency has a much more advantage compared to traditional technology. So in a frequency range in our daily life, this have a unique, unbeatable, uncompatible advantage. So let me show you this one. So this is the basic here. Let me show you the physics here. You say, well, triboelectric, you call triboelectric nanogenerator. the troubled electricity is well known. What's new here? Troubled electricity in the science called contact electrification, it has been known for a long time. But how does the troubled electricity generated is not clear until very recently. And if you have a plastic rod, rubber on an animal fur, you get an animal fur get a positive charge, plastic rod get a negative charge. So how come the charge being segregated according to different materials? So this is a remaining physics problem which has been around around us for a very long time. Even this phenomenon is well known, but we have to explain it very well by this. So we devote a lot of effort, say how the charge being created here. Different materials have different charge. So let me just very briefly show you here. Okay, because all the materials, papers, fur, wood, whatever they have trouble electricity, it's not just crystal. So we propose a model, use the interatomic electron transition model to explain the charge. Let's say this is the one of the atom belong to A materials. This is one of the atom belong to B materials. If the two separate a little distance, there's no electron exchange. But if you push them further closer, the barrier between two, the potential barrier between two becomes lower. In such a case, electron can transfer from one atom to the other one. So if we have an animation, you can see this one. Let me see. You can see, let me put this small. Okay. You can see this is the one atom, the other one. If you push them closer, then the barrier between two drops. So the barrier low enough allows electron transfer from one to the other. And then in such a case, then the electron will be kept over here. Okay. So this is the model we proposed to explain the troubled electricity. Okay. So this is the basic model. When you talk about troubled electricity, is a key type of contact electrification in which certain materials become electrically charged after they become physical contact. Our new understanding is the contact electrification is a quantum mechanical electron transfer process that occurs for any materials in any states, in any application environment, even up to 400 degrees C. So we do some measurement to show that this case. So the charge, how the charge being created, we know that. The second one, how the charge flow. For example, how the charge flow from one to the other case. And the traditional technology utilize the electromagnetic inductor. So therefore, when your metal rod caught the magnetic flux, the current flow through the magnetic metal rod to create current. This is called the conduction current. But now, in our case, we have a very different case. This is called a displacement current. Displacement current is built in Maxwell's equations here, so which was first proposed in 1861 by Maxwell. So if you have the displacement current, and what his definition is that displacement current is not a current due to flow charge, but a time variation electric field. He's talking about the electromagnetic wave that time. So basically, this is the standard form for that. But now this is the medium polarization. The polarization due to the electric field induced medium polarization. It does not include, okay, let me see. It does not include the polarization due to surface charge due to the troubled electricity. So therefore, in such case, such a charges can create additional term here. So we need to introduce this additional term into the Maxwell's equations here. So to be simple, you can see this is the displacement vector, and this is the medium polarization term here. Just like you have a charge here, the medium polarized according to the distributed field in a space. But now, if you have a troubled electricity here, we have the charge over here. The existence of those charges create additional charges on the surfaces here, and this gives additional polarization term, which even will remain even you retract electric field from this charge here. So therefore, this term should be there. So we add one more term in a displacement vector. So therefore, so besides the classical definition, we add another term here. And this term, if you substitute this displacement vector into this equation here, you can get a new form of equation here. You substitute here and here. And then you get a new form of equation here. So you can redefine the space charge density, the current density, include additional term. Then the Maxwell equation return to its original shape as it was, but except some of the term have slightly different definition. So we introduce the displacement current due to the electrostatic charge on the surfaces into the equation. From here, we can derive the output of the TNG quantitatively. So therefore, we expand the Maxwell equation into such a system. So the first term here, basically this term, is represent electromagnetic wave. The second term is the power generation due to the surface electrostatic charges when you change the shape of the deformation of the medium size, medium shape. Okay, so if you look at this one, is basically this is the conduction current, this is the displacement current. So therefore, this is the time derivative of the magnetic flux. This is the time derivative of the surface triboelectric charge or piezoelectric charge. So which represent the principle of nanogenerators. Then we call nanogenerator because when we first introduced this one back in 2005, we have the term due to nanowires. But here we utilize the displacement current as a driving force. So therefore, nanogenerator is a field that utilizes displacement current as the driving force for effective converting mechanical energy into electric power. So therefore, there's two general terms. So this is representation of the displacement current over here, and this is what we add in the equation. So if you have this one, basically, if you have a displacement current, you have the first term due to medium polarization, which gives electromagnetic wave for the electromagnetic, the Maxwell equation. So if you add the second term, we add it in, which is the foundation output current, and voltage can be derived from this term, which give you the output power characteristic of the nanogenerators. So we worked this out in the last few years. So these two terms normally are independent because these have a rather low frequency, these have a high frequency, so they don't couple with each other. But if you have the mechanical tricking, the frequency goes high, both could be coupled at some frequency, but due to the large difference in the frequency, we can treat them independently as of now. So this is the term. As you can extrapolate Maxwell equation to new forms, which include both into the entire equation here. Okay, so this is what we theoretically developed here. Okay, now let me show you the applications. So you say you have this so many fundamentals. What applications? Let me show you. First one, let's say as small powers. So this is example. If you have this tubular, very smaller rubber-made tubular structure here, which have our TNG built in here. In such a case, you can put in a shoe insole here. A person simple walking can give you small power here. So this allows to driving small electronics by human motions, by anything tricking in our environment. So this is the demonstration shows that for the this is the cell powder electronic paper. The electronic paper can be driven here. So this, the cheapest materials is paper. Okay. So therefore, you can use paper make triboelectric materials to fabricate here. Let me show you. This thing is give you the e-paper driven by TNG. Okay. So you can see here. This is the paper here. Here, this is the TNG. You can see that drive the color change of the e-paper. Okay, because the output of voltage of the TNG is large, so you can use the small physical motion to that, and you can change red color into different colors, green colors, and other colors. All this one can be driven by this. Okay. And you can also do this one by for others purposes, multicolor papers for that. So basically, a small motion, you can change the color of different objects per your wish. Okay, so per wish. So this is basically a paper-based device here. The other one is that you can simply choose the materials which have a different mechanical electronic property for it. You can choose silicon as the materials which has a flexible, stretchable materials here. And you can twist this multiple times here and give you a power like that. Okay, you can see. You can put this on a shape adaptable objects or arms here. You can tap in different parts. You can get a signal out over here. This is basically a very good illustration for robotics. You can make a robotic to be smart, and you can also be on. You put on the floor a person free walking can generate a couple of watts of power. So therefore, any free motion, any energy waste in our environment can be effectively harvested. Use this technology. Medical. We have a lot of advanced medical devices, but without electric power, and this won't work. So therefore, one typical example is the pacemaker here. So you can see we use the breathing of a small animal. We can drive a simulated pacemaker to work. And last year, we made a gigantic progress in this one after 10 years of hard working on solar-powered implantable medical devices here. I'm sorry, this is a little, you can implant this TNG inside the body, can generate sufficient power and sensors for a variety of purposes you'll be interested in. So this was last year's work. We'll be able to use this TNG to use the breathing of this pig to harvest about half microjoule of energy, which is sufficient for the energy required for a pacemaker. So I think this is a landmark work because we have been working this for a long time. For the first time, we can achieve solar-powered implantable medical devices here. We can also do drug delivery. For example, we can use TNG, a body motion, to generate a voltage. We can drive the infiltration of the drug into the skins here. So this is with use of our TNG. Without use TNG, the rate at which the drug being delivered can be different by a factor of 5 or so. So therefore, you don't need to cost very much, but you use this one for the power. Fabric. Fabric here. Fabric is a very typical example of any material you can use. For example, you can have a fibers-based one. But how can be fiber-based to be a power generator or to be a sensor pad? So you can do this one, use the sliding of the fibers between one to the other one. You could be a power source for that. Okay, so this provides a new research direction for people working on the textile industry and the fiber engineering here. And you can make this one to multi-metrics, then can be for sensor purposes here. Raindrop, 2014, we show for the first time that a raindrop hit electrode here. This electrode encapsulated with the dielectric materials here. You can generate power. So there time we'll be able to generate a small power by this. And in such a case, you could. You can see this right here. You can see that, right? So this is the raindrop, and we use this one. We start this one very recently, a lot more, because it's not only for power generation, but more important to study the interaction of liquid with solid interfaces through this one. But in any case, here I just show a small power. TNG can also be driving a model, not only a power generator, but a model. You can drive electrostatic model. You can drive flow at a high speed. You can see here is TNG here, and this is the model here. You can drive the TNG slide once, slow pace, but here this runs at 1300 round per minute. So this is a good way to illustrate. We can use this as a model driven or as an actuator. And not only do that, we work also on energy storage. Let me make sure this is clear. So we convert random irregular motion energy existing around us into electric power through our TNG technology. But in the middle here, we have to have a power manager because the output, this one, usually have a high voltage but lower current. So we make this power to be regulated, to be utilized for electronics. So we make this one into a self-charging power unit. Self-charging power unit. So power generation, power management, and power storage for further utilization. So we call it self-charging power unit. We work on all of them. We work on 3 parts of them to make a completely unique package for our application in a very different field. Let me show you this one. This is a power management circuit. You can see this is the TNG. This is a power management circuit. You can regulate the energy to make it useful for a variety of purposes. This is the TNG. This is the contact separation mode, and this is the power management system. And this is the one you can utilize this one for other purposes. Because we make a irregular energy into a regular utilization. You can also use wind. You know, when you talk about wind energy generation, people always talk about the turbine engine here. But here we use the polymer, like a tongue structure. When the wind goes through here, this tongue oscillates resonance. You can get a little power. You can see this one. You blow this one. This is just making this tongue oscillating. And we recently integrate this into different units here. And the unit can be added up constructively, so we can use one to power a sensor system. For carbon monoxide sensors, utilize this one. Use at a radio frequency, and we can send a signal to a couple of kilometers away once every 10 to 20 minutes or so. So this is making it possible to be distributed, solar-powered environmental monitoring for water quality tracking, for atmosphere monitoring, as well as fire protection. So this can be a very useful solar power system, as we illustrate here. Okay, so this is the one we can utilize this one for floating waters, and you can also prevent natural disasters, for example, landsliding or any kind of this kind of work from river flowing here. So you can do a distributed environmental monitoring, use our approach, and this is very good. You can save a lot of human power need for this. You can also be collect a lot more data than used to be. So I think this can be a very good system to look at that. The second one is solar power sensors. TNG is not only just a power generation, it's converting mechanical triggering into electric signals. So let me show you. This is the ping pong table, and the ping pong table on the top rim and the side edge here, the top edge, side edge, and you can validable and invalidable. So when you put the TNG on the top edge, the side edge, you can detect a signal, which you can detect this is a validable, this is a validable or invalidable, just based on the rule of the game. So this is convert a mechanical triggering into an electric signal, so it can serve as a solar power sensors, a sensors that does not need power but give you electric signal once being triggered. Okay, so this can be very useful for smart spots here. For keyboard, we can work on a keyboard. When you type in the keyboard, we can be utilized to recognize the way you typing. You can input the password, but the way you is different from the one which the machine knows. You may not get into the system because the machine not only recognizes the password, but also recognize the way you input the password. So we put this one into a system that we can demonstrate for effective recognition of who input the signal. You can see we have 6 digits here. We have 6 digits here. This is my student Changsheng Wu put it in. He put 6 digits in, and they can identify, yes, Changsheng, you put it in. So therefore, the machine learning help us this big data, so we can do the identification of visuals at an accuracy almost 99%. So this is the keyboard idea here. If you go to the library, you have 100,000 books. Tracking those books can be tremendously human power consuming. So we can build our things under the book, inside the book. Anybody touch this book, you have a signal generated. Let me show you this. You see, somebody move it here. This is the receiver, and the signal transmit to this receiver wirelessly. Just use the power generated by the motion. This person move the book. You can also put this one in a different line of different page of book. You can track in those documentations here. You can also make a soft robotics for handling or grabbing of soft materials by such a design. Okay, let me turn it off. So this is have a diverse application for documentation, tracking, because if you have a battery-driven system, it plays there. If nobody touch it, and it is be active for some time, then the power will be gone. So therefore, power sensors in many cases have its own unique. So this is a health monitor. You can put it here, monitor the pulse of a person. You can also even derive the blood pressure based on the signal we received here. So this technology is close to be commercialized for pulse detection. Yeah. Okay. So this is the paper-made TNG as a microphone. You can put into the ear of this robot, so the robots can record the voice, the music you input in, and also can identify what are who input the music. Let me show you here. Okay, the first one is I hope you can hear. This is the original music, the playing, original music playing. Then we use this paper-based TNG, record it. Then we play it back. Okay, let me just go this a little fast. This is a playback, no digital filtering, no data processing, just original voice after recorded plays back. So we preserve 90% of the accuracy. And we also can use this as a robotics communication skills here. So you can, the robots can recognize who is talking. Okay, let me show you this part. Okay. The lady says, "Hello, Harry," and see what the robots can recognize her or not. The robots cannot recognize her, okay, because the original voice. This is Henry, and he's coming, and see what the robot says. See the robot can recognize the second person, so therefore be a voice recognition application. Lastly, I'll talk a little bit about the blue energy. This is a large scale energy proposal for that. So you know the most energy around the coast area use the ocean here, but have such energy is tremendous difficult because class technology have a corrosion problem, low frequency, and difficulty to operate, and high cost, and also the efficiency is rather low. So even we have this, as I explained at the beginning, that TNG has the uncompatible advantage of working much more efficient at low frequency. So how do we use TNG to collect the energy from water wave, from live wind? So we came this idea. I proposed this idea in 2014. Then is that we utilize is a sphere, and we have another sphere inside. So in a water environment, the inner side ball rolls back and forth. For example, like this, the power will be out. In such a case, if the contact electrification between the ball and dielectric medium change the symmetry of the charge on two electrodes, so when the ball rolls back and forth, the electron flows back and forth across load, which is the way output of power. This idea appears simple, but it works in the water. And recently, we can also amplify the frequency of the operation, because the water wave have a low frequency. So we use this pendulum structure here. The water wave structure once, it can last for 80 seconds for power harvesting, for example, like this. And so this is to amplify the frequency in our environment for truly high efficient energy harvesting. And this one make our large improve the TNG output in a water environment, even live wind. You know, in such a live wind, the traditional technology cannot be used at all. It's too low. If you have a wind speed lower than 3.5 meters, this turbine engine won't work. And so therefore, in our case, we can use like low pace movement. So how does it work? So we put it in the ocean, regardless depths, regardless the low frequency. So we could make this one use the water motion here. So how do we do that? We propose, for example, we make a network on the surfaces of the water. So this is floating, and you can make this water not one layer, but multiple layers inside the system, and you can make this truly networking for collection powers. So we recently have made this really a good output towards our dream for large-scale energy harvesting. And if we could do this at a low cost, long-lasting, safe way, and operate a different environment, this can be a new approach for solve the energy problem over large. Okay, so what's the big advantage? The big advantage is that compared with classical technology, we have magnets, coils, and output the power is the square of the frequency, but utilize heavy materials here, metal materials here. But our TNG use organic materials. The output power is linearly dependent on frequency. Why? Because the output voltage is the independent frequency of the operation. So in such a case, you can see at low frequency, this is a few hertz, the EMG cannot output anything, but our TNG can output a large power of this one. So in such a low frequency, we have uncompatible advantage compared to classical technology. So therefore, this is why we are confident this will be very useful, because we can do something that classical technology cannot do. So at a high frequency, you can use the classical technology, a low frequency use ours. So therefore, both can be used in a way complementary. Okay. So if you see this one, we make this one into the water tank. You see this, the water tank. Okay. This water tank here floating. Yeah. And this the dancing in the water sort of dynamics here in a water track like that. Or track like that. So in such a case, you can be utilized for effective energy harvesting. So this is just still at an early phase. We are working very hard on this. Okay, so over large area of surface of Earth is being covered by water, but energy offered by this hardly being utilized in any way. So we propose this blue energy idea. So hopefully one day we can bring this one to benefit humankind around the world. So we call blue energy dream. Okay, it's blue energy dream. So today I just very briefly, due to time limitation, I'll give you a short talk. Mostly I cover the fundamental science of contact electrification, because contact electrification has been known for a very long time, but the scientific understanding remains cumbersome for years. So until recently, so a lot of new data shows that it is electron transfer and how the electron transfer here. So was the first question. The second question is the Maxwell's dispersion current. We modify the term so we include that due to the medium polarization term, the surface dielectric, the surface charge term, which induces a medium polarization into the Maxwell dispersion current. So we expand the Maxwell equations into a new form for this. So we use this one, we can derive the output quantitatively. So I can see this too as the fundamental scientific part. Then we demonstrate very quickly for TNG as a micro nano power source, as a slow power sensors, and also can be used for large scale blue energy. And we also have another application, which is for high voltage, right? So I will not use such an opportunity to do time limitation to talk about this one. We also have some opportunity for commercialization. So look at the forward is micro nano power source, cell power sensors. I think this will come first for commercial application, then the blue energy and the high voltage source. This is we view as the future direction here. So I'd like to thank our team for years' work, which solve some of the not only the fundamental problem, but I'll demonstrate this could be a potentially very important technology for the world in the near future. So I'd like to thank the conference organizers giving me this opportunity. Hopefully my talks be informative and useful. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor Wang, for the very inspirational and I would say mind-blowing talk there. Now we should have time for maybe 2 quick questions. Now from the chat. So the first one is Professor Wang, what is the maximum conversion efficiency of TNG?
TNG, okay, very good question. Oops. If you do the just consider one trigger, we measure that we can reach efficiency 50% and above. And because if you trigger as a lower frequency, we can get that kind of efficiency. So efficiency is very high. In the water, in the water. If you have the water wave and the water striking on the device, we can have an energy conversion efficiency about 28%. 28%. So you can see the efficient point of view is rather very exciting. So that's why I believe this one can be useful in many ways.
Okay, thank you. And second question, Professor Wang, is your nano electric generators insensitive to any EM interference? Is external EM fields impose additional difficulties for your power regulation units?
Okay, a very good question, because we do not utilize magnets or magnetic material for power generation, because traditional technology is magnets, coils, permagnets. So there's and also the sensitive to electromagnetic interference here. Ours is not. Ours is not sensitive to any electromagnetic interference or any kind of magnet materials around it. So it won't affect that.
Okay, so due to time constraint, I think we'll stop for now. And thank you very much again, Professor Wang, for joining us today. And hopefully we'll see you again in our near future events. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation. I wish you have a very successful symposium and everybody enjoy the next few talks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to the second keynote speaker of this afternoon. Please allow me to introduce you, Professor Yang Guangzhong, the founding dean of the Institute of Medical Robotics at Shanghai Jiao Tong University. He is also the co-founder and was the director of the Himling Center for Robotics Surgery at Imperial College London, founder and editor-in-chief of Science Robotics, chairman of the British Association of Robots and Automatic Control Systems, and was a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda for Artificial Intelligence and Robots. Professor Yang was awarded a Commander of British Empire and honored as a Fellow of Royal Society of Engineering, a Fellow of IEEE Society, a Fellow of UK Institution of Engineering and Technology, a Fellow of American Institute of Medical and Biological Engineering, a Fellow of Medical Image Computing and Computer-Assisted Interventions, and he's also a recipient of the Royal Society Research Merit Award and listed in the Times Eureka Top 100 in British Science. He is hired as a visiting professor of Shanghai Jiao Tong University and served as the founding dean of the Institute of Medical Robotics. And currently he is appointed as full-time as the chair professor of Shanghai Jiao Tong University. Professor Yang's main research interests are in medical imaging, sensing, and robotics. In imaging, he is credited for a number of novel MR-phased contrast velocity imaging and computational modeling techniques that have transformed in vivo blood flow quantification and visualization. These include the development of locally focused combined with real-time navigator echoes for resolving respiratory motion for high-resolution coronary angiography, as well as MR dynamic flow pressure mapping, for which represents a paradigm shift of learning and knowledge acquisition of motor and perceptual and cognitive behavior of robotics, as well as the field of body sensor network, for providing personalized wireless monitoring platforms that are persuasive, intelligent, and context-aware. He has published over 300 peer-reviewed publications, edited over 10 books and conference proceedings, numerous research best paper awards, and a large research grant portfolio from the UK and EU funding body, and he as well as from research charities and industrial sources. So without further ado, let's welcome Professor Yang to deliver his speech. Okay, Professor Yang, are you able to unmute?
Hi. So can you allow me to? Can you hear me? Let me to share my screen.
You should be able to go ahead and share your screen. Yes.
Okay. Can you all see my screen? Right.
Yes. Great.
Wonderful. So first of all, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I'm delighted to speak here. So I'm going to talk about robots and probably give an overview of what's the current state of art and also where it is moving towards in future. So I'm the editor for Science Robotics. So for today's talk, I'm going to cover all different aspects of robots, but also try to spend a little bit more time to talk about medical robots, which is my own research area. So when we talk about robots that, you probably have seen many of them that, in fact, that during this COVID-19 outbreak that we start to really realize the importance of robots when you have, want to impose social distancing. And in fact, that when I was isolated in a hotel room in Shanghai, that, for a few days, my food was delivered to me by a little robot, managed to go up the stairs, or go up the lift, and also to my door and get my food. Therefore, there's no human contact. Certainly, when you go to factories and so on, so for instance, for car manufacturing, you see many of those robots around. That, in fact, that when you go to a car manufacturing, such as BMW or Mercedes, that you'll probably see more robots than the human workers on the plant. And the robots are developed for working in dull, dirty, dangerous environments, and this is what they are there for. So, from the mechanical accuracy, repeatability, and many things that, the accuracy that demands high precision, and the robots can certainly do a better job in many cases. So robots also take a different form. That the drones are the example that you probably have used this type of drone that for as a hobby, and also that some of you may have already using this robots for cleaning in a home environment. Autonomous cars certainly is an example of those robots, and robots are used for, understandably, that for space exploration, Mars mission, and also they are used in hospitals, hospital automation, for instance, in pharmacies. That those jobs are certainly repetitive and requires high precision. You can imagine the impact of giving the wrong drug to the wrong person, and certain drugs that, such as those using chemotherapy, that they are, they are harmful. So the use of robots certainly makes a perfect sense. And robots are used in construction. That construction, in this case, that they use this for combined with additive manufacturing, so you can generate this highly complex structure that work by the use of new materials. So 3 years ago, that me and Marsha McNutt, that who was the then editor-in-chief for Science, and we put together this new journal called Science Robotics. And the idea here is really to think ahead what the robots might be in the next 10, 20 years. So will robots still be in the form of gears and the motors, or there will be fundamental changes, shifts that in the construction of robots? And the robots that perhaps by using new materials, the robots can combine sensing, actuation, and also that can be combined with certain level of computation. What about the powers that Professor Zhongling Wang just gave you a very nice lecture about the use of his nano generator that for generating power that without the use of batteries. And certainly that when you want to deploy robots in a different kind of environments, power become an issue. So over the last 3.5 years that we have published a diverse range of robots. But the underlying theme is very clear. It's science for robotics and robotics for science. So science for robotics is really to look at changes or advances in basic science, how this will reshape the future of robots. Robots will take different forms that I will give you some examples later on. And robots for science, that how robots will be used to advance the development or providing insights into our understanding of science. And in fact, that many of you probably that, like me, are frustrated that laboratories are not fully open. Imagine one day that, for wet labs, that we have robots that are performing those experiments for you, and you can intervene, examine, and also perform complex, experiments remotely from home or remotely from a different country. And by, also allowing international collaboration and so on, the future of science will be very different. So certainly that COVID-19 has, introduced a lot of setbacks in our daily lives and also in our own research, but also that allowed us to rethink what the future may lie. In fact, a couple of months ago that we published this editorial that, on the use of robots for situations such as this, and perhaps that you can join us by thinking through some of the additional areas that we haven't thought about before. So let me just give you some examples of those robots we have published so far, and also that, how the motto of science robotics that, really mean. What do you mean by science for robotics? And what do you mean by robots for science? So this was one of the first papers that we published that, this is by the group in Berkeley University. And this robot on the left is called Salto. And basically it's trying to learn this little creature here, this little creature here is called the bush baby or Galago. And it is, apart from this very cute looking creature that it has some interesting features that, it's about 7 to 8 inches high and about only 5 to 10 ounces, but its tail is much longer than the combined length of the head and the body. And really that it is used to assist the animal's strong legs to power its jump. So the aim here is to learn from, this little bush baby and to learn how to jump as efficiently and also how to modulate the power during jumping. So this is an example that, how we can learn from nature and also how to construct better robots. So this is the work by Duncan Haldane, who was working in Ron Feeling's lab in UC Berkeley. So if you look at this figure here, that the horizontal axis is the jumping frequency, and the vertical axis is the height gain. And if you look at this, that the black line is the ballistic limit that you can't go through that for obvious reasons. And Galago, which is located here, is really that in terms of height, as you can see, extremely efficient compared to Bullfrog, that which is located here, which itself is extremely powerful in terms of jumping. And this is a mouse lemur, and you can see, probably find some of the other creatures. And those gray ones are those different robots that by different universities, the groups they have constructed over the years. So for instance, MIT Cheetah and so on. And the work that is reported here is somewhere located here. As you can see, it's getting close to what the Galago does. But put this aside, let's look at how it actually is doing. And you can see here that, how it is jumping and how it actually modulates power. And as you can see here. So this is one feature of that, what we try to do is, really to in this case, that how to learn from nature or provide by inspired mechanisms to provide better construction of robots. Here is another example, this by the work by Seth Hutchinson and his group in UIUC. And here is to provide a biomimetic robot to study the flight specialization of bats. As we know, bats are incredibly efficient in terms of gliding through the air, and also that it's almost in complete silence, and uses ultrasound to locate its prey. And in terms of aerodynamics, navigation, and all these things are really surpassing any robots that we can construct so far. So what's special about this work? That is really a efficient use or efficient combination of material science. In this case, they're using better carbon fibers that for the silicon membrane, and also incorporated those Hall effect encoders for the joints that for the IMUs to give you the static and also dynamic acceleration, that also data storage on board with onboard control. So this is the construction of the robots, as you can see here, that extremely agile and provides the degrees of freedom, multiple degrees of freedom in terms of abduction, flexion, extension, retraction, protraction that's required to do it. And what is useful or what is laudable for this work is that they managed to put onboard processing and all these things online. And this is the general trend: is that robots, tethered robots, or what we called, that offload data, process on the computer, and also that it gets the power from the tether. It's useful to demonstrate some principles, but when you really try to deploy it for real life applications, that then it is limited. So increasingly we are trying to combine all this on board. Then you can imagine the type of constraints we will have. Number one is the computation. You have limited computation, limited data storage, limited wireless bandwidth, and as in the last talk, that you have limited power. So how do you get power from the environment or harvest the power from the environment? Or how do you make effective use of the power on board and making all the processes low power? And these are all become major challenges. But that doesn't say that we have to ditch all our traditional, robotics or mechanisms that we learn in mechanical engineering. In fact, here's one example that by the work by Robert Wood in his group that in Harvard. As you can see here, that they use a rotary actually folding polyhedron and for midwater investigation of delicate marine organisms. As you know that when you try to handle marine organisms in deep sea, they're extremely delicate. And certainly that you do not want to take them out of the depths onto surface because pressure, everything changes. And this is, you can't observe them in the natural environment. So here, what they have put together is a very, a simple yet elegant folding mechanism that can be under-actuated. So it doesn't really have many degrees of freedom, but therefore it is easy to use and that it can be deployed. As you can see here, that CS in action, deep sea down to 563 meters in the ocean. And you can see here how it actually moves and also captures very simple, elegant, and combines the beauty of traditional mechanism design with some, in this case, the 3D printing and also so on. So this is another example that of using robots actually to help the marine scientists that to study their little creature in the sea. So robots comes in different sizes and forms. That this perhaps is one of the largest robot we have ever published. This is the work by MIT group that they use what we call the digital architecture. So in the old days or in the current form prefab on bricks and so on, they are very useful. But imagine when you go to an environment that an environment in a remote location that where you don't have such, and you'll be able to harvest local material, in this case that to construct such buildings, digital architecture. And when you try to one day, perhaps that when we try to put inhabitants on the Mars, that certainly you can't send bricks up there. So that this type of digital architecture becomes highly interesting. So here the challenge here is that when you have a large span, in this case, they use a crane that to hold this base robot, and this in the robotic world is really the macro mini system. How do you ensure to have the accuracy and also this as well as the span for the robot actuation, and in this case for making this very intricate architecture. And here there's also the material science elements to it. So as you can see that, all this are really changing the way we do science, changing the way we do engineering, and in many different ways. So those really open the doors for many architectures which would be difficult to construct in our traditional means. Then there are other examples that you can make use of robots or construct robots. And this is the work that, to look at David Hu and his group that to look at kurigami. You are all familiar with origami, that in folding the papers. Here, that is about cutting the papers to actually construct a soft robot that emulate the skin, in this case, of the reptiles. So they investigated different patterns and how this can be used. And this robot is completely driven by air, that therefore is in the area of soft robotics, which is also a very popular field in a sub-branch of robotics, and they are used for a number of different applications. A few more examples that, when you want to explore the complex spaces, that, whether in the through the cracks, or even inside the human body, what we call the endoscopes. And traditionally that you try to push something into those gaps, but how about we can have something that can grow from its tip, and therefore you don't need to push, and you allow it to navigate a very complex environment. You can also sense, from the tip. So here's one example. You learn from nature that how the neuron grows, how the pollen tubes grow, and also that how the plant cells grow. And this is the work by Alison Akamura in Stanford University that in this case it's called the Eversion robot. Basically it consists of folded up balloon that's inside, but then when you press the air that it actually extends itself. So therefore that it can manage situation with this. And some of the more tricky ones that you may encounter in surveillance or search and rescue, as well as that for that inspection and some of the hostile environments. And it can even go through these very narrow gaps. So certainly that, this is very simple. The material doesn't take much to put together, but it's a kind of new thoughts that you can put into it. But you may think this is just a gimmick and it's a bit of a fun, but there is, this, a significant in-depth assimilation and also knowledge behind this if you want to do this accurately. And when you want to combine this for navigating the complex environment, how do you actually model this? How do you use visual surveying to locate your target and all these things actually that are not easy to do? And therefore, from this, you can distill basic science elements and to help you to understand and also to pursue. So it becomes clear that the development of future robots, that you need to really think out of the box, and also you need to think about different ways of navigating this complex environment. You need to learn from the nature. But in terms of constructing materials, learn from Mother Nature, perhaps that's another example here that for those of you who are working in material science, and you probably have studied this, the gecko's feet, and how it actually manages near horizontal or near vertical walls, and also that, be able to walk upside down on the ceiling. So if you look at this, the microstructure of the gecko feet after this lecture, that you'll be, interesting to look at it. And these are effectively dry sucking pads. And by using this gecko-inspired construction, then you will be able to actually do this, what we call the dry adhesives. And in this case, to help grasping and also manipulating large objects in microgravity, i.e. in space, that, on different planets. So these are some examples that, how by inspired design, how new materials and also the intersection between other disciplines can help the development of new robots. But for many of you who are outside the robotic field, perhaps that, were influenced by Hollywood films that robots needs to take a human form, that what we call the humanoids. And traditionally, that the humanoids, the robots, that you may have seen them in films and also in DARPA challenges and so on, they look like clunky machines. So certainly that they certainly look like being machined, and there are a lot of motors and gears. They look clunky and also not really agile in the way that we wish them to see. But things are changing. That there are soft, what we call the soft muscles that can be used to help to construct the new ways of actuation. So this is the work by Professor Inaba from Tokyo University on human mimetic style humanoids. So without going through the detail, here's the video that demonstrating that how it actually works. So here that the pneumatic muscle really to help with in terms of with the deflection, and the robot itself is quite strong, yet you don't look at it doesn't look being formidable or frightening, and it can do so this push-ups and various things, and certainly that it can do some interesting things that you would expect them to do to interact. Getting the gait cycles, the foot, being able to turn, being able to recover from falling, and all these are simple things for us, but for robots still nowadays are difficult. So perhaps this is one direction that we can move towards in the future of robots. So you put this aside, to put all this together. What about intelligence? That how do we learn from this? So I mean, deep learning and all these things are deep learning. These are all deep learning, and these are all interesting fields. And in robots, grasping objects, and also that to be able to play games. That in this case, this game is certainly not easy to play, but by the use of robots. And also that to learn from those skills, explore this unknown environment, and these are interesting things that we are working towards. So this is really that it's timely that perhaps to look at some of the grand challenges, the challenges in robotics. So certainly from what I just described, that if we want to really move beyond the traditional means of motors and gears, we need to look at the new materials, and we need to look at the new fabrication schemes. And also that what about combining synthetic material with tissue material, or what we call the biohybrid materials? And what about learning from Mother Nature? So bio-inspired designs. So biohybrid and bio-inspired robots are very much, important development field. Power and energy. That the last lecture talked about the possibilities of new way of acquiring power. That certainly, as we know, that power and energy are very challenging things still. That for any of the mobile devices. Robot swarms. How about the robots working together? That the drones working together, but also that in the micro nano scales, those robots working together for targeting disease tissue and also be able to deliver therapy. What about navigation exploration? That go beyond the traditional SLAM approach, that simultaneous localization and mapping. That you have to map the environment and do manage or navigate the environment. What about going in unexplored areas and be able to know that where to look. Certainly that, as we human go to any building, we don't map it, we don't look at the map, that, we can build this environment from our, vision and also exploration and also prior knowledge. What about AI for robots? Will the traditional AI be sufficient, that, or there are new ways of doing it? What about the explainable AIs? Those black box approach of deep learning, that how do you ensure robots in this case all need to interact with a human, that they are safe, that they're explainable, their action, and so on. Brain computer interfaces. that brain computer interface is very important. That do we always need to use the electrodes, optodes, or even implant that like Elon Musk has done that into the brain in order to interact, or that we can use other means, surrogate measures, to provide brain computer interfaces. Social interaction, as robots become more popular in the home environments, what are the social implications? That how do we make sure robots can really understand the subtlety of human interaction and human robot interaction? Ethics, security, privacy, these are important issues, but certainly in future, in this very difficult time of COVID-19, perhaps it's also timely to talk about medical robotics, as that not only they can be used for surgery, but also can be used for assistive tasks and also for managing patients in intensive care, those patients with infectious diseases. So medical robotics is my own area of research that for the last 2-3 decades. And as you know, robots in surgery is perhaps one of the first ones that established its application. We all know surgery that it's been done in open surgery, but in the 1980s that they are largely done through keyhole surgery. The reason for that is you only need to make small incisions, and therefore that avoids major trauma for accessing to the disease part, and also make the recovery much quicker. Surgical robots is very much a novelty up to now, and in the last few years it has enjoyed a tremendous growth because its safety, consistency, robustness, and as well as performing tasks that are difficult to be performed by bare hands. In future, that it certainly will have even more important role that how it's being used. So if you look at robots, that what we called that it has gone through approximately 4 generations. The first generation, that these are robots by adapting industrial robots. That thinking about the human surgery is like a CNC machining task, but certainly that's not the case. Then immediately that the research community and also industry, they're thinking that we need to develop this dedicated robots that are safe to be used in the surgical environment. So here are the generation of Zeus robot and also Da Vinci robot emerged in the field. These are the second generation robots. And the third generation robots are becoming smaller, and also they are designed for specializing to specific surgical tasks, and therefore that for spinal, for others. Then more recently, these are the fourth generation robots. They are a lot more sophisticated, that they combine with sensing, image guidance, and so on. But the future, the fifth generation robots are the ones that are really on the horizon, and I very much hope that that the audience here that you will contribute towards. First of all, that unlike the previous generation robots, they are designed for dealing with late stage diseases. They are designed to deal with small lesions by the use of imaging and also other techniques that allow you to get to very deep-seated small lesions before it becomes causing irreversible damages. They are there to deal with complex diseases that are congenital, or those patients under major trauma, for instance, that and therefore you allow you to do reconstruction surgery, microsurgery, and those things much better. And the future of robots will be implantable robots. As we get older, that we are going to lose certain capabilities. The robots will certainly will stay with us for longer periods when we go beyond the average age of 100 years old. So this one is one example of one of the latest generation robots called the Da Vinci SP. It can use a single port, and it can be used that for one small incision that with multiple instruments that they're able to actually navigate those tasks and so on. So incisions are even getting smaller, and also that they can combine with imaging guidance, in this case for a case of removing part of the kidney called partial nephrectomy. and they provide augmented reality vision, tissue tracking, and also combined with imaging that to provide you with accurate margin definition and also accuracy. But things are getting even more, interesting. That what about dealing with smaller lesions that through the natural orifices? In this case, this is a robot system that developed by the Hamling Center by my team. That this is using Hyperflex bimanual control. As you can see here, those instruments are very small. They are all going through a single incision of only a few centimeters, and those instruments certainly provide the dexterity, and also that it's very, very different to what you see that in other on the market. So it can be used for the complex procedures, and also that for dealing with all the necessary steps. So if you look at all the different areas of robots, the areas enjoyed a lot of growth are laparoscopy, so that they are used, or what we call the keyhole up, surgery that through the body, the neuro ENT surgery, and the luminal surgery is one area that is emerging that through the natural orifices or that through the lumen, and also used in orthopedics. But as I mentioned, that the future is really to look at that early intervention and also dealing with diseases early. And I was talking about lung intervention, and certainly you will see those type of robots combined with vision. And in this case, when you try to miniaturize those robots to the size of 2 to 3 millimeters, then you need new fabrication schemes. And we are already that having those type of robots, we are able to make those robots to the size of sub-millimeter, and therefore that to interrogate all this. So this is really one area that the new materials and the fabrication schemes will help. So if you look at the traditional area that those robots are they're in the size of millimeter and beyond. But when you go down to sub-millimeter, then certainly you need microfabrication schemes to be able to construct those devices very, very small. So here is one example, the kind of limit you can do. So this is this grasper that the jaw to jaw is only 60 micron. So what's the size that to put into scale? That human head, the diameter is about 100 micron. So here, this combined with sensing actuation, and is only at the tip of your hair, you'll be able to put a couple of those graspers. So this is not a limit that if you are interested in following our work, this is our latest work published in Science Advances. That in this case, that using pneumatic piston actuation with a surface tension seal, and this is only that to the size of 120 micron or so, 150 micron or so. So, and with this, that it's just not much bigger than the hair, and therefore that you can see the actuation schemes that can provide. So the future, that development, certainly we are getting smaller, and the use of micro robots will become more and more available. That we are developing this new technology called the FiberBot, and this then can be combined with the existing development of microrobotics that force delivery, surgery, sensing, detoxification, a number of different things. And you can just combine it with chemical, magnetic, acoustic, and also biological propulsion. And with this, then a lot of the new things that can be done to deal with situations cannot be done before. So microrobotics will be an area that in development in future. They are microscale in size, and they can be fabricated with micrometer scale accuracy, and they can also be manipulated of that manipulation of micrometer scale objects. And all this, that if you put this together, that certainly that linking medical robotics to the number of different topics we're talking about, new materials fabrication, bio-hybrid, bio-inspired robots, and the robot swarms, that how those micro robots work together. I didn't have time to discuss about navigation, BCI, and those related to medical robotics. Perhaps that you can follow on some of my other lectures. That I'll be delighted to talk about this. So as the chairperson just mentioned that, I actually made the decision that to move back to Shanghai last November, and to set up this new institute for medical robotics. So this perhaps is the largest dedicated medical robotics institute in the world, and we are involved in all the areas I mentioned about early on, and we have 10 different centers. And in fact, in early July, there is a robotics summer school. I think we are still taking applicants. If you are interested, you can scan this QR code and to join us. So with this, I would just like to wrap up in this lecture talk. I very much give an overview, given the diverse background of the audience, of robotics and what do you mean by science for robotics and this robotics for science, and some of the challenges related to that. It's very much an overview talk, and if you are interested in some of the specific issues that I discuss here, that you are welcome to browse through the papers we publish on the journal, and also that to follow our WeChat page that for the SJTU Medical Robotics Institute. So I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this virtual conference. Look through some of the talks and also topics. They are extremely interesting, and delighted that, to have the opportunity to share with you our experience here. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Yang, for your very extensive overview of the state-of-the-art robotics and detailed explanation of medical robots. And due to the time constraint, we'll do 2 quick questions. So the first question we have in the chat is that, what is the biggest challenge?
So go back to the chairperson.
Yeah. Right, so we have the question in the chat that, what is the biggest challenge of the telesurgery for the medical robots, and what is the maximum distance to control the robot without losing transparency today?
Yeah, so there is no such thing, there are in fact many challenges for telesurgery. I think in addition to the accuracy, flexibility, learning, and all this I mentioned, and for telesurgery, one of the things is related to communication, which I didn't mention or elaborate today. So latency is a big thing. So when you have, hand-eye coordination, that when the vision and the motor, that there is a more than 100 millisecond delay, then you can noticeably feel it. So this, lag will become an issue that when you do that. But here, that not so much the distance, the physical distance, is rather the latency that really matters. So imagine that when we want to do surgery or control a robot on the International Space Station, or that let's say one day on the Mars, then such delay will become really a problem. So we wrote a paper, that editorial, on different levels of autonomy. So you can imagine that, in such situations, certain levels of autonomy that will need to be incorporated. So this very much the surgeon tell the robot what to do, but the exact details dealing with the exact steps and so on, navigating, dealing with the local tissue and so on, that will be done autonomously. So that will be the combination of both that will need to be used to handle such latency. So it's not the physical distance, and it's the latency that really matters, that to ensure that we don't lose the transparency. I suppose that's what you mean.
Okay, thank you, Professor Yang. Do we have any further questions? Okay. I'll have a quick one. So, Professor Yang, what is the current regulation on medical robots, and how does that affect the development of it?
Yeah, so medical robots, that currently there are no specific regulations for medical robots. They are really, the standards and all these things are, being put together because the field itself is relatively new. However, that we generally follow through the medical devices directive, so that all surgical robots, they are regarded as class 3 medical devices. Therefore, they need to go through stringent testing and regulatory approval and all the necessary steps as those devices used for patients. So if you are interested in joining this as a startup company, then you need to be patient. That it takes a long time to get a device from concept to prototypes to the market.
Okay, I think that should wrap up the keynote speech of today. And thank you very much, Professor Yang, for joining us. And I hope we can see you again in the near future events.
Delighted to be here. Thank you very much and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Okay, that ends our keynote speeches of today, and we will proceed to the afternoon symposiums. And I'll have the details posted here.
什么都不懂，这个张生用韩语翻译过来就是唐僧。哦，张生。
Approval. So that revolution lithium-ion battery, so they significantly increased the energy density. And this ICI, we call ICI, consists of ceramic and also the organic part. Because this is the ICI, and they have a graphite, and this is inorganic ICI strongly bonded with graphite. And in that case, graphite volume change during lithiation deletion only 12%. So this composite organic inorganic ICI is flexible enough and strong enough to accommodate 12% volume change. Why they can form organic inorganic ICI? Because the electrolysis, this is the solvent. This lithium, this like the PF6. So all the lithium is solved by the solvent. So when lithium comes to the anode side, the solvent bring to the anode, lithium reduce. Also, they have a opportunity for the ion also have an opportunity to bring to the anode side, and then both solvent and the ion, the cation reduce, so they form ceramic and polymer ICI. But this kind of ICI is really good for graphite, but it's not good for lithium metal. The reason is lithium metal volume change is infinity. Even silicon, if volume change over 300%, and then this ICI, it cannot accommodate the volume change because the bonding with the lithium is very strong. When lithium volume change, ICI also volume change. and no any material can accommodate infinity volume change, also cannot accommodate 300% silicon volume change. So they have that's the reason the efficiency is really low. And they have several methods to improve the robustness of SCI. One method is they put a pure polymer. So they think the polymer flexible, so they can accommodate the substrate volume change. But for the silicon 300% volume change, it's really challenging for any material accommodate repeatable over 500 cycle repeatable volume change. So that's the reason it's really hard for silicon, microsize silicon or lithium, use traditional carbonate electrolytes. So we think in another way. We think why they just cannot accommodate the volume change. The reason is the bonding too strong. And then we think maybe if we lose the contact, maybe we have an opportunity to develop SCI. They can accommodate large volume change. Then we think it's use ceramic, not the polymer. The ceramic, especially lithium fluoride, they have a very high interface energy, meaning the bonding between these two very weak. They have two advantages. If they have a high interface energy, less bonding, if lithium come in through the SCI, and they can easily diffuse along the interface because the bonding is so weak. Second, if they have opportunity, lithium penetrate into the lithium fluoride SCI, and if lithium go inside, the interface energy is so high, if we bring additional air the surface, they will have a large energy penalty. Due to these two reasons, we think ceramic SCI with high interface energy with lithium or silicon is the solution. Because you cannot find any polymer that can accommodate the infinity volume change. Only ceramic, if the loose bonding, even volume change on the bottom is really large. This SCI not no volume change. Then they have an opportunity. So this is our design. So how can we realize this? And then we select. Right now we say lithium fluoride. Why is a lithium fluoride, not other ceramic? Then we calculate all the different ceramic, the interface energy with lithium and mechanical strength. If we multiply these two, this we can use as lithium suppression, non-drug suppression capability. So lithium fluoride has highest value. And this is LGPS electrolysis, it's negative. So that means solid state sulfide electrolysis thermodynamically promote lithium non-drug. And second is the lithium fluoride has really large band gap. So means this lithium fluoride has the lowest electronic conductivity. That is really useful for SCI because SCI, the thickness depends on the electronic conductivity. If the electronic conductivity is very lower, the very thin. Very thin means irreversible capacity is lower. So that will link with first cycle Coulombic efficiency. Another third reason is lithium fluoride also have a largest voltage stability. When you design electrolytes to form lithium fluoride, maybe you also have an opportunity to form lithium fluoride on the cathode side because you design electrolytes. And if lithium fluoride also form cathode, it can extend 6 volts. So this has a high potential to build high energy lithium battery. So all others, they are lower, the window is low. And then how can we do that? How can you design lithium fluoride SCI? And then because when we say traditional salt in solvent, you have so much solvent there. So when you lithium more, you bring a lot of solvent. So solvent will reduce and they form organic. If I want to form a ceramic, you have to bring the ion to the anode side. And so this is if we add a lot of salt, so like the PF6 minus, and we have one lithium, they have an opportunity to form a contact ion pair. If we increase more, maybe we have a lithium, one lithium, they have 2 solvent and 1 the PF6. So we have a more opportunity to reduce the negative the ion. So this tells us if we increase the salt concentration, we have an opportunity to form ceramic. If this has fully reached the negative ion, and then we can potentially form lithium fluoride. First, increase the concentration of the salt. So this is a lithium PF6 10 mole, and we use carbonate solvent. And in this case, we really form lithium fluoride rich SEA. So we increase the Coulombic efficiency from 95 to 99.2. But this has a problem when you put a lot of salt and the viscosity is too high. And so it's not practical for thick electrode. And then we have to consider how can we reduce the viscosity. One method is used, we call it anti-solvent. Anti-solvent, for example, HFE, they can dissolve the solvent, but they cannot dissolve the salt. In that case, they can weaken the bonding between the lithium and solvent. In that case, when lithium more and the solvent easily removed, so that reduce of the solvent chance, the potential is lower. Second, normally anti-solvent is really stable. We use ether, fully native ether. So their potential also very low. So they also can bring the solvent reduction potential low. In that case, we can have a high chance to reduce the negative ion. Then we do is we add HFE 20%, and we reduce the lithium PF6 concentration to 1 mole. So we can keep the same Coulombic efficiency, but the viscosity is really low. And then we think because the anti-solvent can reduce the bonding between solvation energy between the lithium and the solvent, then we think we have an opportunity to develop electrolyte at lower temperature because the HFE has a really lower the crystal temperature. Then second idea is we put a more HFE in the electrolytes, and then we develop large window -80 to positive 80 electrolytes. And then we think, how can we further reduce the solvent reduction? So we think maybe we can select the solvent, change this solvent, use more stable solvent. And then we think maybe THF is easier. The reduction potential here is the reduction potential. Normally ECDMC reduction potential is salt, red is salt, blue is solvent. They are almost the same potential and also very high. But if we use THF, the solvent reduction potential very low. And salt reduction potential is high because they lose the contact between they bonded the salt ion, cation strong, but lose the contact bonding between the lithium to the solvent. So they have a big gap here. Then that means if we gradually change the potential, only salt reduce. Only at a very low potential, solvent have an opportunity to reduce. Second, because lithium PF6 solubility in THF is very low, so they have a very high CIP and also very high AGG. So meaning is the salt has really high opportunity to reduce and very, very small amount SSIP. So then we really use this electrolytes. We use 2 mole lithium PF6 mixed THF, and we can form almost pure lithium fluoride SEA. So this is the green one SEA, lithium fluoride. So you see the green concentration increase because we have a high opportunity to reduce the salt. And to further increase the Coulombic efficiency, we also on the carbon surface we coat lithium phyllic graphite and bismuth. The reason is when you fully release it, fully lithium plating and fully lithium stripping, and the substrate uniformly plating lithium is really critical for the Coulombic efficiency. So now we achieve 99.8 quadratic efficiency at 0.5 milliamp per centimeter square and 1 milliamp hour per centimeter square capacity. So this is the highest reported so far. But it's still not enough. We need to go to 99.9 and also another number there. What this is tell us this is a design strategy really works. And then we think the goal, all this goal is reduce the possibility for reduction of the solid. Is there any way we just remove the solid? Then that is opportunity solid state. Solid state, no solid. You can consider this as a salt. LCO is a salt. So this suppose should be the extreme of our design. So this should solve the problem because this is totally ceramic, no polymer, and they should work with silicon. But unfortunately, right now the fact is the limiting current for solid state electrolytes is much lower than liquid organic electrolyte. Why? The reason is they bring additional problem. One is all the ceramic LCO, LPS, there are no lithium fluoride. And so the interface energy is really small. LCO, a lot of people think is stable with lithium metal. If at the zero potential attached with the lithium metal, that's true. But during plating and lithium potential is lower than zero. At minus, if you can reach minus 100 millivolt, garnet will reduce. When they reduce, they have a metal, zirconium, and then they have the SCN have an electronic conductivity. Here, all the organic electrolyte, there are no metal there. So this is bring a new challenge. So SCN or solid state, we have to change and modify. Additional challenges, liquid electrolyte electron conductivity is the lowest, and we can consider insulated. But this solid state have 10⁻⁸. And based on these two reasons, we find out even lithium can deposit directly inside. Also, lithium can penetrate through the SCN. So that will bring additional challenge. But we have, based on the knowledge from here, we think we still have opportunity to block this and to form lithium phobic SCN layer. And between them, you can put a mixed conducting layer because to reduce the over potential. Because if you have this SCN layer should be in situ form rather than artificial. In situ form, have a high interfacial energy but less resistance. So this is the design, and we think no any perfect electrolytes. And then we think, can we revisit the IQOS lab, use what we understand the technology, the advanced idea. The most successful for organic electrolytes, we add high concentration and extend the window. And so can we do the same in the water-based? So water-based, the challenge is for organic, when you reduce the lower potential, they form a polymer. But for water, if you reduce the lower the potential, they only form gas. So then we think if we add a lot of salt form as the idea, and then we can stabilize the water. So we can bring this lower. And also salt reduction potential is lower than water reduction. But if we put a high concentration, and then one is reduce water reduction potential because we stabilize water. Second is we increase the salt reduction potential. And because when we have a very high concentration, one lithium they can bond only 2.5 water. And so the water activity is very low. In that case, salt reduction potential can be high. And also recently they have another group, they find out that if we reduce water and generate like local alkaline environment, they also have reduction of the TFSI. So whatever which reason, the fact is they have an opportunity to reduce the PFSI. So they perform lithium fluoride SCN. So they reduce the potential from 2.5 to 1.9. Also, because we put a lot of salt there, water activity reduced, they also move up oxygen evolution potential. So then we have a 3-volt electrolysis. And but recently we think we can increase the cathode because we bring 4.9 volt the limit, and which is higher than most of organic. So we want to develop a high voltage cathode, transition metal free. And so we recently developed lithium bromide, lithium chloride, and graphite cathode. So this is the recently for 5 years our group work. So today I just focus on the organic electrolysis for silicon and for lithium. If I have time, I will cover a little bit here. If no time, I just focus this. Okay, I need to quickly. So this is a recent work. We developed THF and lithium PF6 for silicon. We also show this also work for the silicon, for the lithium. So this is done by the Ji Chen, Liu Lin, and Qin Li. We also work with Amish Lab and Oleg. So we bring this the concept. We take the reference from other people's published paper to explain our idea. How our electrolytes work for the silicon, micro-size silicon? Because micro-size silicon, nobody thinks it works. But we think because our design, maybe this will change, revolutionize the silicon. So we already come, first is we say lithium fluoride has a very high interface with this is silicon. And so this is interface element. Second, we already showed this for the lithium fluoride, for the THF, they have a very low potential, reduction potential, salt has high potential. So they have a very high opportunity to form lithium fluoride. So this is a salt. Salt we take average 1.2 volt, and solvent we take average 0.3. And we mark here 1.2 salt reduction, and solvent THF reduction we say 0.3. And we have a silicon and particle, black one particle, and then below like 1 volt, because we need to consider over potential, they form lithium fluoride. And here, and because there are no volume change, lithium not started lithium, so they are keep the lithium fluoride covered on the surface. And during this period, and you see the silicon lithium. And we just generally we think lithiation of silicon is not uniform because there may be some, they have a hole there. But if you see then when lithiation of silicon, you see the strength here, you see at the beginning it's high and then decrease. This will tell us when your lithiation of the silicon to a certain level and the silicon, lithiated silicon become more flexible. They can have a plastic deformation. So they release the stress. So this tell us if you are non-uniform for the lithiation volume change, and because they become much flexible and they will become too uniform because they can flow inside. And at here, suppose you see the potential here 0.3, they should on the outside lithium fluoride have a polymer. But because they need an over potential, also lithium fluoride has a really, really low electronic conductivity. So the chance for the polymer coated on the outside is very small. And then only at the end of here, you have volume change. From here to here, really volume change and the SCA lithium fluoride will break. But during this period, when they break, they form lithium fluoride. The THF do not have a chance to reduce. So they only have a lithium fluoride on the surface. So they block and heal. That's the reason first cycle you have a 91 efficiency. But the second cycle you can reach 98 and 99 could be efficiency. So when you go back and lithiate the silicon deliciation, volume change, smaller, and they have a hole here. But the hole here, why they have a vacuum? They have no vacuum because when you lithiation, deliciation, they have a gas generated. So they should have some gas inside. And so this is the story we believe. How can you know this really happened? And we think if this happened, there should be, this is a flow, the silicon flow. And outside, we have a lithium fluoride, and on the top is a polymer. If traditional, they break and they have a polymer, and because they are strongly bonded, and then electrolyte penetrate. In this case, even the volume change, they are bonding very weak. The plastic deformation, silicon can flow inside. And so this, they are even volume change, the crack and the self-healing lithium fluoride was healed. But in this case, the bond is so strong and totally break, so the electrolyte penetrate inside. That is the case. But we have to validate that is true case or not. So we use the SEM to check the morphology. So this is the cycle. We use SEM, and the blue one is not beam damage. This is a beam damage. You see the red one, they really see the flow of the silicon. And on not use the beam damage, you cannot see the inside. So that means this is a lithium fluoride shell cover. And this is when you have a beam, it damages the lithium fluoride, so they can see clearly silicon inside. A more clearly image is when we put up the beam different time, you will see at the beginning lithium fluoride polymer and gradual damage, and then you can see inside the silicon. And more direct evidence, we use yields. And yields we use a plasma, because plasma have a less damage to the lithium fluoride. You really see they have the KHF of the electrolyte, they have a shell lithium fluoride. Also, the yields, this is 1.25, this is 1 to 3.5. You see at the 2 and 3 on the surface, you really see lithium fluoride. And in the center, you see the silicon. But the traditional electrolyte, same thing, 1, 2, 3, 5, there's no change. The meaning is the lithium fluoride, magnesium, and polymer, they are uniform mixing. This is the structure everybody knows in the traditional carbonate electrolytes. And the polymer and ceramic lithium fluoride is mixed. They form organic and inorganic composite. So this is the cross section. If we assume our structure is right, the volume, the density, the thickness will not change. This is after many cycles we cut. This crack is not because of the cycle crack, it's when we prepare the sample. So this tells us the electrode is still dense. So that means our design is valid, it works. And then we show the performance. And so this is silicon, the micro size, 10 micron size, charge discharge, different cycles. If traditional electrolyte and quickly decay. In our 20 cycle, no decay. And different C rate and different capacity at different C rate. Red one is traditional, one is our KHF electrolyte. Cycle life. And so traditional red one, quick decay, everybody, we already know that. So we should, if we think this is practical, you should have a very high loading. So here loading is 5.6 milliamp per centimeter square. This is an electrode we made in the south. So this is a commercial electrode. It's not made by our lab. And this design, because based on the interfacial energy, it's a general design. It's not special for silicon because we consider any volume change, larger one, you have to build high interfacial energy, the SEM. So to validate the general design, we also study aluminum, 20 micron size, charge discharge curve, rate, and rate capacity, also cycle life. So micro size aluminum can stably cycle. This never happened before. And critical efficiency, 99.9. Silicon also. So first efficiency 91 and 99. So that is almost in the commercial standard. Not only Lumina business, same thing, charge and at different the series capacity cycle life. So this show is a universal design and can work for all the high potential, high volume changeable. Another is we think, how about the full cell? And then we check it, we use the lithium ion phosphate, silicon full cell, bismuth, alumina cycle life. And this is a traditional electrolyte. Also, we even can go high NCA. So here, everything is standard, is near commercial, 2.3 milliamp% square, PN capacity ratio 1.3. So based on the design principle, this is supposed to work for the lithium. So we also do the same thing, the same people, and same collaborator, we also try the lithium. So the lithium, a little bit difference is during the lithium plating, we want lithium plating uniform. So we use graphite and put the bismuth inside. And this is lithium philic, so they can uniformly plating lithium. And then we put a lithium forbic SEI. We combine these two together, and we hope we can suppress the lithium dendrite. Even have a small hole crack, and lithium cannot go inside because interfacial energy is so high, lithium forbic, lithium cannot penetrate. Just like water, if you have a PTFE, even they have a crack, water cannot penetrate. So this is so it's robustness. So this is we tell a different substrate, metal and graphite and metal graphite composite. So this is we really help the capacity very small, but they uniformly distribute the plated lithium. And this is a different electrolytes, traditional electrolytes, our electrolyte really smooth. Different capacity, 2 meter an hour, 3 meter an hour. So very smooth, flat. And efficiency. Coulombic efficiency rely on the current and the capacity. So 0.5, this is a typical test condition. We reach 99.8. If you can increase the current to the 3, and we still reach 99.85. And even with capacity reach to 3, 99.5. So this number is twice reported. And these two, they reported in the ether electrolytes. And but is the capacity, our current, we are the highest. And this is stable Coulombic efficiency for 200 cycles. So the first cycle and a quick jump for high Coulombic efficiency. Because if we slowly increase, then not useful because it consumes the lithium. This is the chart the lithium plating, stripping potential comparison. Blue one and red one is traditional electrolyte. And the full cell. So we use our electrolytes and then traditional electrolytes. We use lithium iron phosphate. It's lithium free. We use this as substrate, and they can cycle to 100 cycles without pressure. Because normally lithium free, you have to add pressure to suppress the lithium bundle. So this we can cycle 100. So recently we developed another electrolyte, NMC622 copper, and we can cycle 150. You see, this is almost flat, and current 1.0, capacity 1.0. So this is without any pressure. So this we further design and tell us this is the right way to go. We have a really high potential to use the lithium metal anode to build the lithium-free electrode. And since I have 4 minutes, so I just quickly go finish. Water in salt, and we put a 21 molar, and we got it high water is 3 volt, and then we check the conductivity, this is concentration, and this is the blue one, green one conductivity. Even at the blue one, and then at the 21 molar, there's still 10 minus 2. And the transfer number, when you increase the concentration, transfer number from 0.3 to 0.6, 0.7. And why they have high lithium ion conductivity? Because of the water forms continuous channel, lithium can go through the water channel. And how do we know that? Because we do the calculation red one and then the blue one, and then we go to this to use a neutron to validate they are really matched. So this is right now well accepted model for water inside. And then we have to use it. And we find out when we put a lot of water, the salt there, and then they can stabilize water. So water will not evaporate even at a long time, the exposure in the air. Also, we find water in salt, and water in salt phase separated with the fresh water. The water will still continue diffuse inside, but they are slowly. And this tells us we can open the cell to the air, and this tells us we can temporarily stabilize in the water if we gel the water in salt electrolytes. And then we use the lithium vanadium phosphate fluoride on both anode cathode because they both can cathode as 4.4 volt and anode as 2 volt. They can build a 2.4 volt cell. And we build a cell.
Here we show our 100 milliamp hour battery cell, which is driving a fan
on
the left side.
Here.
The meter shows a working current of around 80 milliamp.
In the side. So what we will show you is.
Next, we'll show that our cell can survive mechanical abuses like being cut and exposed in the air. Only a small short circuit happened during the cutting. Besides that, the fan runs smoothly in the whole process.
So your cut, it doesn't matter. You just lose the capacity. And we show this is the inside with gel the electrolytes. So we can put it inside the
cell can
water
also work perfectly
because they temporarily phase separate between the gel electrolyte and also the water. And the water just slowly penetrates. Water
we can cut it under the water.
And we even can cut inside the water. The reason we actually are mentioned, they are same anode cathode.
Commercial lithium-ion battery with a capacity of around 550.
Okay, so second experiment, and after was 40 minutes. Second, so this is a minus 70 C, and this is traditional electrolytes. Traditional lithium battery we buy from store. And this is a zinc battery we build in the south. And we demonstrate this zinc battery can work at minus 70 and also can work positive 80. And for the commercial cell, it will quickly die within 1 minute. But this is they will run forever. The reason is they are not the electrolytes we design electrolytes not freeze. And I will stop. I hope I can stop. Okay, and then we show this to the RPI annual 10 years anniversary, and we also showed in the Capitol Hill Congress to Senator, and we think we build a unique the battery can work at a wider window, and also we developed new cathode transition metal free because the lithium bromide, lithium chloride absorb a little bit of moisture, water, and phase separate with water inside. So this is the potential lithium bromide and lithium chloride, and this is the volume, the energy density compared to others, and this is the volumetric energy density compared to others. Okay, so finally, I acknowledge all the people. This is the former the postdoc and student. Right now, it's a professor, and this is a collaborator with other people and the funding agency. So I'm sorry I take a little bit longer time, and thank you everybody to attended my talk, I can take the questions right now.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Wang. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's really, yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah, I can see like many people are really like interested in your work. And there are two questions that I want to ask you. Yeah. So the first question is that why is the lithium fluoride protective film formed by the new type of electrolyte a compact and thin, while the other electrolyte is nanoparticle shaped and loose? What is the mechanism behind that?
Can you repeat again?
Okay, sure. So why the lithium fluoride protective film formed by the new type electrolyte compact and thin, while the other electrolyte is like nanoparticle shape and loose? So what's the mechanism behind that?
So what is the? So I repeat the question. What is the lithium fluoride? We in our electrolyte is dense. Other electrolyte is not dense. That is the question. Okay.
Yeah.
So our electrolyte is we use THF and lithium PF6, and because they have a large reduction potential gap, so while potential decrease and the PF6 reduce, they form lithium fluoride, but the THF, the potential is reduction potential so lower, they do not have an opportunity to reduce, so they only form a lithium fluoride. We cannot guarantee our lithium fluoride is totally dense, but it doesn't matter because the lithium fluoride, they will, if they have a whole electrolyte penetrate, they will in situ reduce, form lithium fluoride, but the polymer not reduce. Second, the lithium will never penetrate inside because the lithium fluoride is lithium phobic. Even you have a small hole, the lithium will not penetrate. But if you have a polymer inside, and even you are dense, because lithium will react with the polymer, organic, so they will go through inside. So my point is, SEA, you cannot assume they design perfect SEA. You need to assume SEA, they are not perfect. They have a pore, they have a crack. And then in even that case, lithium still cannot go inside. Only way is thermodynamically you develop a lithium phobic one. So they even have a crack, they cannot penetrate. And because surface tension, if you have high interface energy, small hole, they have a large surface tension to block lithium going inside. Because the lithium we can treat as a liquid. So this is exactly our philosophy. Don't expect build perfect SEA. You need to assume SEA broken, porous, lithium still not penetrate. So that is same idea for solid state. Solid state battery, a lot of people think that ceramic should be dense, but no way. So you need to assume the solid state electrolytes, they are cracked and they have a green boundary. They have so many defects, but green boundary is still lithium phobic. So lithium will cannot penetrate it. The whole smaller, the surface tension stronger to prevent lithium penetration. So that is our design principle.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. And we have another question. Somebody asked that the high aerial loading and industrial level NP ratio look very promising towards cell applications. Have you tried pound cells for the silicon work?
Yeah, this is we show is the cone cell. We also right now we do the pulse cell. When we submit the paper, we have two options. One is we develop the pulse cell and make the large capacity and then submit. Another is we just show the concept, the idea. And then at that time we select, we say maybe we just go ahead and use the concept, demonstrate the concept. And later we commercialize them because our cathode, anode, all the electrode is made from the shaft. It's an industry standard. And only difference is the power cell. Power cell, right now we have a capability in lab. Before, we don't have a capability. We have to ask the industry, use the production line. It's hard. But right now, we are working on the power cell right now.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And we have one more question. Okay, so somebody asked, how can solid-state batteries be used in electric vehicles, given the size of solid-state battery made in the lab is very small and they require a high stack pressure maintained to operate?
So what is, can you repeat it?
How can solid-state battery be used in electric vehicles, given the size of solid-state battery made in the lab is very small and they require very high stack pressure maintained to operate?
Solid state, that's the reason solid state battery, you need to consider mechanical property. So if the really brittle is hard to apply in the electric vehicle. But in our lab right now, we build small size, but we got a DOE grant, and that grant we want to build a large size. And in that, consider that we need to consider the mechanical property, and even if they have a little bit of crack, and the lithium will not penetrate, and then they are robust. If you, same thing as I mentioned, if you assume you have very, very thin electrolytes, they are dense and they are at the beginning perfect, and you can use in the electric vehicle because they are vibration and the damage, and they will quickly fail. So our philosophy is electrolytes should be, they have a lot of defect and they have some crack, but they're still working. Then we talk about that is a practical solution. Otherwise, if you focus on material, the perfect single crystal, then it's hard to apply this technology in the practical. So right now the philosophy we talk about is we need to increase the robustness of the electrolytes rather than reduce like over potential and reduce the increased surface. That will help, but you need to make sure robustness is even the electrolytes, they have some defect, some perfect, and during the operation, they have damage, but they still can survive. So that is it.
Yes, really good answer. I think that's the question like from many people who did the solid-state electrolyte batteries. So, and some people also have the same question that how do you define the lithophobic?
How do I find the lithophobic
material? How do you define? Because for your presentation, you just mentioned lithophobic lithium fluoride ICI layer. So how do you define the lithophobic?
The lithophobic we talk about is the interface energy. So that one, all contact angle you can easily check. In our design, and okay, so here you can see this is an interface energy to calculate. This is a mechanical property. And you can calculate, or you can use a little metal on the surface and check the contact angle. And so you can get a lot of data here. So we also calculate other ceramic, lithium nitrate and lithium sulfide. Here we have a lithium sulfide, lithium carbonate, lithium chloride. And so you can get a lot of ceramic. And then based on that one, and you can validate, use liquid lithium metal on the surface and check the contact angle. So very important is this should be in situ form. If artificial, it's hard to come. They will bring a lot of high contact resistance. For example, garlic, they have a lithium carbonate. You see the interfacial energy is really high, and so they are not wet. So garlic, if we not remove the lithium carbonate, and lithium cannot have a lower contact resistance. So you have to lithium carbonate, if you want to use it, you have to in situ form, lithium fluoride in situ form. So in that case, and if we can minimize the interfacial resistance, but also achieve very high lithium dendrite suppression capability.
Okay. Sure. Thank you very much. They also have some questions, like somebody wants to ask Professor Wang, and I think you're free to ask through emails, and Professor Wang must be very happy to answer them. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you to see you here.
Yeah, I will reply your emails.
Yeah.
If you are interested in our group, you are welcome to apply the and postdoc.
Yeah, I can see from the Bilibili channel that many people are very interested in your group and want to join your group.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let me share the screen right now. Okay.
I need a. So it's finished. I will leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can stay here. Okay. Okay, let's have just 1 minute.
I'm here already.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm here already. Okay, good.
Okay. So I'll introduce you first, and then I'll move to your section.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. Rui Zhai. She is an assistant professor in the National University of Singapore, and she is also the assistant magazine editor for Materials and Design. And she is also the editor for Materials Today Communication since 2019. She is specialized in the research and the development of advanced manufacturing technologies for the functional and structural materials. And she will give us the presentation of design and microstructure control functional materials with manufacturing process improvement. Okay, let's welcome her stage. Can share your screen now.
Still, I cannot share my screen.
Okay.
Maybe you need to make me as a host so I can share my screen.
Okay, sure. Let me open it.
Okay, now I can do it.
Sure.
So can you all see my screen, my slides?
No, I only can see your face.
Okay, now how about now? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, so is my voice loud enough for you to hear it clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, really okay, that's good. So yeah. So good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to everyone. So first, I would like to thank the invitation and the organization from CSSAC. I'm honored to be here to given this opportunity and platform to present my research outcomes with so many young talents. So before start, please allow myself to introduce myself. So my name is Zhai Wei. So I'm currently a research assistant professor. I'm currently an assistant professor in the National University of Singapore in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. So I joined AOS in the end of 2019, so still less than 1 year. So I still consider myself as a young scientist who are still in the process of building my research competency and research areas. So today, I would like to share with you my own research progress and as a young scientist, how to grow and to build your research tracks to push yourself to the track of an academic path. So I did my first degree in the University of Science and Technology Beijing in the major of ceramic materials. So where I have learned a lot of fundamental knowledge about ceramic materials, about the crystal structures, the processing methods, the characterization technologies, etc. After graduation, I went to Cambridge University to pursue my PhD degree. I studied with Professor David Caldwell on the topic of high-temperature superconducting materials. So it is a type of functional ceramics. So I will introduce a little bit more about this topic in my later sessions. So after graduation in 2015, I joined a research institute in Singapore called Singapore Institute of Manufacturing Technology, where I have working in a team called Forming Technology team. So in Singapore, in SingTech, I won't be able to continue my research in the superconducting materials. So I have been given the opportunity to working on more type of materials and the manufacturing process. So here I have developing as a material processing scientist. So so through all my research experience, where I've been trained as a material scientist and being given the opportunity to working with different type of materials. So my understanding is that as a material processing scientist, we are always in the process and we are always being able to find a link between the process, the microstructure, and the property of the materials that we are studying. And our aim is to find and make use of this link. So today, I'm going to introduce two types of different materials and the process and how I'm able to find and make use of the link between process, microstructure, and the properties and be able to achieve the research outcomes. So I hope my talk today will not only be an introduction to the two types of fascinating materials, but also an enlightenment to young researchers working on other type of materials about how to draw your research stories and find the links for your own research topics. Okay, so here we come to the first topic, which is about the fabrication of bulk high-temperature superconducting materials using the technology called graded top seeded melt gold method. So this topic is actually my PhD topic, so you can consider it as my PhD topic. Okay, so first I would like to introduce to you what is high-temperature superconducting materials first. So people know about superconducting materials. People know about that. It is a superconductor that can transit electricity without electrical resistance. That is true. What people don't know, or maybe most people don't know, is that there are many other fascinating properties of the superconducting materials. One property is that it can expel magnetic field so that it can actually levitating above magnetic shells for levitating applications. So the material I'm starting with is called yttrium barium copper oxide superconducting materials. It is a type of high temperature superconducting materials. So although we call it high temperature superconducting materials, the superconducting material can only have its properties in liquid nitrogen temperature around 77 Kelvin, which is close to minus 196 degrees. So it's still considered very low temperature to common sense, but in superconducting areas, the low superconducting materials can only work at like liquid helium temperatures. So it's already considered as high temperature, and because it can work in liquid nitrogen, so it can work in a relatively low cost liquid coolant. So make it very interesting to many applications. So if we look at the microstructure, the crystal structure of the yttrium barium copper oxide, which is superconducting materials I'm working with, so it has this crystal structure, and the super current normally can only transit through this copper plane, which is in this direction. So when, as a material scientist, when we make the material, we want the material to perform its best. So one of the criteria, the requirement for us to be able to enhance the high transportation of the electrical current, one requirement is that we need to make the material in a single crystal. What is single crystal? It is something like what we have looked in this image, that it has a beautiful fat line. If you look into the microstructure, all the crystals are aligned in one direction, that there will be no angles or impurities between the crystals. Otherwise, in a multi-grain superconducting materials, you can see that there are many different grains, and in the microstructure there are many different angles that will block the electron transit through the copper plane. So the first aim that when we make the superconducting materials is that we want to make it into this L shape and in a single crystal. So then I'm going to talk about what is the top-seeded melt growth method. So it, in general, it consists of 3 steps. First steps, we have the raw materials, which are the powders. One is the yttrium barium copper oxide powders. We call yttrium 1, 2, 3. And we also need to add in other additives. One is yttrium 211, and another is cerium dioxide. So I'll introduce why we add in these 2 components in the later. So we need to mix these 3 powders very well. Then the next thing is we need to form them into a cylindrical shape through a compression machine. As normal, then we need to put a seed on top of this cylindrical shape. The seed has a melting temperature higher than the yttrium 1, 2, 3. So that's why we call it a top-seeded melt growth. So after that, we need to put the material in a furnace to go through a thermal process. So in the beginning, we know that the pellet contains of a mixture of yttrium 1, 2, 3 and yttrium 211 powders, and they are all in the solid state. Then we need to increase the temperature to a temperature that is just below the melting temperature of the seed, but higher than the melting temperature of the yttrium 1, 2, 3. And so at this temperature, the yttrium 1, 2, 3 will melt into yttrium 211 powder and some liquid phase. So then we need to reduce the temperature to a temperature that the yttrium 211 will react with the liquid phase to form into yttrium 1, 2, 3. So since we have the seed on top of this pellet, which is remain solid phase during this phase, and the seed has a similar crystal structure as yttrium 1, 2, 3. So because we have this seed, so during this temperature, the yttrium 1, 2, 3 will tend to grow along with the seed crystal structure. So, and we need to control this reducing temperature rate very precisely so that the yttrium 1, 2, 3 crystals will grow one by one along very well to grow into finally into a single crystal. So once it's fully grown, we can reduce the temperature quickly to the room temperature. So if we look at the final microstructure of the material we have produced, this top surface is cross the cross section view, and this is an optical microstructure image. So although you can see many defects, so but you from this beautiful facet line, you know that it's a single crystal in the bulk state. And the actual yttrium 211 that we have added in the beginning work as a solid frame that to maintain the shape of the pellet while the yttrium 1, 2, 3 is melted into the liquid phase and yttrium 211, and also to provide extra reacting components to form the yttrium 1, 2, 3 superconducting phases during the formation stage. And if you look at the final microstructure, you can see all these black dots are the actual yttrium-211 particles that we have added in the superconducting materials. Okay, so what I have done first is to, so as I mentioned that I need to reduce the temperature very slowly in order to grow it. So actually, if you have been working with single crystal, you know how troublesome it is to control the growth of the crystal. So actually, it's a very delicate process. So what I need to do first is to understanding at which temperature the yttrium-211, yttrium-123 starts to grow, and at which temperature it starts to grow progressively, so that the multi-grain state will become. So I have made a lot of small samples that composed of different amounts of yttrium-211 contents in the original state, and I have grow the materials in different constant growth temperatures in able to help me to find at which temperature the yttrium-123 start to grow, and at which temperature the yttrium-123 start to grow progressively into multigrains. So with this fundamental study, I'm be able to define an optimum growth temperature where I can grow yttrium-123 in a relatively large size, 25 millimeter diameter, with a beautiful single crystal structure. Okay, so after we have been able to grow the samples, we need to understanding the microstructure and the property of the material for potential application. So as I mentioned that yttrium-123, yttrium barium carboxide materials can expel the magnetic field from entering its body. Because of this, it can levitating above a magnetic field. And when you increase the magnetic field, the magnetic field lines starting to penetrate inside the superconducting materials, and this phenomenon is called as quantum locking. So for each YBCO superconducting materials, it can actually lock the flux lines within the material through pinning centers. In this way, even after you have taken out all the magnetic field from the materials, the magnetic flux line is still pinned inside the material. So the material itself can work as a magnet with high magnetic field. So because of this fascinating properties, the superconducting materials can not only levitating above a magnetic trail, but it can also suspend it below a magnetic trail, as you can see from this video. Okay, so in order to trap this flux lines into the materials, we need to introduce pinning centers. So what is pinning center? Pinning center is an secondary phase particles, something like the cerium oxide, the yttrium-211 powders that we have added in the original form that are these black dots. So these particles can actually also working as a pinning center to enhance the magnetic field of the material. So so if you look as I just mentioned, if you look at the microstructure, you will see many of these yttrium-211 particles that we have introduced that can working as pinning centers to track the magnetic flux lines. So there's one problem of the material that we have produced is that if we look closely into the distribution of the yttrium-211 particles inside the material, we will find out that below the seed area, the amount of yttrium-211 is quite low, which means the amount of pinning centers in this area is quite low. So it will reduce the total magnetic field the material can trap. Therefore, one of my research target is to introduce more pinning centers in this area. So how I'm gonna work on this direction? So one very straightforward and easy way is that since the yttrium-211 amount is reduced, then let's introduce more yttrium-211 in the center in this area. So what I have been doing that I have introduced this graded top seed melt growth method that in the original palette, I not only compress them into with a material in a uniform distribution, I make them into a graded distribution of yttrium-201. I added more amount of yttrium-201 in the center, and in the middle, I add the normal amount of yttrium-201 as the standard sample, and in the edge, I add reduced amount of yttrium-201 because the at this area the yttrium-201 amount is extremely high. So so this is in the green palette, which means before centering. So I make these palettes and put them in the furnace to grow, and the result shows even though the original yttrium-201 distribution is graded, but the final yttrium-1, 2, 3 is in compact shape as a single grain. So I further look into the trap field property of the material, which means how many magnetic field it can trap. And for the two standard sample I made, they trap 0.63 and 0.758 Tesla. But for the three graded sample I made, they trap 0.64, 0.786, and 0.64 Tesla. So the trap field result shows that since there's not too much difference between the standard sample and the graded sample, so why is that? Then I have more closely looked up into the microstructure of both standard sample and the graded sample, especially focusing on the distribution of the yttrium-211. So I have sliced the sample into 3 layers, and I have actually calculated the amount of yttrium-211 along this across the center from left to right across the sample. So the blue line is the top, the red line is the middle, and the green line is the bottom, and this is the center, and this is like left and right. So we can see that in the center area, definitely most the top and the middle area, which is actually this zone, have the lowest amount of the yttrium-211, which is what we have observed previously. So we were hoping that by introducing more amount of yttrium-211 in the center, we can increase the amount of yttrium-211 here. But the reality shows it's not the case. Not only the top and the middle layer, the yttrium-211 is not increased. The bottom area of yttrium-211 is also introduced because we have reduced amount of yttrium-211 in the bottom. So so it shows that the result shows that this arrangement is not working. So why is that? And we have studied that we have think about it. I think the reason is because that yttrium-211 is one of the reacting particles to form the yttrium-1, 2, 3. So in the beginning of the process, when the yttrium-1, 2, 3 grows, the growth rate is really small. So due to this really slow growth rate, I think in the beginning, it tends to make use of all of the yttrium-211 surrounding it. So, and we have also tried to make graded samples that have purely yttrium-211 in the center. The result still shows that at this area, the amount of yttrium-211 cannot be further increased. So, so what we can do is that we can add in another type of pinning centers, another type of materials in the center extra to increase the amount of pinning centers. So I have chose another material, which is a cerium dioxide. So remember in the beginning, when we mix the materials, cerium dioxide is there already. So the cerium dioxide is added in as a centering aid, so it can facilitate the growth of the yttrium-1, 2, 3 to grow nicely and beautifully. So not only that, the cerium dioxide can actually react it with yttrium-201 or yttrium-1, 2, 3 into barium cerium oxide particles. So these particles can also working as pinning centers to increase the trap field property of the material. So I have modified the process in the green sample. I have introduced 2% of serum dioxide in the center, and at the rest area, I only use 1% of serum dioxide. For the comparing sample, I use fully each 1% serum dioxide. So I also make a comparing sample with a uniform distribution of 2% serum dioxide. But if I remember correctly, I made around like 10 samples, and only 1 sample grows very nicely. So actually, if you add in too much amount of serum dioxide, I can actually detriment the process, quite reduce the success rate. So then I have compared the Then if you look at this area, I have looked at the microstructure of the samples. If you look at the area below the seed, so actually you can see these white particles are the serum dioxide, serum barium oxide that we have introduced, and you can see that the amount of the white particles seems increased for the grid sample, for the 2% of serum dioxide added. So then we look at the trap field that it can trap for these 1% of serum dioxide samples. The trap field it can trap is 0.57, 0.61, 0.58, and for this graded sample, that the field trapped is increased by at least 0.1 Tesla for all the sample in the same diameters. So we can give applause to ourselves that it seems works, this process. So, and by using this process, we are able to grow even bigger sized of the Yichun 1 to 3 superconducting materials, which can trap even higher magnetic field. So you may wonder why you are doing this, and what's the potential application of this type of materials. So as I mentioned, I don't know whether is it too. Can you, maybe I reduce the video sound. Can you hear the video sound?
No, not really. Can you make it louder?
Okay, so actually, this is one of the commercial I had for Lexus. So actually, in this, I'm quite excited because in this ad that it used superconducting materials to make a hoverboard that can levitating and for people to enjoy frictionally boarding. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, yeah. So using superconducting materials, you can enjoy very high speed of skateboarding, and that is for fun. But actually, if you look at that in Japan, they are actually building maglev trains that you. Yeah, okay. So actually, yeah, a maglev train is constructed and diamond in Japan that can reach a speed of 603 kilometers per hour, and that is the fastest train speed we can achieve in inland. Okay, so so there's a huge potential application of this type of materials, and not only this type of materials, but other type of superconducting materials. So, and I'm quite, but as a material scientist, what I have contributed is is that I'm be able to process, to produce, to make these materials so that it can be handed over to like electrical engineers, to other like mechanical engineers to further develop the potential applications of these materials. So through my research experience that we have processed the material using this method, and we have controlled the temperature and the composition so that we can control the microstructure of the superconducting material into a single grain and control the pinning center so that we can finally control the magnetic field of these materials. Okay, so this is one of my stories, and I'm going to talk about a second story, and let me look at the time. So still we have some time. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the second story. So this story is actually so after I have joined in Syntec, so I have been working with many other types of materials. So this is only one of the materials and process and project I have been involved in. So for this project, I have been working with metallic foams. So metallic foam is a type of, you can consider it as a type of structural materials, also a type of functional materials. It is a metal which have a random distributions or pores inside the microstructure. So they can be applied in many applications, such as a cushion, a platform, some absorption panels, and heat transfer. So there are many potential applications of these materials. So again, as a material scientist, what I'm interested is in how to produce these materials and how to control the microstructure. So the technology I have been working with is called a template replication process. So again, it involves with three steps. The first step is that we have made a metal slurry, which means the slurry contains some metal powder, some dispersant, some binders, some solvent, so that it has certain flowability and also have certain viscosity and absorption properties. And we have using the technology called a template replication. So we have using a polymer foam as a template. The polymer foam, you can imagine something like the sponge that you are using at home for washing your dishes. So for all these polymer foams that they have different type of microstructure that can be manufactured easily and with controlled microstructure. So I have used these two original materials and I immerse the polymer foam inside the metal slurries for several times, then take out and squeeze. So you can see that the blue color is considered the metal slurry. So after this squeeze and absorption process, the metal slurry can attach to the surface of the strut of the polymer foam. During this replication process, then we have put this sample in a furnace to fully decompose the polymer content and to fully sinter the metal structures into a metal foam. So using this method, we are being able to produce different type of metal forms, such as Inconel 625, spent steel, copper, etc. And we can even produce ceramic forms using this method. So you can see this is an Inconel 625 form that it has a super low density that it can actually floating above of water. Okay, so this is a method. So again, in the beginning of developing this method, what we need to do is to understanding what are the key process parameters and how this process parameter will affect the microstructure and the property of the materials. So as I mentioned, that we need to produce a metal slurry that contains the metal contents and some additives. So all the amount and the composition of this metal slurry will affect the property of the forms. So in the beginning of the project, what I have been doing is to systematically study how the amount of different amounts of polymer additives, the binders, PVB, and the different amounts of the powders. So I have increased the powder, the stainless steel powder contents in a way, and also increase the binder content in a sequence to see how this components will affect the microstructure and the property of the metal form. And it turns out there's an optimum slurry composition below which the metal form intend to be collect, because there's not enough metal powders attached onto the palette, the template for during and above that, there's too much powder attached, and it can actually block the microstructure. So we have studied and we have found out the optimum binder and powder composition ratio, and we have also identified that how this binder and powder ratio affect the straightways and the material density, so that we can really know and control all this microstructural property of the form. So through the study, we are able to, if we have identified one metal slurry composition and one sinter process, that we are able to produce the metal forms in a microstructure that is in a linear relationship with the microstructure of the polymer form, in a way that if we can control the metal form by selecting the targeting polymer microstructure that we want, and by selecting the specific metal slurry composition and the sintering process. So we can actually control the microstructure through the process. So what's the application of this metal forms, and what's the advantage of this process is that one potential application of metal form, as I have discussed, that it can be applied as a sound absorber. So which means if I talk with you in front of us, there's a metal form, our voice may be absorbed by this metal form. So the sound absorbing property of the metal form can actually also be simulated, can be tested through experimental, can also be predicted through simulation. So in experimental testing, we can use this setup called impedance tube. So we put our metal form here, and in this setup, it has a speaker. So the sound will go to the form and come back. And here have two microphones that it can trap the energy of the sound wave in and out. By this way, we can know how much of energy, acoustic energy being absorbed by the metal forms. So simulationally, that we can predict the sound absorption property of metal form using dB model. So the dB model using one simple physical property of the form, which is the flow resistivity. So by input the flow resistivity with these two equations, we can predict the sound absorption through simulation. So how to link the experimental and the simulation of the sound absorption property of the metal form? We need to look into this parameter, which is the flow resistivity. So what is a flow resistivity? You can consider flow resistivity as of like the pressure drop between if you blow air or flow through a metal form, the pressure drop between entering and out of this metal form, we can consider as a flow resistivity. So this flow resistivity is a highly microstructure controlled property, which means the size, the shape, and the diameter of the pores inside the form have a very big influence on the flow resistivity property of the form. So can we link the microstructure property of the form directly to the flow resistivity? What we have been doing is that we have constructed through collaboration with my collaborators in HPC, that we have produced this morphological model that we can, using microstructure input through the microstructure analysis of the form, using input as like strata length, strata width, and put into this morphological model, we can actually predict the flow resistivity of the metal form. So with this simulation tool and the process controllability of the microstructure, we can have a design tool that through simulation, if you want to achieve certain range of sound absorption, you can calculate what type of microstructure parameter you want, and through process, once we know the microstructure property we want, we can produce the metal form with exactly the target microstructure, so that it can be used for the application without lots of trials and errors through experimental process that is time consuming and cost consuming. So this is what we have been doing, and also what this tool we can help us is that we can do more in-depth investigation about how the microstructure of the metal form affect the sound absorption performance. We can further look into how the pore size, the thickness of the form can affect the sound absorption performance, and also we can even grade the form into different arrangement, like we have thicker form in front and the coarser form in the back, and see how different graded arrangement of the form will affect the sound absorption performance of the metal form. So I'm not going to detail into all these details. So here I would like to draw a conclusion to this type of study, that again, as a material scientist, my focus is to develop this process that I have done a systemic study about how the slurry composition affects the microstructure of the form, and to use the form, we know that the microstructure value affect the sound absorption, which will affect the application properties of the form. And we have drawn the link between the property and the microstructure, and the microstructure between the process, so that we can design and process the material in the way that is application needed. So here I would like to come to an end to my presentation today. I would like to thanks again for the organization and for giving me this opportunity to share my research experience. So any question is welcomed.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Zhai. Thank you. So we have a question here. The first question is that you talked about so many advantages of the material, like the wire-based materials. But do you think it have any drawbacks of this kind of material? And if so, how can you further address these kind of issues?
Yes, definitely. So there are detrimental drawback of this material, which is the drawback of all type of ceramic materials, which is that it is quite brittle. So especially when you applied it in the low temperature and then applied large magnetic field in the large magnetic field, that it is under extremely high pressure, high strength, that it tend to collapse, tend to break very easily. So that is a very killing point of this type of materials. So apart from YBCO and this type of high temperature superconducting materials, actually there are a lot of different type of superconducting materials in this family. So there are other metal superconducting materials that have very good formability, and they have been applied as superconducting wires for electrical transportation properties, because they have the advantage in the formability of these materials. But if you're comparing the track field or even the electrical conductive properties, each of YBCO is better, but when it comes to the real application, the mechanical property is also quite critical.
Okay, thank you so much. And we also have a second question. Do you about the synthesis of these kind of superconductive materials, how do you accurately control the calcination temperature within 1 degree Celsius?
Okay, so if you look at the superconducting material growth temperature profile, that actually yes, you can see here. So actually from this point to this point, it took about 4 to 5 days. So I not only control the temperature to 1 degree, it's even 0.2 degree per hour, something like that. So I use like a box furnace. It's quite difficult to really control the reduced rate. What we control is the reduced time, like from temperature A to temperature B, how many hours you took to reduce the temperature. So the furnace will automatically calculate and tends to control that. So in another word, we didn't really control very precisely. What we have been doing is upon the observation of the microstructure, we have identified that certain rate of the setting of the furnace can achieve certain microstructure that we want. That is something that you can control. So actually, why I say that we need to do a certain type of systematic study of the process. If you are doing material process, you will find out like the material process method that paper produced cannot be really adopted to your own research experiments, that there are always something that you don't know why it cannot be worked. So such systematic study is sometimes can be very useful to help you to identify what is the key point in your own research process, in your own setup. So I find out it's a quite good way to start your experiment.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we have one more question that because many people are interested in your material, and I think such as this macro like porous, this kind of materials can also be used in many
hello, can you all still hear me? So I think it's stuck. Is only me stuck, or is the organizer stuck? Okay, so I can't. Okay, so you can hear me. That's good. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so I can see the question from the chat. So the question is about the application of the metal foam other than filtering the sound absorption. What are the ideal metal fitting for those applications? So as I mentioned, there are many other potential applications for these metal materials. Yes, like you can use it as like a cushion for energy absorption, and you can use it as like a heat transducer, and also you can use it as like panels for lightweight panels for like for automotive or for airplane that have good strength but lightweight properties. So there are many potential applications. And what's good about this manufacturing technology is that it can adopt for different type of materials. So not only metal, even not only metal materials, even like ceramic materials like alumina, hydroapatite, and all different type of materials. We can try to use this process to mimic the microstructure for a certain microstructure we want to produce. And the application actually is not only controlled or affected by the microstructure, also by the materials that you use in the slurry. If you're using like Inconel 625, maybe you are more targeting for advanced airplane application. If you're using like copper, maybe you are more targeting like heat transmission application. And if you're using like ceramic, maybe bioceramic, that you can use it as like scaffold for biomedical application. So I feel like there's quite big room for and adoption for this process for different type of materials and different type of applications. Okay, thank you. Then I saw the next question is about the heat absorption capability of this metal form. So unfortunately, I don't know exactly how much of heat absorption capacity of this metal form, but I'm very interested in developing further of all the other potential application of this metal form and of these technologies. So okay, so since we have lost our hoster, so I think Okay, then here's another question about when you manufacture the metal form, you are limited by the microstructure or polymer form template. Can you use other process to make it? For instance, 3D printing. Yes, a very good question. So actually, that's why I say that this technology has a very big room to improve and to further develop. So the metal form, what I'm using currently, I'm most focusing on the using commercial like polymer form template that they have this type of random distribution of the pore morphologies. But actually, we can also use like 3D printing technology to print the metal form, to print the polymer form with targeted microstructure. So then you're gonna ask me, so if you can 3D print, why don't you directly 3D print the metal form and you need to print the polymer form, then to coat it, to go through all this trouble? So I think there's still a room for this technology because there's there's not going to be one technology that can cover all application and all materials. So when I say there's a room, so for 3D printing, there are certain metal materials that cannot be printed or very difficult to print. For example, like magnesium and copper, that they are very easily like explode or oxidized for the printing process. So for such difficult 3D print metal materials, that we can have adoption of this type of technology using 3D print polymer template for more advanced architected metal forms. So actually there's a very interesting science paper produced by, I forgot the name of the university, very sorry about it. So it's actually using this concept that they are using a lithography method to 3D print polymer matrix, then coat metal strut. And they have produced the lightest metal forms in the world so far. So this is a very fascinating research direction, and I'm very interested in developing further. And here's another question. So, okay, so I think we have already come to the end of the seminar. So I saw there's more questions coming in, so I'm happy to answer more questions. So, but if it's quite late, so if you want to go, feel free to go. But I'm gonna stay to answer the question. So, actually, maybe something else I want to say first before somebody leaves. So actually, I see this opportunity as I position myself as a young scientist. So I see this position as this opportunity to share with you all about. I know there are going to be like many difficult times for young scientists. So you're going to question about yourself. Am I doing the right things? And is this the right path? So what I want to say is that believe in yourself. And sometimes you need to look big, think big, but you need to do small things. So as I presented today, that actually you see from my research experience that I have to all the small things to understanding all the detailed effect of the process parameters on the performance. So such things is quite tedious, and sometimes the result is not be easily shown in a very short time. But be consistent and keep track of your research data and look back, and eventually you will find out all these small things that they can build up as a big result that can push you toward a successful path. Okay. So sorry, I have say something else. So let's back to the question that I saw here, which is, I remember at Cambridge lectures, there was the honeycomb composite material, which was also light and strong. What advantage does this porous materials cover? The honeycomb. Okay, very interesting topic. So honeycomb is another type. Okay, so when we talk about porous materials, so there are many types of porous materials. The material I'm presenting today have a very random distribution of the microstructure. So there are also a type of porous materials that have a very architected designed like structured microstructure, something like the honeycomb, that they have this hexagonal hexagonal shape as the honeycomb home, and this structure have a very how do I say it, stable structure, and they can be used as a lattice panel in between of two metal sheets or composite sheet. So you can form a composite panel. So for this panel, there are a huge of application of this type of honeycomb panels. The advantage of this type of honeycomb panel is that it is lightweight, because in between the panels you have the honeycomb structure, which is hollow and very lightweight in a sense, and also you have a very good strength of this type of panel, because imagine if you have the honeycomb and you bend this way, it can be very difficult, because all the honeycomb walls are in this direction, and when there are, if you bend one chopstick, it's very easy. If you bend like 100 chopsticks, it's very difficult. Same concept for this honeycomb panel. They have so many small thin walls in this direction between the walls, so it can the stiffness of these panels is quite good, and in a very low lightweight density. So for these panels, there are huge of applications as panels, like in transport, like a train, the floor panel, maybe if you open, it has honeycomb inside, and in a cruise, the wall panels, if you open, you can see honeycomb structure inside. It's already implemented in application in our daily lives, and not only it can be used as like a construction panel, the honeycomb structure inside can also work as like sometimes a sound absorber, or even if you introduce some polymer foam in between the honeycomb pods, it can also increase the heat transducer rate of this, reduce the heat transfer rate of this panel, so it can be work as a heat reduction panel or something like that. So there's a huge potential application for this type of honeycomb sandwich panels. Okay. And yeah, okay. So here's the end of the question. So okay, so we have lost our host. So I don't know how to end this session. So should I end it myself, or okay, I see our host have come back. Hi. I think I have answered all the questions. We still cannot hear you. So shall I end the session myself? So maybe in the end, I would like to advertise myself and my research group. So as I mentioned that I'm now working in NUS as an assistant professor. So so actually I'm also, that's why I say I'm as an assistant professor, actually I'm still in the process to build my research lab, my research teams to achieve certain research competency and research area achievement in a certain area. So as I mentioned, I'm interested in developing of advanced manufacturing for all types of functional and structural materials. So specifically, I'm interested in not only the template replication process that I have introduced today, but also including 3D printing, like freeze casting, and also some other type of powder processing and the metal forming process. So for the material side, I'm interested in cellular structure, like the metal form or the honeycomb panels. The honeycomb structures is also one of my research interests. And for the potential applications, some absorbers like scaffolds for cell growth, and yeah, that's what I have think so far. So I'm in the process of developing, and I'm also recruiting talents from internationally. So whoever you're interested in the research areas, feel free to drop me an email, and we can discuss potential opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Zhang.
Thank you. thank you. It's good to have you back.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. I think like we have answered many questions, and thank you for like giving us this presentation. And I think that's the end of our section.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we will upload our recorded videos in the internet. So just check our advertisement. So thank you so much. So
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll end the section. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody for attending, and I'm very enjoyed my time, and I hope you also enjoyed my talk. So keep going. Okay, bye.
Bye. See you.
Yeah,
hope to see you. Yeah.